Good morning and welcome back to World Bank Live. It's plenary day at the 2019 annual meetings where the heads of the bank and the IMF will speak to all the shareholders at one time in one large session. We have a real treat today to help us understand the history of the World Bank IMF annual meetings, the story behind the story. We have a very special guest, April Miller, manager of the World Bank Group Library and Archives. April, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks so much.
Now, in a few minutes, we're going to see the latest version of the main event, so to speak, the annual meetings, the plenary session. When did the tradition of having an annual meeting start, and how has it evolved over the years?
Yeah, great question. The annual meetings, the tradition of it started on day one, in the first year. The Articles of Agreement of the bank were decided upon, were made effective in December of 1945. In 1946, in June, we opened our doors for business. But prior to that, in March, the governors met in Savannah, Georgia, in our inaugural meeting to decide lots of things: how the bank would run, where it would run, what it would do, how it would be organized. It also decided when the fiscal year would start and when the first annual meeting would be, which was September 1946. So at that meeting, Harry S. Truman, who was the U.S. president at the time, made a very dramatic speech where he talked about the two institutions of the World Bank and the IMF setting the basis for world peace and economic prosperity, and he made this very dramatic quote right at the end, and I'll just read it to you. He says, "For the great institutions provided for at Bretton Woods must now become living organisms. To breathe life into these institutions is your challenging task." He's talking to the governors. "In this task, I wish you Godspeed. You must not fail." So you can imagine a very dramatic speech. The governors are sitting there thinking, we haven't even opened for business yet. The challenge is big, and the challenge was a really big task. The first annual meetings were in September 46 in DC. The second annual meetings were in London the following year in 47. And the real focus at that time was the rebuilding of Europe. There were still major food shortages in fuel, lack of labor, goods, lack of US dollars on the market. There were many, many challenges to overcome. So the first several years, a few decades actually, were really focused on Europe and rebuilding Europe after the war. But in the early days, the bank was just trying to get running. And so even staff would make speeches at the annual meetings about the development of lending policies or recruitment, like hiring people. The staff gave speeches on status updates for that. And the country focus really was there, but became much more pronounced in 1965 when the governor's speeches were published in the summary proceedings. Prior to that, they were only issued in press statements. So the format of the meetings has always sort of been the same. But it has evolved. A good example of that is when NGOs and CSOs and other organizations were invited to come to the table to be included in the annual meetings. That really exploded in the late 90s with Jim Wolfenson as president, who really brought those people in to sit at the table. But it's not a new idea that the observers were invited from the first day, from 1946, from the UN, from other aid organizations, etc. So the meetings have definitely evolved. We have always had them in September and October, except one year in 2001, after the 9/11 terrorist attacks in the US. The meetings were canceled, and they were reformed in a smaller format in November in Ottawa, Canada, just a month later. So there have been some changes over time, but pretty stable.
And so in looking at it from a historical standpoint, what are some of the most important moments at the annual meetings over the last 7 decades?
Yeah, there have been several important moments, I would say. In 1956 and 1960, the president at the time, he was Eugene Black, and he gave some really important, beautiful remarks actually about the creation of IFC in 56 and IDA in 60, and how we were sort of changing the way we did our business to meet the needs of our members. So there's some good moments there. 1973, Nairobi. The meetings were in Kenya, and President McNamara made a beautiful speech about bringing the focus of the bank to poverty and putting people living in poverty at the center of our development work. This was a really important moment for us, refocusing on poverty, and also he coined the term absolute poverty in his speech, so a really good one. We have that speech, the audio of it, digitized on the Archives website, worldbank.org/archives.
So anybody can come listen?
Yes, anyone can listen anytime, anywhere. The next big one was in 1995 when it was Jim Wolfenson's first year as president, and he talked about the cancer of corruption. Now, corruption was a big taboo in the bank prior to this. We never really talked about it. And in fact, when staff members would write reports to Wolfenson about the issue, they would title them the C word, because the word corruption even was kind of, we weren't really tackling it. And at that meeting, he gave a very epic speech about the cancer of corruption, challenging the bank and its staff and other development organizations to really tackle the issue head on and shine a light on it. So that was another big moment. But the annual meetings have always been used to sort of launch important initiatives. President Kim launched the Human Capital Index in 2018, but other presidents have always done this. They've tested their ideas in speeches prior. They do them at the annual meetings to sort of grow interest in a lot of these things. And all of the president's speeches actually we have available on the Archives website now in a new portal where anyone can find the transcripts from those speeches of past presidents, but also audio clips for some, which is nice.
Interesting. But beyond policy and the speeches and communicating about the priorities of the bank, what are some of the interesting episodes from the annual meetings that might not have made the history books?
Yeah, so there's some fun anecdotes. The best part about working in the archives is that we get to uncover some of the human stories, the stories that you don't see in the big documents or the press or what have you. In the early days, they used to give out tokens for the meetings. So here I have a couple with me. This was a coin that was given at the Savannah meetings in Georgia.
I'm gonna hold that up and see if maybe we get it, maybe we're not.
We might have a picture of it.
There are great pictures online, I think, on the website.
Yeah, and then this one, which was given in 1964 at the annual meetings in Tokyo.
Wow.
It's silver and pearl pin. We have several of these in our collection in the archives that were gifted to us from staff members through our donated materials program. So I also understand that at one of the early meetings, this was after the war, they gave vouchers to buy nylon stockings because nylon stockings were very rare after the war.
Sure.
And it was such a treat to get these vouchers, to get these stockings was quite something. Another good anecdote, the second annual meetings were in London, I mentioned that, and they were on September 11th in 1947 in London. But they had to prepare in advance. This was a long time ago. They had to take boats from DC to London to get there. They sent 2 advance parties. One in July of 1947, a bunch of staff took the Mauretania to London. And then a month later in August, another set of staff went on the Queen Elizabeth to London. And when they got back, they wrote little stories in our staff newsletter, which we've digitized, we have on our site. And they tell the story about how even when they got to London, the effects of the war were still very apparent. A lot of destruction, lack of food, lack of supplies, and they remarked on even then the meetings were still very accommodating and productive, even though they were facing all of these challenges from recuperating after the war. So there's some nice stories there.
Wow.
And then the last one is another cute story. In 1958, the meetings were in New Delhi, India, and President Eugene Black was he lost his luggage on the way over. So they had hired about 120 cars to shuttle the delegates between the hotels and the airport and the venues and such. And everyone is looking for this luggage. They called airlines, they call the airports, no luggage. And a driver in the office had this brilliant idea. Let's line up all 120 cars and open the trunks of each one. When they got to the 50th one, they found President Black's luggage inside the trunk. So he finally got his luggage then.
Let's hope there's no luggage debacles and coming up.
Yeah.
So, but this is the first annual meetings in some time where there's new heads of both institutions of the IMF and the World Bank.
Right.
So in a sense, we're seeing history unfold this year, current history. But what should we be watching for the future historians might find interesting?
So that is an impossible question. Impossible to tell what researchers what historians will look back on at this time. As I said before, a lot of important initiatives are launched at these meetings that, really form the future direction of the institutions.
Right.
But this is why the archives collects and preserves and makes accessible the records of this institution, the documentary evidence of its most important work, so that researchers in the future can take that information and come to their own conclusions, make their own analysis, and really tell our story on our behalf using this important documentary heritage. And so that's why we do the things we do. The archives is open for research. We make the records of the bank available to the public through the Access to Information policy, and we welcome everybody to come and explore our history and do their research.
That's great. Well, we'll have to leave it at that because of time, but April Miller, manager of the World Bank Group Library and Archives, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks, Nate.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So you can check out all of this great material on the World Bank Group Archives page. It's open, a lot of it's open to the public, as April said. Please check it out. And please stay tuned for the plenary session coming right up next of the World Bank Group IMF Annual Meetings. Use the hashtag WBG Meetings and join the conversation. Thanks so much.
Governors, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to call to order the 2019 annual meetings of the Boards of Governors of the World Bank Group and of the International Monetary Fund. I welcome all governors representing all 189 member countries. On behalf of all participants, I would like to extend, through the Governor of the United States, our deep appreciation to the people of the United States for the warm welcome and the gracious hospitality. It is customary in these meetings to hear first from the Chair, and I shall proceed in the same way. Bulavinaka and good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the 73rd plenary of the Boards of Governors of the World Bank Group and International Monetary Fund, 75 years on from the Bretton Woods Conference, which marked the inception of these institutions and our multilateral system. I'd also like to welcome World Bank Group President David Malpass and IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva to their first plenary session in their new roles. Ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together for them and welcome them. And I want to extend our sincere gratitude to their predecessors, Jim Yong Kim and Christina Lagarde, who is here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, when our predecessors gathered in New Hampshire in the summer of 1944, the world was suffering from monumental failures of its political and economic systems. With the fires of the Second World War still raging and decades of devastating conflict behind them, those leaders rightfully shut the door on the painful folly of unilateralism. Instead, they looked to cooperation through a visionary multilateral system as the ultimate guarantor of the global peace and economic stability. And while multilateralism has shown impressive endurance over the past 75 years, recent trends have proven it is only as strong as the faith world leaders hold in global solutions. We've seen the damage that inward-looking policy-making is having on market sentiment and business confidence. As the growth of the global economy slows, those who turn away from multilateralism give way to the same forces that once drove our world into devastating conflict. We cannot dismiss the lessons of history. We cannot squander the power of global partnerships. We must harness that potential for the sake of our young people and to foster enduring cooperation between the nation-states of the world. The truth is, multilateralism matters even more today than it did in 1944. We may not be in the throes of a world war or just come out of one, but we face a threat of an even deadlier potential, the intensifying fury of a changing climate. The Bahamian and the Japanese people are the latest to suffer the tragic reality of climate change, following the suffering wrought by Hurricane Dorian and Typhoon Hagibis. In 2016, Tropical Cyclone Winston claimed the lives of 44 Fijians and within 36 hours wiped off 1/3 of the value of our GDP. But existential threats posed by the climate crisis are not only contained by the shorelines of island states. As the Climate Action Summit last month made clear, this threat is global. Whether it is superstorms wreaking havoc in Asia and the southern eastern regions of the United States of America, the desertification across Africa, changing weather patterns in the Mediterranean, the melting glaciers in Pakistan, or the rising seas lapping at the coastline cities of Miami to Jakarta and to Dhaka, the entire world is vulnerable. As the Fijian Prime Minister Frank Bainimarama often reminds us, we are all in the same canoe when it comes to dealing with climate change. The growing severity of the climate threat has driven us into a complex and challenging landscape. But if we show the courage and the creativity to evolve our global frameworks, there are opportunities waiting to be unlocked. In the case of small states, tragedy has taught us that economic development and climate resilience must be one and the same. The investments we make in adaptation saves lives and saves us the costs of continuous rebuilds many times over, granting our economies the resilience to bounce back after climatic events without restarting and recharting our progress. But adaptation investments are not conventional outlays. The upfront costs are far higher, and the returns pay back over far longer haul. We cannot build stronger bridges, bury electrical cables, or relocate entire communities with the expectation of immediate financial payoffs. These are investments that build long-term durability, stability, and sustainability into our economies, even as the seas rise, worsening storms bear down upon us, and changing weather patterns diminish agricultural output and food security. But the traditional metrics used to measure debt sustainability do not capture the intrinsic benefits of adaptation, nor the opportunity costs of failing to build resilience now. This narrow focus has forced some states to make the impossible choice between what is currently considered debt sustainability and desperately needed investments in adaptation. It is becoming clear that the old frameworks for measuring debt sustainability cannot stand the heat of a warming world. With every notch in global temperature rise, these systems will struggle to address climate realities that were never designed to solve. We need to recalibrate and revamp the development finance architecture to keep pace with the rapid changes in our climate and the resulting effects on nation-states. The indisputable benefits of adaptation must form the basis of new metrics and measure of debt sustainability. MDBs and financial institutions must sharpen the frameworks they employ to assess a nation's ability to service debt and recognize that debt to GDP ratio is never the full story. Asset values and other underlying indicators in our economy should be considered, and the system must accurately reflect the rising costs of climate impacts and the long-term value of effective adaptation. The World Bank Group and the IMF must keep those realities top of mind when redesigning finance frameworks. I urge the new leadership of the World Bank Group and the IMF to give this issue urgent attention. The world's larger economies must also continue to play their role to grow the pool of accessible and affordable finance. and we look forward to the replenishment of IDA 19 and beyond. But even the full weight of public sector finance, coupled with MDB financing, cannot fill every gap in resilience. We must also enlist the resources, the expertise, and the ingenuity of the private sector. As ministers for finance and economy and leaders of financial institutions, it is on us to bring innovation to this conversation. Our business as usual mentality has unlocked only a tiny fraction of private finance in the adaptation space. Let's re-engineer the conventions. Let's market the real opportunities in resilient investments. Let's ramp up liquidity support and credit guarantees. Let's create new markets for insurance. Let's develop new means of assessing risks. And let's build new tools and make smarter use of the ones already at our disposal. International financial institutions can also wield their convening power to leverage support from new partners, investment funds, sovereigns, and philanthropic organizations to lighten the burden of the costs on nations without disrupting the securities market. We can also encourage conscientious investing that supports resilient sustainability. These are vital pathways to a vibrant and resilient global economy. Only by building resilience can we bring certainty to economies, empower growth, and create the stable and growing demand for goods and services that fuels domestic, regional, and international markets. My fellow governors, the Bretton Woods system undoubtedly restored stability to the international economic order in the aftermath of World War II. But we are not living in the world as it was in 1944. Our world is rapidly warming. New inequalities are rising, and the climate crisis is exposing those gaps, and in some cases, ripping them wide open. We need to bring new tools, new perspectives, and new mindsets to tackling our world's greatest development challenges. If we do so, we are confident that at the ripe age of 75, our rules-based multilateral system will still be agile enough to live up to its highest founding ideals and indeed leave no nation behind. Vinakabakalevu, and thank you very much. At this time, I would now like to call on the President of the World Bank Group, Mr. Malpass, to address the governors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Syed Kayum, and thank you also to IMF Managing Director Georgieva, to governors and distinguished guests. Thank you for joining us at the annual meetings. I'd like to welcome former World Bank Group President James Wolfensohn, who is with us here today. Thank you, Jim. And thank you to the many other leaders in the audience for your hard work, leadership, and service. Thank you, Chairman, for your remarks. The delegates who gathered at the Bretton Woods Conference 75 years ago faced great uncertainty. War was raging in Europe and the Pacific. The world had been hammered for over a decade by high tariff barriers, depression, and war. At the conference, as the conference opened, U.S. Treasury Secretary Morgenthau said the new global system should be based on two ideas. First, there's no limit to prosperity. Second, broadly shared prosperity benefits everyone. He expressed hope for a dynamic world economy where people of every nation have an opportunity to raise their own standards of living and enjoy increasingly the fruits of material progress. At the World Bank Group, we're determined to help countries make that hope a reality. Even while the global economy is facing a weak patch, here's the good news. With the right mix of policies and structural reforms, countries can still achieve growth that's broadly shared across all segments of society. We're committed to our goals of reducing extreme poverty and boosting shared prosperity, goals at the core of the Bretton Woods purpose and at the core of our annual meetings. In short, we seek material impact in terms of broad-based growth, transparency, the rule of law, and private sector expansion. My time as president of the World Bank Group has reinforced my conviction about the urgency of our mission and the challenges we face. Some countries have made great strides in helping the poor, yet 1 in 12 people on the planet still lives in extreme poverty, many of them in fragile and conflict-torn places. Existing institutions often aren't able to deliver benefits to those in need, and projections for several countries show that poverty is likely to increase, not decrease. I've benefited from productive trips to developing countries, Egypt, Ethiopia, Madagascar, and Mozambique. I expect to visit India, Pakistan, Mexico, and China in coming weeks to encourage fast progress toward better policies, broad-based growth, and higher living standards for all. One of the most valuable activities has been my time spent in individual meetings with world leaders, nearly 100 heads of state since my nomination. I hear their perspectives, learn their challenges, and am encouraged by their openness to reforms that can boost growth, jobs, and incomes. One of our major undertakings is implementing the capital increase package endorsed by our shareholders in 2018. I want to take this opportunity to thank shareholders for their support, which is enabling implementation of key reforms. Many members have submitted their IBRD subscription documents, with a few members already completing their subscription payment process. I encourage other members to do so as well. I'm pleased to report today that since the IBRD capital increase reached the 75% hurdle for shareholder approval a year ago, IBRD's subscribed capital has increased by $8.7 billion. That's nearly 15% of the agreed increase. The IFC capital package is close to the required shareholder approval hurdles, and we've extended the voting period to March 18, 2020. IFC is moving to execute the capital increase package, shifting its focus to working upstream to open markets and create projects that will increase private investment in all countries, especially the poorest ones. The Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, MIGA, grew significantly under its fiscal 18 through 20 strategy. Growth was driven by a deepening partnership with the bank and IFC, an increasing focus on business development and product innovation. MIGA has expanded its reinsurance to 70% of gross exposure. This will allow MIGA to sustain its growth in the medium term as global macro and business conditions evolve. We're working to increase the share of loans to those IBRD borrowers who are below the graduation threshold. As part of our country partnership frameworks for higher income IBRD borrowers, we are systematically analyzing and assessing key elements of the IBRD graduation policy. This will shift the bank's lending profile substantially, helping countries that need it the most, but also weighing on the bank's net income. We've adjusted our loan pricing, and other financial measures are underway to improve IBRD's financial sustainability. In June, the board approved a crisis buffer amount as well as an annual limit on our lending to make sure that IBRD stays financially sustainable without additional capital increases. Management is committed to cost discipline throughout the year. The expenditure review achieved $4.8 billion in expected savings over fiscal 19 through fiscal 30, and progress is being made toward achieving the additional cumulative efficiency gains of $1.8 billion from the capital package. Ensuring the International Development Association, IDA, is properly financed is a vital step in supporting the Horn of Africa, the Sahel, and our development goals around the world. IDA is the world's largest and most effective platform for fighting extreme poverty. The current IDA 19 replenishment cycle, the 19th three-year cycle, is making good progress, and I'm encouraged by the engagement with donor countries. Consultations with IDA partners will continue in the coming days and months to finalize the policy package and financing framework for the IDA 19 cycle. There's an urgent need for IDA funding, and we're counting on the continued strong support of our shareholders and donor countries in funding IDA as we address these challenges. IDA 19 will expand IDA's regional program as well as increase resources for fragile situations. We expect to see poverty become more concentrated in fragile and conflict-affected states, with many refugees fleeing to countries that already struggle to deliver basic services, security, and peace to their citizens. Notably, IDA commitments to countries affected by fragility, conflict, and violence reached $8 billion in fiscal 2019. Regarding peace and security, let me highlight just one of dozens of my memorable meetings. At the end of April, I met with Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. He described with passion his work toward peace in the region, his peacemaking trips to neighbors, and his dramatic economic program, which we are supporting with one of our biggest programs in the world. I phoned Prime Minister Abiy on Friday after he was named the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, and I congratulated him. Thanks in part to his efforts and others in the region, the Horn of Africa has the chance to break out of its long period of violence. In recent weeks, I've had the chance to meet with and encourage the nearby heads of state of Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, Rwanda, and Egypt, and others at the World Bank are also meeting with South Sudan, Eritrea, and Djibouti. We can all take a moment today to look for ways to help this important region move dramatically forward toward peace. This brings me to the importance of World Bank Group personnel who bring their dedication, skills, and experience to the job every day. I've welcomed spending highly valuable time with hundreds of our development professionals. One of the most dynamic is Kristalina Georgieva. I'd like to take the opportunity now to recognize Kristalina's accomplishments and congratulate her on her appointment as Managing Director of the IMF. Congratulations, Kristalina. We will miss you across the World Bank Group. It's a loss for me and all of us, but we look forward to your strong leadership at the IMF and to working with you toward growth programs in developing countries. The transition in leadership at the bank has been fast-moving and is going smoothly. Congratulations to our new Managing Director, Axel van Trotzenberg. Many of you here know the depth of his experience and expertise, including regional operations, IDA replenishments, relationships with stakeholders, and leadership skills, to name a few. Congratulations, Axel. And congratulations also to Managing Director Anshula Kant, who started October 7th as Chief Financial Officer of the World Bank Group. Anshula brings more than 35 years of expertise in banking, finance, technology, and management, most recently as Managing Director of the State Bank of India. Welcome, Anshula. Thank you also to IFC's CEO, Philippe Leroux, for adding to his current tasks the role of co-chair of the IDA 19 replenishment, along with Antoinette Saya. And finally, I'd like to thank Keiko Honda for her 6 years of work at MIGA. We're reaching the conclusion broad search for her replacement, and I hope to have an update in coming weeks. Thank you, Keiko. Looking throughout the World Bank Group, we recognize the challenges of leadership transitions, but also the opportunities to focus on the mission, work hard, and benefit from change. I look for input from employees and other stakeholders. While differences of view are common and necessary for good decision-making, I'm pleased with how people are working together, and I'm confident we're well-positioned to provide solid progress on behalf of others. IBRD are working together to make accountable. Steps include coordinating our country programs, co-locating offices, aligning staff to meet the needs of country programs, and adjusting the global footprint of the World Bank Group to increase our presence in lower-income countries. Looking forward, we face a number of development challenges. Global growth has slowed. Investment rates in developing countries aren't sufficient to meet development needs. Health systems, learning outcomes, and technology are falling further behind needs. Climate changes and extreme weather are taking a heavy toll. For some countries, populations are expanding much faster than resources and capacity, and many of our countries are facing fragility, conflict, violence, making development even more urgent and difficult. The result is that several countries are facing rising poverty rates and falling median incomes, the opposite of our mission. We're sharpening our focus on creating strong country programs to boost growth and improve development outcomes. Coordination with other MDBs, multilateral development banks, is a key part of our development work. We're encouraging better implementation of graduation and price differentiation to avoid undercutting each other's work, covenants, and standards. We're working cooperatively with countries and the development community to launch country platforms. We're working on platforms with 11 countries so far. The outcomes will be tailored to the countries and their needs and will increase the focus on private sector involvement and engagement. The goal is for the World Bank Group and the broader development community to be as effective as possible in helping countries achieve good development outcomes. In this process, countries need to provide strong leadership to choose a path that works economically, socially, and politically. It's clear that the quality of policies and institutions plays a key role in explaining why some developing countries have been able to make the leap out of poverty, while others have been unable to advance. It's also clear that development cannot be imposed from outside. Country leadership and ownership matter. Jobs and economic transformation are a key topic in the Development Committee discussions this week. Key building blocks include clean water and dependable access to electricity, markets and market pricing, especially for agricultural inputs and outputs. Key development steps are the establishment of a dependable rule of law that encourages transparency in government contracts and pensions, fights corruption, builds strong and accountable institutions, and creates a level playing field so that the private sector is allowed to compete fairly with state-owned enterprises, the military, and the government itself. The private sector must play a pivotal role in development. With official development assistance stagnant and public sector debt growing in many countries, it's critical that we pursue private sector solutions and establish an environment that attracts private investors. The World Bank's systemic country diagnostic and the IFC's country private sector diagnostic assess barriers to private sector investment and recommend ways to address them. Through the Joint Capital Markets Program, or JCAP, the IFC and World Bank are helping countries build local capital markets through reforms and investments from Bangladesh to Morocco. A big obstacle to investment is the amount of a country's sovereign and state-owned enterprise debt and the lack of transparency surrounding the debt. Public debt in emerging markets and low-income countries has risen to levels not seen since the 1980s, and too much of that debt isn't transparent. Some lenders have imposed strict non-disclosure clauses on government borrowers, required liens and collateralization, employed weaker procurement, environmental, and social standards, and paid insufficient attention to non-concessional borrowing policies that are key to emerging from poverty. When countries are transparent, they typically enjoy higher credit ratings, lower borrowing costs, and better ability to attract foreign direct investment. But we've found that fewer than half of the countries we've reviewed meet minimum requirements for debt recording, monitoring, and reporting. It's also critical to have transparency in public spending and public pensions. We support public expenditure reviews to understand gaps in service delivery relating to resource allocation decisions and process-related bottlenecks. Our development policy financing, which disperses against impactful prior policy reforms, will increasingly play a role in encouraging more transparent and sustainable borrowing practices, as well as more effective and efficient public spending and policy reforms. Transparency will help attract finance, innovation, and expertise so countries can build the infrastructure they need. They face severe deficits in clean water, electricity, roads, and telecommunications. Deficits in telecommunications reduce connectivity and undercut job creation and access to markets. Trade facilitation is a critical part of many of our country programs because the economic benefits from commerce and trade are immense, and constructive policies such as customs processing, tariff harmonization, and standardized bills of lading are achievable. We're putting substantial resources into closing the gender gap. In fiscal 2019, over 60% of combined IBRD and IDA operations helped address gender gaps and encourage full incorporation of women in economies. Globally, countries are losing $160 trillion in wealth due to differences in lifetime earnings between men and women. Later today, I'll join a panel to talk about unleashing the potential of women entrepreneurs. We're investing in capital, in human capital. More than half of all 10-year-olds in low and middle-income countries can't read, which is unacceptable. In this week's education and learning announcements, which I was pleased to join yesterday, we set a target of at least cutting learning poverty in half. We're also making important investments in health. Some of the goals: preventable maternal and child mortality, ensuring that women and children can access comprehensive health services, and reduce childhood stunting. Massive growth of cities is an inevitable part of the outlook. It presents critical challenges and opportunities for development. One key example is the design and enforcement of street grids as cities grow. The World Bank Group is helping to build sustainable cities by investing directly in urban infrastructure and helping national and municipal governments develop fiscal and financial systems to expand revenues and provide access to private capital. Climate and environment investments are a key part of the World Bank Group's work, and in fiscal 19, we committed $17.8 billion to climate-related investments. Among multilateral development banks and other international organizations, we are the single largest funder of climate action, providing almost half of the total climate-related finance. Over 30% of IBRD and IDA and IFC commitments included climate co-benefits in fiscal 2019, surpassing our target. We've doubled our climate commitment targets for fiscal 21 through 25 to $200 billion. We recently launched Pro-Green, and It's an umbrella trust fund to boost efforts to stop deforestation, restore degraded lands, and improve livelihoods in poor and rural communities. We're also working through ProBlue, a new umbrella multi-donor trust fund to help countries sustainably develop their blue economies. We're aggressively expanding our work on marine plastics and the prevention of marine pollution. To scale up climate-related investments, we've launched initiatives such as Scaling Solar, which is helping countries accelerate development of utility-scale solar energy plants. We're one of the biggest financiers of renewable energy and energy-efficient projects in developing countries. Advances in digital technologies are another critical development path. A decline in transaction costs is particularly beneficial for new entrants to markets, women, small businesses, and the poor. We're almost at the point of having systems that would allow the poor to electronically receive remittances, foreign aid, and social safety net payments, as well as their earnings, and then be allowed to save and transact freely. Once more countries enable these technologies, the innovation may turn out to be as big an advance in development policy as the ones that allowed people to move from a barter economy to a market economy. Global development is a complex challenge, but if we stay focused and keep our mission in mind, I'm confident we can help improve outcomes. At the World Bank Group, we have a strong culture grounded in our founding principles and embodied by our hardworking staff. It's important that we are open and transparent about how we do our work and the results we achieve. I want staff and stakeholders to feel they have the freedom to raise issues in a culture of open, candid communication. Our mission is urgent. Our shareholders have given us clear guidance through the capital increase package and have set high development ambition for IDA 19. The IDA 19 proposals cannot be achieved without the strong support of all development partners. I thank our IDA partners for their commitment and generosity. I'm confident that working together, we can create better conditions with stronger policy frameworks and more robust institutions aimed at broad-based growth that reduces poverty and boosts shared prosperity. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malpass. At this time, I would now like to call on the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Ms. Georgieva, to address the governors. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, governors, distinguished guests. I am honored and humbled to speak for the first time as a managing director of the IMF, and even more so in the presence of Jim Wolfensohn, whose tenure at the World Bank brought the fight against poverty at the center of the institution and left such a mark for all of us to follow. I'm very fortunate, Jim. I'm very fortunate to take over from a remarkable woman whose vision and leadership have lifted up the fund, made the institution stronger, more innovative, more relevant. Thank you, Christine. And many thanks to David Lipton, who so ably led the fund during a transition period. I'm delighted to share the stage with Ayaz Sayed Khayyam, the chair of the Board of Governors. and with David Malpass, the president of the World Bank, who was a great boss and is going to be a great partner. I want to begin by quoting one of the founding fathers of the Bretton Woods institutions, John Maynard Keynes, who once said, "Economics is essentially a moral science and not a natural science. That is to say, it employs introspection and judgments of value." These words speak volumes about the IMF and its staff. For all their methodical work, fund staff are guided by their commitment to improving people's lives. They are not just employing judgments of value. They are seeking to add real value. In everything we do, we aim to make a clear connection between our work and the benefits it brings for the economies and the people of our member countries. I have seen firsthand when the IMF supported my own country, Bulgaria, in its economic transformation from crisis to recovery to more jobs and higher living standards. And I have seen time and again how ordinary people benefit when transitions are well managed, when the IMF is playing its essential role in promoting sound policies for inclusive and sustainable growth. I am mindful of the responsibility that comes with my position, especially at the time of accelerating change in technology, in climate, in the nature of work, just to name a few. In this environment, I think of the IMF as being an important transmission line, transmission of knowledge, financial resources, good policies, capacity development, a wealth of experience and tools that help countries embrace the benefits of change and reduce the risks of falling behind. Being able to transmit the right signals is always important, but even more so when the world economy faces headwinds. Indeed, after a synchronized upswing, we are now facing a synchronized slowdown. A deceleration in nearly 90% of the world's economies means that growth this year is expected to reach only 3%, its lowest rate since the beginning of the decade. Yes, the global economy is still growing, but it is growing too slowly. This is partly because trade tensions are now taking a toll on business confidence and investment. Add to this other forces of uncertainty, Brexit. We all hope that this cloud of uncertainty may evaporate. Let's see. Geopolitical tensions, all they are a drag on growth. And to this, we also have to add demographic pressures and record high debt levels. This all spells troubling medium-term outlook, especially in countries already facing difficulties, among them some of the fund's program countries. We estimate that 45 developing countries, they're home to almost 1 billion people, will grow more slowly in per capita terms than the advanced world. Instead of catching up, those countries are set to fall further behind. To meet this challenge, we need to step up cooperation within and across borders. What does that mean? It means that countries must work together to find a lasting solution on trade and keep tensions from spilling over into other critical areas, such as currencies and technology. Here, the recent announcement by the United States and China is a step in the right direction. The goal should be to move from trade truce to trade peace, to build a better trade system, one that is fairer, more innovative, more inclusive. We also need to build consensus at home to ensure that a more balanced approach is taken to support growth. Slower growth requires that monetary policy remains supportive, but we all recognize that it cannot do the job alone. Even Christine Lagarde cannot, on her own, solve the problems that lay on the path of a slow growth. Even her. So when space is available, fiscal policy must play a more active role. Above all, as David Malpass said so clearly, we need to be committed to structural reforms that can boost productivity and resilience. Think of lowering barriers to entry in service sectors, tackling gender discrimination in the labor market, modernizing legal frameworks to red tape and fight corruption. Structural reforms are never easy to do. They require sometimes fighting entrenched, strong interests, and they require paying careful attention to the impact on vulnerable people. But they are critical to avoid getting stuck in mediocre growth and to promote productivity, job creation, higher incomes. How can we at the IMF support you in these efforts? By further strengthening the connection between policies and people's lives, by delivering results for you. So let me spell out 3 priorities our team has set. First, to focus on economic fundamentals. For fund staff, that is always the starting point, always recognizing that sound economic policies are not an end in itself. They are means to build more prosperous societies. I have personally witnessed the power of good policies, but also the impact of bad policies. During Bulgaria's currency crisis in the mid-90s, I saw my mother losing 98% of her life savings because of hyperinflation. And this is something I always remember when I look at economic programs. And I'm pleased to see that the staff of the IMF is very attentive to how we can support our members in their pursuit of good, sound economic policies. I want to give one example, Jamaica. We had 2 IMF support programs. They have delivered tangible results, a reduction in public debt by 50% of GDP, historically low unemployment, inflation stability. And I also want to congratulate the government of Jamaica for being very creative on how it would bring society on board using reggae music to communicate the benefits of low inflation. Sing and dance your way through trouble. This focus on results has been driving the ongoing progress in the fund's approach, improving the design of our lending programs, including expanding support for low-income countries at 0 interest, upgrading our surveillance to enhance the quality of the policy advice that stems from it, and further integrating capacity development with surveillance and lending. Given the precarious outlook for the world economy, we must go further. This means even more focus on countries that would be affected most in a downturn, among them fragile states. This means using our tools even more effectively in precautionary posture. And it means, above all, making our efforts ever more attuned to individual country circumstances, so we can deliver better services to you. Our second priority is to focus on what matters most to people in their daily lives: better jobs, higher wages, greater access to finance, more opportunities for women, more opportunities for young people. These are all areas where we need more potent reforms, more public and private investments. And this would help countries to make their economies both more competitive and more inclusive. The goal is to unlock the full potential of human capital in all countries. In other words, we need to put in action our conviction that if you want to be wealthy tomorrow, you have to invest in your people today. It is so exciting, and I want to thank Christine, that the fund has significantly stepped up its engagement on social spending issues. In Ghana, helping to create fiscal space for more education spending. In Georgia, supporting efforts to increase the minimum public pension. In Egypt, helping to expand a cash transfer program for poorer households. And in many countries, helping to boost public revenues so there is ample space for social spending, and more broadly, ample space for progress to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We will maintain this momentum. We will continue to build on the fund's strength. Our global membership gives us a unique cross-country perspective and a unique perspective over time, 75 years of history. And this history teaches us that our success depends on strong partnerships, including with other organizations and most importantly with our sister organization, the World Bank. Think about what we have done together already in debt relief, in financial stability assessments across a broad range of countries, in effective engagement on fintech. And I commit to you that with David Malpass, we will further expand our collaboration in key macro-critical areas, as well as on the ground in program countries. And that brings me to my third and last priority, reinvigorating international cooperation. I have always admired the IMF, like the bank, an institution so strongly committed to build bridges between nations. Even as some countries become more reluctant to reach out across borders, the global economy is becoming ever more intertwined. So many issues can be effectively addressed only by us working together. Action on climate is one of them. And I want to echo the chair for his passionate call on us to embrace climate action. This is what we do at the fund. We are committed to continue working on mitigation and adaptation, on carbon pricing, on building resilience. Action on trade also requires more international cooperation, not less. And the same goes for corporate taxation, financial regulation, fighting money laundering, fighting the financing of terrorism. And in this moment of heightened uncertainty, we also need a strong global financial safety net with the IMF well-resourced at the center. This is a top priority. always, but especially when the world economy is slowing down. So I'm so very pleased to announce that our shareholders early this morning, starting at 7:30, endorsed a package to ensure that the fund will continue to have sufficient resources to provide full confidence that it can adequately support our membership, and also that quota and governance reforms will continue under the 16th review. A big round of applause for the shareholders. Being more effective also means continuing to learn from experience and at the same time continuing to modernize the fund, to streamline our systems, to leverage new technology, to further increase the diversity of our staff. Our staff, the fund's greatest asset, your greatest asset. And I want to thank them profoundly for their incredible work. I am so proud of you. I want to thank the management team, and I want to thank our executive board, not least for your trust in electing me in this position. Thank you. Serving our 189 members, large and small, rich and poor, this is the greatest honor of my life. As someone who grew up behind the Iron Curtain, I could have never expected to lead the IMF. And that experience holds a very simple lesson. Nothing is impossible. Change is unstoppable. We are the stewards of our destiny, and we can chart a course towards a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gorrieva. Let us now, ladies and gentlemen, turn to the formal business of the institutions. We have before us the reports and recommendations of the Joint Procedures Committee. Report 1 covers the business of the bank, IFC, and IDA. Report 2 covers the business of the fund, and Report 3 concerns matters of common interest to all the organizations. We also have the report of the Procedures Committee of the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. On the recommendation of the Joint Procedures Committee and the MEGA Procedures Committee, I propose that the adoption of these reports and the recommendations contained therein be adopted. As there are no objections, the reports and recommendations are adopted. On matters related to the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, I ask Mr. Malpass, as Chair of ICSID's Administrative Council, to take the floor for his brief intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll do it from here if I may.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm honored to open this 53rd annual meeting of the ICSID Administrative Council. The two items on the ICSID agenda this year call for the adoption of resolutions by the Council to approve the 2019 ICSID annual report and to adopt the administrative budget for fiscal year 2020. The draft resolutions have been distributed to the members. I propose that the draft resolutions on the ICSID 2019 annual report and the ICSID administrative budget for the fiscal year 2020 be adopted. Without objection, the resolutions are adopted. I hereby adjourn the 2019 annual meeting of ICSID's Administrative Council.
Thank you, Mr. Malpass. I would like to take this opportunity now to thank the governors of the World Bank Group and the Fund for the honor to have served as chair of this joint session, and I thank you for your support and cooperation. Allow me also to express my deep appreciation to Mr. Malpass and Ms. Gorgeva for their leadership in our two institutions. I also appreciate the commitment of the staffs of the bank group and the fund for carrying out the vital work of these institutions. I would also like to thank Ms. Shikata and Mr. Lin, as well as the staff of the Secretariat of both institutions for the successful organization of these meetings. I would also like to further thank the two vice chairs, the governors for Canada and South Africa. I wish to congratulate the governor for Ghana, who has been selected to chair for the coming year. I wish all the governors and delegates a fruitful and productive meeting period over the next few days and a safe journey home after the completion of our work. I look forward to seeing you next year again in Washington, D.C. I hereby adjourn this meeting of the 2019 annual meetings of the Board of Governors of the IBRD, IDA, IFC, and MEGA, and the IMF. Thank you.
Koperative mbere yuko itangira abahinzi umuntu wese yahingaga uko abyumva kandi n'ubuhinzi bwabo bwari ubuhinzi ubona budahamye kuko bari ku buhinzi bwa gakondo batabasha guhingira igihe bagahinga imbuto zitandukanye bityo kugira ngo bagere ku musaruro mwiza kandi ushimishije bikaba byari ingorane byariho. Koperative ifite inshingano zo gushaka cyangwa se guha umunyamuryango cyangwa se umuhinzi ibyo yakeneye birimo ya fumbire birimo na za mbuto. Dufata imbuto nziza zigezweho kandi zikunzwe tukazitubura tukaziha abahinzi birumvikana tuba twazivanye muri labo ari imbuto nziza zizewe bakagenda bagahinga mu mirima yabo bamara mu mirima guhinga umusaruro tukabafasha kuwukurikirana tukabashakira inyongeramusaruro. Koperative ikazigura ikaziha abahinzi bakagenda bakazikoresha ndetse na za mbuto tukabaha n'indi miti ubufasha bwose bwo kugira ngo tugere ku musaruro. Koperative ibuha abahinzi ikabubegereza umusaruro umaze kuboneka tukawushyira hamwe mu bwanikiro abahinzi bakanika.
mbere buri wese bakoreraga mu kajagari ntago bakoraga nta organization yari ihari ngo wenda bakusanye umusaruro bawurunde hamwe none imodoka zize kuwutwara oya buri wese yaragurishaga yarazaga agashira hano ku muhanda imodoka ikazi kabifata ariko atagombye kugira. Noneho urabona ko no gukusanya umusaruro biratworohera noneho kubera ko dufite naho tubishira naho tuzana umusaruro none imodoka zikaza kuwuhafata zikawutwara ku masoko.
Umusaruro iyo umaze kuma rero koperative ikumvikana n'uruganda dukorana narwo rwa MLPK hanyuma rukaza rukatugurira wa musaruro w'abahinzi. Akamaro byamariye abahinzi nuko byatumye abahinzi babasha kubona isoko ry'umusaruro wabo mu gihe mbere babashaga kugurisha uburyo bwa forode n'uburyo butandukanye bundi bigatuma igiciro kiba gitoya. Umusaruro tukusanyiriza hamwe tukawushyira uruganda narwo rukishyura abahinzi kandi buri munyamuryango afite konte muri banki akorana nayo aho ngaho noneho tubahembera.
Koperative ifasha abanyamuryango mu kubabonera ibikoresho by'isarura, amashitingi, imifuka yo gupakiramo ndetse n'imodoka zo kuvana umusaruro mu gishanga ziwugeza ku ruganda aho umusaruro utunganyirizwa. Koperative rero ikintu amaze hari ukubafasha kubona inyongeramusaruro, ifumbire, abagoronome babafasha mu buhinzi ndetse n'andi maserivisi umuhinzi ahabwa na koperative, kwishyurwa za mituweli, kwishyurira abana amashuri, kuko ubu tugezeho umwana w'umunyamuryango tumurira kuva muri primaire kurangiza segonderi, twatangiye gufata n'abo mu cyiciro cya kaminuza, ku buryo nta mwana w'umunyamuryango ushobora guhera mu rugo kubera ko yabuze amafaranga kujya ku ishuri. Abanyamuryango bacu ubu ngubu ntabwo bajya guhaha mu masoko yose asanzwe, twabashyireho isoko twise ngo ni iduka ry'umuhinzi. Ni isoko umunyamuryango agenda agahabwa ibintu ku mafaranga ari hasi, nta zindi nyungu koperative igamije. Ndetse hari n'ibyo tumaze kujya dukora bijyanye abanyamuryango babyise ngo ni akabando k'iminsi, aho abanyamuryango ba koperative ubu ngubu bagejeje ku myaka 70, tumaze kubajya barenga 100, buri mwaka baza bagahabwa amafaranga yo twakwita ni nka pasiyo. Yandi magambo ni nka pasiyo, araza abakecuru n'abasaza bagejeje ku myaka 70 tukaba amafaranga adasubizwa 30,000 by'uko babaye muri koperative, bayikoreye neza, bayizamuye, bayiteje imbere.
Umuntu afite ibiryo mu rugo byose aba bifite, kubera ko turahinga, tukarya, tugasagurira n'amasoko, tukabona minerivare z'abana, mbese ugakora n'undi mushinga nk'ubworozi, nk'ubu tworora inka, tukorora ingurube, tukorora ihene, byose tukabikora mu matsinda, tukizigama. Ufite ikibazo cya mituweli bakamuguriza, ufite ikibazo cya minerivare y'umwana bakamuguriza. Mbese iyi koperative yaje yari ikenewe.
This little fish, the anchoveta, impacts so many lives. Like Miriam's, who works for the commercial fishing industry, or Jose Luis, a former fisherman who now runs a seafood restaurant. Even the lives of aquaculture workers worldwide, who use processed anchoveta as feedstock in fish farms.
La pesca industrial le da alto movimiento económico a la comunidad, a la población, básicamente al país. Somos el que mayor producimos más harina de pescado y distribuimos al mundo, básicamente China, Europa.
Only a few years ago, anchoveta resources were threatened by rampant overfishing and by reoccurring changes in ocean currents from climatic events like El Niño.
Muchos años atrás no había controles, teníamos tiempos de captura incontrolables, podía ser todo el año.
The government of Peru acted to avert the crisis with assistance from the World Bank, implementing a reform in 2009 that has put the anchoveta fishing industry on a more sustainable and profitable path.
Pero en esta oportunidad no se dan cuotas de captura por embarcación, por temporadas de pesca, preservando siempre la especie, el tamaño, el desove. Estamos tratando de cumplir no solamente por un tema de obligaciones legales, sino por un tema de responsabilidad para que más adelante podamos continuar con este sector.
Reducing fishing pressure helps strengthen the health of the anchoveta stock. But fewer fishing vessels meant many commercial fishermen lost their jobs. As part of the reform, the industry was required to create a private fund that helps ex-employees transition to a new life. For Jose Luis, that meant trading in his fishing boots for a chef's apron.
Hi, and welcome back to World Bank Live from the annual meetings. I'm Nate Rawlings, coming to you from the World Bank atrium here in Washington, D.C. If you want to stay on top of what's happening, you can check out our live blog right below this page. Check it out now so that you don't miss a beat. But first, we're going to continue with our Global Voices interview series, where we get to sit down and chat with some of the dynamic people from all over the world who have come to attend the annual meetings. So next up is a conversation about getting real change in jobs in the skill space. So stay tuned.
Welcome to our conversation right here on Facebook with Rita Roy, President and CEO of MasterCard Foundation. You can share your views and you can tweet as well, #WBG meetings. Rita, thank you so much for making time to speak with us. Now, for those who don't know the incredible work MasterCard Foundation is doing in Africa, take us through some of that. You're working really to improve the skills of young people. You are focused on empowering and changing the lives of young people. Tell us, why Africa and why young people?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Julie. Well, first of all, why Africa is very straightforward. Africa is the youngest continent in the world. It is a continent that gets younger every single day. By 2050, 1.2 billion working age people will reside in Africa. And within a few years after that, Africa will become the global workforce. Not just Africa's workforce, but the global workforce. So for the MasterCard Foundation and for all of us who care about the continent, who care about young people, this is a tremendous opportunity to accompany young people to ensure that they acquire the right skills and that they're able to contribute to the marketplaces that they call their home, so that there can be dynamic growth and more job opportunity for millions more of young people.
Take us through what you see as the future of work, Rita.
Oh, I wish I brought my crystal ball to talk about the future of work. But I think there's some powerful trends which are shaping the future. First and foremost, technology. We know that technology in the form of a digital access, cell phones are in the hands of millions of young people. And technology and its advancements, whether it's robotics, artificial intelligence, will shape the workplace, and therefore it will shape the skills future workers will need. We also know that in Africa, about 22% of young people will already start businesses. This is by far the highest rate of entrepreneurship compared to other regions in the world. And we know that in order for young people to really flourish, they're going to need particular skills. And so I'd love to talk about some of those skills, if I may.
Right, please do. Take us through what are the skills for the future of work?
There are many skills, obviously, which relate to the particular industry or the particular sector of the economy. But in a fast-paced, fast-moving global economy, I can think of 4 things which every young person must have. Number one, it's about problem solving, and this requires critical thinking, the ability to reason, to dissect situations and think about what kinds of solutions. So problem solving skills are really important. The second is, in a global workforce, the ability to work well, to communicate with people from all walks of life, from all cultures, from all professional backgrounds. That's really, really important in order to be effective, because teams are going to be part of the picture in terms of solutions to the future. Third is something which I like to think all of us need to have, particularly relevant in the future, which is the ability to continue to learn and to be able to learn continuously and learn fast. And part of learning fast means how do you work with technology? Because technology is not only changing, but it's also changing the nature of work.
Fascinating. So just going through those problem-solving skills would be critical. Can you work well and communicate with people from all walks of life? And do you have the ability to continue to learn and to learn fast? Rita, why are you passionate about this? Because you are passionate about this.
You know, I'm passionate because when I look back about my own life, I think about how many opportunities I had through my mom, who made so many sacrifices, education, mentors, which really enabled me in my own professional journey to get to where I am. And when I meet young people across the continent, and I travel extensively throughout the year, I'm always so inspired. These are the most not only intelligent, bright, creative, highly energetic, but so imaginative. And I'm inspired by them, and I think about the work which people in my generation have done, and I think about the work that they will do to take it even further.
So, you know, these energetic, bright, you know, young people with so much potential, if you were to advise them on the things they could do to better prepare themselves for the future, what would your advice be?
It may not be what you expect.
Okay.
The one thing I would say to every single young person who's listening, look at every situation you find yourself in as an opportunity to learn, to gather new skills, and to gather new experiences. Now, you could be a student, and certainly in class, you should be learning. You could be a volunteer. You could have a community project that you're working on. You might be starting a social enterprise, or you may be confronting a very difficult situation, a problem. Perhaps it's a conflict. Perhaps it's a life event. Every situation brings about opportunities to discover who you are, what you're good at, your strengths, and it also teaches you how to interact with others. So every situation is a classroom, it's a window into yourself, and it's an opportunity to gather new skills.
Very powerful. Every situation is a classroom. Learn. So we're at the annual meetings here at the World Bank. If you were to advise the World Bank and partners of this kind, you know, development partners, what can they do better to help?
Well, first thing is I'd be very shy about advising the World Bank. The World Bank is an extraordinary organization which has had huge impact in the world. But when I think about the future of work, I think about the challenge and the opportunity for employment, for meaningful, dignified work on the continent. Few things come to mind. I think institutions like the bank and other funders need to really focus, get behind countries, get behind their economic aspirations, understand where is demand and growth coming from, which sectors, which industries, and then help young people acquire those right skills, those relevant skills, so they can participate in economic growth and they can be part of the transformation. I think that's the what. There's another part which is equally important, which is the how. And the how for us as a foundation begins by listening deeply to the aspirations of young people, listening to the aspirations of communities and families about what they see for themselves. And when you really listen, solutions become clearer. And we have to do this work, and we have to recognize that we don't work alone. We work in partnership. We work in partnership with others. And I think about partnerships we have had with many communities in Africa and partnerships with institutions like the World Bank. And if we all move in the same direction with the right spirit, with the right set of values, and respond to the needs which we have heard, we will do great things together.
Wow. Ultimately, Rita, what does the MasterCard Foundation hope to achieve?
Well, with our new strategy, Young Africa Works, we hope to enable 30 million young people to access meaningful and dignified work. But the success is well beyond that. Through this journey, we hope to identify models around employment and work or entrepreneurship which are meaningful, which could be scaled to reach hundreds of millions of young people. We also hope to inspire others. That's real success.
Wow. To finish this incredible interview, I'd love you to just look at the camera and deliver a message to young people. A lot of people feel challenged, start to lose hope, get cynical. You know, what's your message to everybody as we all work together to try to transform our realities for the better, please?
So for every young person who's listening, know this. Take a bet on yourself. Know that you have much more to give than you may even realize. And regardless of your circumstance, how challenging, how difficult, know that there are many others who've also confronted challenges and difficulties. I am one person. I was a young woman who was a scholarship girl. You know, you can do this. Find mentors, find friends. You are not alone. And most importantly, I know you have dreams. It's so important to have dreams. It's so important to hold on to your dreams, and those dreams can become reality.
Wow, I'm not a young person. I feel totally inspired, though. I'm going to take those words as well. And you can continue to follow the conversations. Hashtag WBG meetings. And you can follow Rita Roy on Twitter and share your views on this interview at Rita Roy MCF. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Wonderful.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Quiero contar historias con mis dibujos.
Saya pengen jadi produser film.
I want to do science.
Fashion businesswoman.
I want to be an engineer.
To make rehabilitation affordable to as many patients as possible.
Invest in me.
Eso ha sido el cambio en la comunidad y en mi hogar especialmente, ¿no? En ellos está el cambio. Son inteligentes, desde su sueño de ellos es ser líder.
Esos nutrientes de los alimentos que traía con mi abuelita, todos, mi familia, fueron un gran partícipe de mi vida. Pero ahora estoy pasando a una siguiente etapa, preuniversitaria, esa formación.
Mereka mempunyai mental atau jiwa wirausaha.
Kita juga diajarkan kewirausahaan.
Motivate kids and how to think about logic.
Karena pendidikan sendiri adalah fundamental bagi anak bangsa untuk nanti mereka memajukan bangsanya.
There's this stereotype, you can't make it or something.
I borrowed some money and I bought a laptop and started programming the website.
No creo que sea un campus solo para varones.
In 6 months I managed to publish it online.
Pero está en la decisión de uno mismo poder romper esas barreras y realmente involucrarse en tecnología.
Nobody has experience on how that solution needs to be built.
We're forcing them to be creative, to be curious, and to explore. And then we figure it out. It's such a reward. It's so exciting. It's almost like a eureka moment. We can just come up with something really huge.
Estoy saludable.
Belajar untuk mengembangkan kemampuan diri saya.
Puedo trabajar, puedo hacerlo.
Untuk selangkah lebih dekat menggapai mimpi dan cita-cita saya.
Yo quisiera llegar hasta donde ni siquiera aún lo he pensado.
I get to do what I love every day.
Puedo hacer mi sueño.
I'm pretty happy.
Porque en realidad no tengo límites.
It makes my dream and my talent come true.
Invest in me.
Invierte en mí.
Invest in me.
Invest in me.
In me.
Invest in me.
Hi, and welcome back to World Bank Live from the annual meetings. Next up, we're going to talk about the need for jobs and economic opportunity in developing countries and what we can do about it. Be sure to check out our next events, Jobs and Economic Transformation, and the private sector in fragile situations, getting the job done. Tune in and join the conversation using the hashtags jobs4growth with the number 4 and hashtag get the job done. So one quick housekeeping note, we will live stream both events on the live show here, but not simultaneously. So you can check out the event you're most interested in by going directly to the event's live stream, and all of the links are available right here on this page. But first we're going to talk to two experts who can give us the scoop on the events coming up. First we have Ariu Maiga, IFC's Director for West and Central Africa, to tell us about jobs and economic transformation. And then Nabila Asaf, the World Bank Practice Manager in Finance, Competitiveness, and Innovation in the Middle East, Pakistan and Afghanistan, is going to tell us all about the private sector in fragile situations and how we can get the job done. So thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it. Let's start with you, Aliu. Can you tell us about IFC's flagship on jobs and economic transformation? Why this topic and why now?
Thank you very much, Nathan. If I put things very simplistically, the way we look at development is creating productive and sustainable jobs until full employment. And that's a very simplistic definition that I think will resonate with everybody. And the question is, how do you do that? I think most of our interventions are geared toward job creation, but it is a little bit indirect in the sense that we work with companies who create some jobs, some create many. We also work with SMEs through the financial sector and through value chains. But we believe that it is now time that we really tackle directly the job issue. And that requires different approaches between the public sector and the private sector to create the environment so that we can really create jobs at scale. Just to give you a few numbers, in Africa, we need about 1.7 million jobs to be created every month.
Wow.
Okay? That's a very staggering number. It's a very serious issue because if we don't create jobs for people, then they will be attracted by less, I would say, productive and sometimes quite dangerous type of activities like you see in the Sahel today. So for us, the question of jobs is absolutely important, and we need to start now, finding the ways to actually create jobs at scale.
So there's no easy solution to this challenge, but what's the right mix of ingredients to creating jobs?
As I say, I think it's all between the public sector and the private sector. We believe that the public sector needs to create the environment that involve physical environment, infrastructure, and more heavy investments, but also the investment environment and the labor environment and all of that, and then give the space to private sector, which is the main engine of job creation in any economy. I think in most of the countries, and particularly in Africa, up to 90% of jobs is in the private sector. So we need to make sure that we create a partnership between the two, so that public sector create environment and help build the infrastructure, and some of it can be PPPs, and then give the space to private sector to really invest in productive and job-creating activities. We believe it is time that we really think about one terminology that we are very careful in using. It's industrial policy, but I would not call what we want to do industrial policy. I would call it industrialization policy or strategy, because those countries don't have industry at all. And what we're trying to do is to create them building on existing value chains. One example I can give you is the Sahel region produced cotton for the past 60 years. Only 2% is processed locally. So how can we work together to make sure that gradually the cotton is produced locally? Because once it is processed locally, and you have access to spinning, you have access to weaving, you have access to fabric, then you can get into textiles, which is a massive job creation sector for relatively unskilled labor. And I think that is what we are trying to do, and that's one example, but we can name many, many of them, particularly in the agro-processing sector.
So Nabila, we've been talking about the critical need to create jobs, and obviously the private sector is a huge part of that effort. How can the private sector thrive and create jobs in fragile situations?
Well, it's an important question for us to be thinking about much, much more. The estimates are that by 2030, 50% of the extreme poor will be in fragile and conflict-affected countries. So that means if we want to stay on mission, and we do, on our mission to end poverty, we have to figure out how to actually do development in fragile and conflict contexts. And the private sector is a really important part of that. Recent independent evaluation report from the World Bank stressed that we've been doing fairly well on adjusting our strategies, our technical assistance, and livelihoods programs in conflict countries, but we need to be doing more on private sector development. And these are really volatile and uncertain contexts, not only politically or from a security perspective, but also economically. And there's also linkages to climate change. So there's a very complex environment that those private sector companies are dealing with. So what the private sector needs are the kind of interventions that will help mitigate and reduce risk and share risk, but also to help promote those growth opportunities where they emerge. And they do emerge because conflict-affected or fragile countries, they're not monolithic. There's obviously a lot of private sector activity going on, and so there's a lot that can be done, but we need to have more targeted solutions towards both risk sharing and also towards growth.
So do you think it's possible to use the title of the upcoming event to get the job done?
Yes, absolutely. It's actually a great title for this session.
And what can we expect in this session coming up?
I think what's really interesting about the session is the diversity of views of the speakers. You know, we have investors, donors, also from NGOs and the government. So it'll be really interesting to get a sense of the different types of innovative solutions or ideas that are there, as well as a lot of on-the-ground experience in terms of what it takes to get it done. I think the private sector in conflict-affected and fragile countries is mostly small domestic firms. They're very vulnerable to a lot of the uncertainty and risk, but even the larger firms are also vulnerable to that, but are absolutely essential to helping in a recovery cycle or to break the fragility trap. So it'll be really interesting to get these various perspectives and come up with some new ideas.
Great, sounds fascinating. And what can you tell us about the panel on jobs and economic transformation coming up?
Yes, it's a panel that we wanted to have this time to build awareness on the issue of job creation in emerging markets, but particularly in IDA and FCS countries. And we hope that it will spark interest, debate within the World Bank Group, but also outside, so that we can really focus our minds on finding strategies and resources and tools that can really help us focus on the crucial issue of creating jobs in those difficult environments that my colleague mentioned. We hope that the debate will be rich and diverse. We try to put together a very diverse panel. But for us, it's really the beginning of a process so that we can have this important agenda pushed forward and implemented by World Bank Group and all the partners in development.
Yeah, it sounds like it'll be a great event. So for closing thoughts, are you both optimistic that we can achieve what we need to in these respective areas?
I don't think we have a choice. I mean, for the World Bank Group, like I said, to stay on its mission, we need to crack that nut. We need to figure out how to get the job done in the most difficult environments.
I think same answer. I think we don't have a choice, so we have to get it done.
Yeah.
The question is really the practicalities on how to get it done. You have countries which started maybe 10, 15 years ago, like Ethiopia. They had a very clear plan. It was focused more on job-creating sectors, more than sectors that are probably easier to invest in, but not necessarily job-creating. And I think there are a number of experiences that we can learn from, including in Asia, how they did it, and try to see what we can replicate and customize to each country, but really have few sectors that can really drive job creation through industrialization of those economies, always thinking about linking to domestic value chains where those countries have comparative advantage. So that's what we are looking at, and I'm pretty confident that we'll get it done.
Excellent. Well, we know you and your colleagues are working very hard to achieve that, and we look forward to seeing these events. So we'll have to leave it at that.
Thank you very much.
Nabila, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we're going to stream jobs and economic transformation on this page. Use the hashtag jobs4growth, number 4, to join the conversation. And if you want to watch the private sector in fragile situations, please check the link on the calendar. Click there, and it'll take you right to it. If you have questions for our speakers, use the hashtag #GetTheJobDone. And stay tuned, we're going to have some great discussions.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and a warm welcome to this annual meeting's conversation on jobs and economic transformation. My name is Nozi Pombanjwa, and it is an absolute privilege to be your moderator for this conversation. The hope is that this conversation is going to challenge us to deepen our understanding of the roles that the private sector and the public sector in sub-Saharan Africa and the MENA region are playing in creating jobs and transforming their economies. This conversation, we hope, is also going to challenge us to think critically about how organizations like the World Bank Group can support initiatives to create jobs and to transform economies where the need is greatest. My panelists who have joined me here on stage are going to be bringing their voices, their insights, and their experiences to surface both challenges and successes. They're going to surface the challenges that they are confronted with in their efforts around job creation and economic transformation. But equally important, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be surfacing some very specific success examples that can be replicated across sectors and that have the possibility of being scaled into different markets. I'd like to challenge you this morning to claim your share of voice in this conversation. And we're going to be doing this in two ways. The first of these is that we're going to be connecting live on live.worldbank.org. So we're truly having a global conversation because the issue of job creation and economic transformation, I'm sure you will agree with me, is a global one that supersedes sub-Saharan Africa and MENA and is potentially at the top of every agenda of every leader across the world. But ladies and gentlemen, we're also going to ask you to use your phones and to use the hashtag Jobs for Growth. We're using numeric 4, Jobs for Growth, as the hashtag that is going to allow us to share the insights and the nuggets that are coming out of this conversation with the world. And where possible, we will pull in those voices into the conversation. To kick us off, I'd like to invite the CEO of the IFC, Mr. Philippe Lehouro, to please come up and give us his brief opening remarks, after which I will introduce our panelists and we will start with our conversation. Can we put our hands together for Philippe, please?
Thank you all. Thank you very much for coming, and good morning all. And welcome to our panel on jobs and economic transformation. It's a very important topic, but it's a huge and very complex topic. So I'd like to focus my short remarks on Africa. So we know that the region has a huge potential, but at the same time, the continent faces many development hurdles. Public debt levels are rising. Fragility in some part of the continent is costing about 0.5 percentage point of growth per year. And the availability of good jobs has not kept pace with the new entrants in the labor force. In fact, we estimate that in Africa, we need to create 1.7 million jobs every month. Every month. So we know one thing, business as usual is not going to do it. And the only way we can do it is, in fact, the subject of this panel is we need economic transformation. Now, when we have said that, everybody can agree. The question now is how? How to do it? And it's very difficult. And I got inspired by, we were at the CEO Forum in March in Kigali, by what President Kagame was saying, because we were struggling to find and I think he found the right word. He summarized everything in one word, which is we need to change the mindset. And this is true for all of us, African governments, development partners, World Bank Group and others, and the private sector. We think about the public and private sectors in economic growth and job creation. We need a new approach between the public and the private sector to unlock this region potential. We need government that step up efforts to ensure sound macroeconomic management, debt transparency and sustainability, as well as legal and regulatory framework that provide attractive and level playing field for private companies. And we need the private sector pioneers who see more the great opportunity than the possible risks to doing business in Africa. Together, I believe deeply that the public and private sector can ignite the region's economy. And at the regional level, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which will make the region the largest free trade area in the world, is a huge breakthrough and a signal of this change of mindset. This is not a new, we have been discussing for decades. Now it's been transformed into reality. At least the will transform into legal. Now we need to do it, but that, I think, is a breakthrough, and I will encourage more trade. That will encourage more trade, more investment, and the promise of the developing of regional value chains. And it can serve as an anchor for reform. Also encouraging, in my view, is the African Union Digital Transformation Initiative. We offer an unprecedented opportunity for the continent to leapfrog the traditional development path. The initiative has the potential to drive innovation, economic growth, job creation in many key sectors of the economy. It will also enable greater interconnection between African markets and between Africa and the rest of the world. At the World Bank Group, we are embracing this change of mindset. We are increasing our support to African governments to diversify their economy and implement pro-business reforms. We have developed a new approach that we call the cascade, by which we pursue private sector solutions where sustainable, so that scarce public resources can be used where they are needed most. In fact, the World Bank Group, if you think about it, the way I see it, is a big de-risking machine. We de-risk countries through the World Bank by having policy-based lending. We de-risk sectors on the public side by having public sector investment. But also we de-risk on the private sectors through IFC, direct lending, and MEGA insurances. So we are really a de-risking machine taken as a group, and we complement each other. And at IFC, we're also changing the way we work. We're changing our mindset. And we're shifting from being reactive, which we have been very successful at for 60 years, to proactive. What does that mean? It means instead of waiting for a private sector to come and present up a project, an investment project to finance, we will design the project environment to finance and go after potential private investor to come and invest. And you know, it's not a dream. We are actually doing it in solar. And we have great stories, and I'm sure Minister Nasser may elaborate on that. I don't want to spend too much time, but we can do it. Yes, we can do it. And we can do it beyond solar in many other sectors. So that's a huge shift. It's a cultural shift in IFC. We are aligning our approaches, our tools, diagnostic tools, but also a tool that I feel is very important for us, which is the private sector window in IDA. It may sound esoteric to some of you, but for us it's very important, because in some country, private sector will come when the risk return works. Sometimes the perceived risk is so high that the return to compensate will be so high that the project doesn't become feasible financially. So how do you play this equation? We decided to play on the risk side. And we had the breakthrough in IDA 18, where we have this window. I don't want to elaborate, but it's a great tool. So we're developing new tools, new approaches, new way, new organization. We're opening 9 new offices in addition to the 25 that we have already in Africa. This year, we are staffing up. We are really going all out. That's a huge change in mindset. and we will continue, and it will pay out. But since I'm talking PSW and IDA, I want to say a few words about IDA. We are just 2 months away from the closure of IDA 19. And the JET that we're talking about, job and economic transformation, is one of the key issues and theme for this IDA 19. So I want to call on you to please help us convince the donor countries to contribute. We need resources. It's a unique blend of the World Bank Group knowledge, public and private, but knowledge and money. So we need, for the poorest country, and 2/3 of the IDA resources go to Africa. So we need your support to have this IDA 19 a success. And time is running out. I will stop here, and I'm very, very, very pleased that we have a fantastic panel of very high government officials, great CEOs, and you will enjoy, I'm sure, a great discussion for this fundamental topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for setting the context there. And the challenge is clear. How do we change our mindsets while building the muscle to do differently and to build differently and to partner more efficiently? I'd like to introduce my panelists very briefly. I'm going to start on my far left. Mr. Nadim Ahmed is the founder and chairman of Global Tea and Commodities Limited. He's best described as a serial entrepreneur, and he's grown this company from a small startup in India in 1991 to potentially the fastest growing integrated tea and macadamia nut company globally, employing over 4,500 people. Thank you very much for making the time to join us. Rita Roy is the president and CEO of the MasterCard Foundation. Those who describe her as a voice for the most vulnerable in society, and she's been doing that work not only at the MasterCard Foundation, but previously with Abbott's public-private initiatives that were related to HIV and AIDS work and other health programs across the African continent. Rita, thank you for being here today. Closest to me, I am joined by the Honorable Aden Mohammed. He's the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of East African Community and Regional Development in Kenya. And he comes with a really long track record of service both in public and private sector. In the private sector, his last appointment was the Chief Administrative Officer for Barclays Africa, looking after 10 Barclays subsidiaries on the continent. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Closest to me on my right-hand side, I'm joined by the Honorable Dr. Sahar Nasser. She is, of course, the Minister of Investment and International Cooperation in Egypt. She is not an unfamiliar face amongst these corridors. She's also a professor of economics at the American University in Cairo, and in 2015 was named the most influential woman in the Arab economic sector. Thank you very much for being with us here today. And last but certainly not least, joining us is Peter Njonjo. He is the CEO of Twiga Foods, and he's going to share a little bit with us how they are aggregating retail demand so that they can organize an efficient supply chain for fresh and dry goods using technology, using a business-to-business technology platform. Prior to taking up the role of CEO, he spent 21 years with the Coca-Cola Company, and in his last role was based in Lagos, Nigeria, as the president of West and Central Africa Business Unit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the caliber of the voices that we have with us, and maybe let me start off with yourself, Minister. Minister Mohammed. And I want to maybe start with a broader picture. One of the numbers that Philippe shared with us, he said 1.7 million jobs per month. So if we were to look at this target against the sectors that hold the promise of delivering on these jobs, firstly, in your view, what are these sectors? And secondly, what can governments in sub-Saharan Africa and MENA do to really encourage investment into these sectors?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I think just to understand the landscape in terms of job creation and the skill sets that we have, a significant number of young people on the continent are either having, college education or below. In fact, a significant number of them do not have, high skills that would make them fit into some of the corporate blue-collar, white-collar jobs that we have. And therefore, we need to find a fit between sectors that can absorb these young people in large numbers versus making right policies or investments in these sectors that actually can play a very big role. So some of the sectors that on the continent will make significant difference are those that have significantly high labor content. And we have seen sectors like agro-processing, sectors like textile and apparels, sectors, like leather production and so on and so forth, areas where Africa has, a natural competitive advantage because of some of the farming activities that we have. And I think we just don't need to, reinvent the world. We just need to look at areas where significant labor content have worked and labor is now migrating up. So for example, we expect in the next 10 or so years, somewhere near approximately 100 million jobs that are high labor content to move from countries like China as technology improves and makes people move into other sectors. So we need to make sure that as some of these labor movement jobs move out of markets like China, we need to be ready for that. And so I would say the sectors that are largely agro, textile, leather and others would play a significant role. Now, what do we need to do to make that happen? First of all, it's one thing creating the space for the labor to actually do that, but it's another thing to create the markets for some of these products. Right. So for example, in many African countries today, the market access that we have in the US through the AGOA program have played a significant role in creating jobs in markets like Lesotho, like Kenya, like Madagascar, that would ordinarily have serious problems in actually creating jobs for these young men and women. And so I would say we need to look at sectors where we have the necessary ingredients for success that are, we can compete globally and then get the match, if you like, for the skill sets. And to be honest, today, the skill sets are not that high today, and we hope that we will make some progress in those particular sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I think you've raised some really salient points. Rita, I saw you nodding there, and I'm going to come to you because the underlying question is, are we actually then investing in the right skills for the sector that the Minister has shared? But before I get there, I do want to come to you, Minister Nasser, because if we think about the lens that you've brought through your career, we've seen you being very deliberate about focusing on small and medium-sized enterprises, and oftentimes in these conversations, we always lament access to finance as the biggest barrier for SMEs. But maybe there's more to that. We've just heard about market access as one of those. What are the other challenges that we're potentially missing that would really allow us to give holistic support to small and medium-sized enterprises, to entrepreneurs broadly, and hopefully those that are sitting in the very sectors that Minister Mohammed has shared?
Thank you very much. I here want to reflect on an important issue here, linking, because creating jobs is the major challenge and economic transformation. And here we need to highlight that you're relying on the private sector, whether it's the SMEs or even the large. So to bring the private sector in and to promote more investment, I think you have to go back to policies. Do we have the right policies? Do we have a conducive, enabling environment, a competitive environment, a level playing field that would be able to bring in the private sector, large or SMEs and even micro enterprises? And here, the link is very important between the policy reforms, what policies are the government adopting to enable and to encourage, to let the private sector actually crowd in the state. And here, the cascade effect, and I want to use what the approach that Philippe has referred to, which is the cascade approach, that first, you need to ensure that you have the right investment laws that will bring the private sector, the right incentive packages, but more important, that the market is liberal and that there's no huge subsidies that would prevent the private sector from coming in. And in Egypt, what we've adopted is we freed a large chunk of the public scarce resources by ensuring an effective subsidies of solar and a lot of infrastructure operation, which are also prerequisite for SMEs to come in. They need the infrastructure to be there, not just an enabling environment. And this had allowed the private sector to come in on a solar plant, which is where the World Bank Group has played a very pivotal role in bringing financing, which is a challenge that you have highlighted in your question, to the private sector, but also guarantees from MIGA, because you know that also doing business in Africa in general could be perceived a bit risky, but also them financing the infrastructure where you need public services there. And that is creating jobs in itself, but more important is encouraging other SMEs to have the right infrastructure and a level playing field to play an active role in creating jobs for our young and growing population in Africa and in Egypt too.
Before I move on, I mean, there's something that you've touched on which I think is very important. I mean, you start off by talking about policies, but we know that governments are also looking at social outcomes. If for just very briefly you were to put on a gender lens and to also think about how do we make these policies work for women who are entrepreneurs, for women who are leading small and medium-sized enterprises, is there a technology lever that we should be thinking about, or is there a specific way we need to sharpen policy so that it speaks to the social outcomes as well?
Here I want to say that sometimes, because it's a bit controversial, but affirmative action is important. So whenever we're tapping on lines of credit and financing for SMEs and micro, we ensure that at least 50% is allocated to women. Headed either households or enterprises, because yes, it's very true that even on access to finance, women tend to face larger challenge even when they're applying for the same project a male entrepreneur is. So we provide a lot of emphasis on women entrepreneur. We have highlighted a specific article in the investment law that ensures equal access by gender, but also by size of firm and by nationality to ensure a level playing field and a very transparent setup.
So Rita, I'm going to be unfair because I'm building all of these issues that are coming through. We've got a very specific focus on certain sectors that we need to think about. Minister Nasser is saying, well, you actually need to be very deliberate about how you use policies so you can equalize the playing field as much as possible. And so the question to you is that if the target or the reality is this 1.7 million jobs per month in Africa, firstly, there's the concept of good jobs. What does that look like? And does that align with the kind of skills that we know the MasterCard Foundation and others are already investing in terms of equipping young people on the African continent to be ready for those opportunities as they arise?
Thank you so much for your question, for the commentary, and for my colleagues on the panel. Let me first start by saying that we're thrilled to be here. The MasterCard Foundation is just embarking on a bold new strategy called Young Africa Works, where we aim to enable 30 million young people to access dignified and fulfilling work over the course of the decade. I want to come back to the 1.7 million jobs per month. First, I think we need to have a mindset shift in the word job. The reality is, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa and we look at this very youthful, massive demographic shift that is going on, we know that formal job creation cannot keep track with the reality of work. So at the foundation, we prefer to use the term work. And when we speak to young people and we listen, and I was looking at the Twitter feed recently, ask somebody, what is dignified work? People don't speak in terms of formal or informal jobs. That's irrelevant to them. What is relevant is work which they're passionate about, where they have skills, and for which they can continue to learn, look after themselves, and look after their families. That is the definition of dignified. And so I want to pick up on a couple comments which were made earlier. In terms of skills, the minister already spoke about the industries or the sectors of the economy where sub-Saharan Africa has a comparative advantage, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in services, in light manufacturing, and increasingly as economies digitize, what is very, very clear is there's plenty of work around to be done in order to sustain growth in all of these economies. But this work is invisible. It's invisible to young people. When you think about value chains and you think about construction in many countries where their bold goals have been set on 100,000 houses in a city, etc., that house represents millions of jobs, from the artisans who will be working on door frames, windows, knobs, to materials which are being created, to logistics, to storage, to planning. That's work. Yeah. And enabling that work to be visible to young people is critical. So then comes an investment in the right skills, right, by understanding what are the right skills which are in demand for the marketplace, and then equipping young people. I have to get one more word in about gender, because you asked that question. So with Young Africa Works, we set a target of 70% of that 30 million target would be young women in dignified work. And so it does require greater intention, focused, and looking at what are some of the barriers which are different for young men, which keep women away from accessing dignified work.
So again, the emphasis comes back to mindset shift and being deliberate once you've had that mindset shift to build the muscle to make it happen. Peter, I want to come to you because Rita's touched on this idea of value chains. And now, I know you're very passionate on the subject about value chains and ecosystems. And if you may very briefly just talk to us a little bit about how Twiga is connecting farmers to using the technology to urban vendors. And in particular, what is the implication for the value chains that they then become embedded into? What are the ecosystems that they become a part of? And what is the superpower, if you will, that this gives these particular farmers because of the deliberate work around value chains and ecosystems?
Thank you so much. And I think first thing is I always find it very apt to start by describing the problem that we're trying to solve as a company. And what you find is that based on data that was shared by the World Bank a few years ago, 50% of disposable income on the continent is being spent on food. So when you have double-digit inflation, food inflation, what it means is that you're starting to suck up resources from other sectors of the economy just for people to feed themselves. If you look at that number of 50%, that's similar to what consumers were spending in the US in the 1870s. So, and if you look at the number that the US is spending right now on food as a percentage of disposable income, that amount is less than 10%, which means that as an economy, you freed up resources to be used in other sectors to spur up other industries. And at the heart of this problem, and I think Cabinet Secretary Aidan Mohammed touched on market access, but the issue is, the bigger issue on the continent is local market access. And this is because of retail fragmentation. If I look at a city like Nairobi, 6.5 million people being fed by 180,000 individual retailers. So if I'm investing in farming, who am I selling to? There's no addressable market, and that's a huge, huge challenge. And we've seen in areas where, in countries where there's an addressable market, there's a lot of efficiency that is built into the supply chain, which frees up a lot of resources for development. The UK, a couple of supermarkets control 80% of retail. They only spend 8.2% of disposable income on food. South Africa, a neighbor to Kenya, 4-hour flight away, only spends 16%. So what we are doing as Twiga is leveraging technology to aggregate the informal retail, because we understand, what we've seen is that when you aggregate the informal retail, you start giving farmers an addressable market. All of a sudden, it makes sense for farmers to go and get debt to invest in their farms because they know where they will sell. But also you empower thousands of retailers who can now access goods at much more affordable prices and also at better quality. And that's essentially what we view to be our purpose as Twiga.
So they're accessing markets, they're accessing debt. I want to bring this to you, Nadim, because I think you're also in the business of connecting local farmers, not only to national opportunity, but to regional and global opportunities as well. But I want to start off on this idea of value. So we're talking about value chains with Peter, and I want to talk to you about value addition, because you have been quite vocal about Africans being very deliberate about value addition, in particular when it comes to our resources and creating good jobs. how should we be doing this differently, especially because this conversation has been about mindset shift? What do we need to do differently if we're going to make value addition more than just a talking point that we discuss at conferences and on stages like this?
Thank you very much. So we're talking of two things here. We're talking of job creation and value addition. To me, job creation is the first step towards creating value in the end product that we produce. Too much of one doesn't lead to prosperity on the other side. So the most important thing for us to worry about is, are we creating jobs which is an end in itself, or are we creating jobs towards ultimately having that product end up in a finished form, in a value-added form, in the retailer shelf? And if that is the aim, then we're heading in the right direction. My concern is there's far too much money chasing an easy outlet. And the easy outlet is to dump it into the ground where you can start growing something very quickly, invariably a cash crop, and the cash crop doesn't help the farmer. Ultimately, if you look at what's happened to a lot of commodities, we end up having too much of it, and too much of it leads to the farmers selling it at below cost. That doesn't help anybody at all. More importantly, it doesn't create a community of people with skills, with expertise, blue-collar jobs, white-collar jobs. But more importantly, it leads to creating a whole host of people who are actually at the subsistence level and just about surviving. Now, that's not the aim. If the aim is to create value chain, we need to hold back from investing in commodities which are already over-invested. So, for example, I'll give you a simple example from real-life experience. When you buy a cup of coffee, you pay about $2 for it. 200 cups are made in a kilo. So the retailer in the developed country is earning $400 for every kilo of coffee beans that he buys. The grower gets, if he's lucky, about $4. So we are talking about 1%. Yeah. In real life experience, if you look at the West and what's happening in Africa, in the West, the commodity cost, the raw material cost of a product is roughly 30 or 40%. Roughly. It could be 50%, in some cases it could be 25. I'm saying roughly 30 or 40% is the raw material cost of the product going into the retailers. If one example of coffee is 1%, can you imagine the upside? So what I can't understand is that despite the fact that there's no limit to finance availability and people are ready to invest, it is not going in the right direction. So if Kenya can create M-Pesa, which has changed the lifestyle, it's changed the way we think, it's changed the way we bank, and in fact, it's been transported to the rest of the world, actually. Kenya has been a leader. M-Pesa has been a trendsetter. What is wrong with putting coffee into a jar and selling it for 10 times more? All you're doing is crushing it, roasting it, putting it in a can. It's not happening. Now, there needs to be a mindset, and which is exactly what Philip talked about. There needs to be a mindset that we will have to do it. So our product will not go out of the country unless it's put into a value-added form.
So I want to test that for a moment, because I think you make an incredible point. I mean, we've been talking about value addition or beneficiation, irrespective of where we are on the African continent for a while now. And I want to test that with you, Cabinet Secretary. And I'm going to come to you, Rita, as well, because the point that was made, that Nadeem also made, is that when we invest in value addition, we invest in better jobs. But Minister, let me come to you first. What appears to be the biggest hurdle to allow us, in simplistic terms, as Nadeem has said, to take the coffee, put it in a jar, and sell it in that form, in a value-added form, instead of the raw bags of coffee beans that we're often exporting to other markets outside of the continent? What is the big challenge that we're still grappling with today that has been stubborn, clearly, for decades?
I think, first of all, when we talk about Africa and the economic transformation, the challenges that we have today can oftentimes overshadow the progress in the journey that Africa has traveled over time. if you look at some of the basics, I think if you look at some of the fundamental issues that as a continent we've come through, look at the process improvement in areas of governance, for example, the change in leaderships in many African countries, the voice of Africans in putting their governments to account and making sure that they can drive the agenda as much as they can. Of course, a lot of things took time and we got to where we are, but if you focus on that journey and what the future holds, look at some of the transformations that have happened. Today, Africa is probably one of the countries or continents which has one of the highest mobile phone penetration. And I'm confident that what mobile phone has done for the telecommunication sector, one day solar will do for electricity, for example. Today, the connection to electricity is one of the most difficult on the continent. And the solar technology is becoming cheaper and will make things much easier. Now that said, industrialization and value addition is one of the Africa Union's Agenda 2016 program.
Yeah.
We have very, very clear roadmap in increasing value addition, whether you're talking about tea in Kenya that the team is doing, or cocoa in Ivory Coast or Ghana in terms of value addition. A lot has changed in the last few years. But if I was to highlight a few key challenges that are today holding us back, one is in different sectors, human capital in different forms, whether it's about the skills being available or if they are, what is their productivity, is a major issue. And a key part of that is looking at our education sector and program.
Yeah.
Are the skills that we are producing fit for purpose to help people create jobs, or as Ms. Roy says, the work that is required to do that? So investment in supporting people in areas of entrepreneurship, in supporting people to employ people,
yeah,
is much more relevant than just having a lot of humanities degree or middle college that we need. But just to end, what I would say is for every 10 jobs that are created on the continent today, 8 or 9 of them are created by small and medium-sized enterprises.
Yep.
And that, I think, if there is one area that the continent and policymakers are working on today, whether it's through affirmative action, whether it's creating the market access, whether it's increasing the level of integration on the continent through the CFTA, for example, it is supporting the small businesses that are today the engine of job creation and the engine of value addition as we go forward. Thank you.
So you've made some really profound point in terms of just giving us that historical lens and saying, look at the progress that we've made. We're not there yet. Rita, I'll come to you in a second, but Minister Nasser, I think there's a very interesting link that has been made here. If we think about the World Bank Development Report that's recently just been issued, it has a firm focus on value chains. And I think the argument there is that better integration into global value chains equals better jobs. It's a straight equation. Your thoughts on that, and how do we make the equation true on the ground?
You're saying what are key challenges in Africa, and I think you've answered that very clearly. It's integration. We need more economic deepening, more commercial ties, and definitely that requires connectivity. So there is the transportation connectivity, I think mobility of goods and services and of people and labor, it's a prerequisite, and that requires mass transportation and all the different transportation mechanisms. And this is where, again, I will say we want another beam ban. How can we do not just solar, but do more, bringing the private sector in with the support of an enabling environment that the government put. Second, connectivity through digital connectivity. So if you really want to integrate and deepen the commercial and the investment ties, that's another prerequisite. Another one is also electricity. I think that's an important. Egypt has been working on that, as Egypt is currently, President Sisi is presiding the African Union. So connectivity and infrastructure is a priority, because when you reflect on how the economy in general has operated, whether in the US and in Europe, you see that connectivity is a prerequisite, a strong and sound infrastructure that would encourage the private sector in an investment. So whenever we're discussing investments, yesterday we had a meeting with many of the large companies here from the US, the first question that would come is infrastructure, is transportation, connectivity, maritime, railways. So these are very important that we invest in, but we also bring the private sector in, because we know that also we still have some budget deficits and we have scarce public resources, and that is why, again, policies would matter here to bring more investments in.
So I love how this equation is playing itself out. So it's investing in value addition plus economic infrastructure plus human capital plus skills equals jobs or good jobs. But Rita, what I want to test and come back to you, and I'm going to encourage our panelists now for us to put on our solutionist hats on and really look at how do we solve for these issues. Rita, we've heard a lot about value addition, value chains, and how that leads to better jobs. Minister Nasser here is saying when we invest in better economic infrastructure, that in itself leads to better jobs as well. What can organizations like the IFC or more broadly the World Bank Group do to ensure that all of these variables are actually leading to good jobs for young people to meet and surpass the 1.7 million need? What more can these organizations do?
First, I want to be very cautious about advising any institution like the World Bank, which does incredible work, as well as, and the IFC does incredible work. There are a few things, though, which come to mind, and one has to do with the what we do, and the second has to do with how we go about it. So with regards to the what, clearly institutions like the IFC and the World Bank Group as a whole have already made the right investments in infrastructure, as we've heard. But if we are really thinking about dignified work, if we're thinking about economic competitiveness of countries and the continent, then the most critical thing is to get behind the vision of various governments which have clearly prioritized growth sectors in the economy. Get behind that vision. Align our funding, our resources behind that vision in terms of priority sectors. Understand demand for particular skills, then work with either the educational institutions, vocational institutions, disruptors in education to equip young people with market-relevant skills. Close that gap, that's asymmetry between where it's very difficult for job seekers to even know where to look, let alone employers to know where to look for the right talent. Close that gap. And most importantly, let's use something where clearly the continent is well ahead of the rest of the world, which is in simple, basic, but highly effective technologies. And as economies digitize, that creates even more visibility in terms of where market opportunities are. That's the what. The how, I think the how goes back to some basics, which is listening. President IFC spoke about partnerships. I think listening to and really appreciating the critical needs and solutions which are coming from the continent and getting behind those. That's important. When I think about the partnership between the IFC and the MasterCard Foundation, which was really focused on enabling affordable, low-cost, highly accessible financial services, we had to do a lot of listening to banks and other institutions on the continent. And that listening resulted in 15.5 million new digital financial service users. You can't do that unless you pay attention and unless you listen and you partner well.
So we've moved, Peter, we've moved from high theoretical conversations about how do we create jobs for millions of people, how do we transform economies, to a very personal challenge, the challenge of listening, the challenge from not coming from a place of having all the answers and really having your ear on the ground in terms of what the market is saying. So I want to bring this question to you, and this is a question about, practically speaking, where have you seen the impact of good listening that has brought about innovative financing instruments and tools that are actually having the desired impact on the ground. And maybe if we listened more, we might be able to replicate these across sectors and to replicate and scale across multiple markets.
Thank you so much, Nozipo. So one of the things that is a challenge for building a startup in Africa is that you need to build an intellectual property that solves a problem that you're trying to address, while at the same time, you have to create a little enabling environment to support your business. And I want to give an example. You know, when we started Twigger Foods, we couldn't access capital to lease assets, distribution vans, you know, very simple things just to move produce from farmers to market. So it meant that when we were figuring out where to raise capital, we had to raise capital not only to build the intellectual property, but to buy the assets. And I'm underlining the word buy. If you think about a startup that's sitting here in the US, they don't have to buy the asset. There's already a well-established market where they can lease the asset. So what you're finding is that you're sitting in Africa and the barriers to entry are much, much higher just for you to be successful within that environment. And I want to give one use case where we've partnered with IFC, and this is something that's live. One of the big challenges that I mentioned is around domestic market access. So what you find is that, yes, farmers want to work with us. Farmers want to grow produce for us so that they can access the market, but they don't have access to capital. So I would say that this was a very impactful first use case of what I'd call blended finance. Because then what IFC did was to put together a guarantee facility. And this guarantee facility then allows farmers to access capital or debt from banks that they would ordinarily not have accessed. And essentially, that's off the back of an offtake agreement from ourselves. That's something very, very innovative that has put together. And you can see that once that is done, then this becomes a trend in terms of what other use cases can we derive for blended finance across a continent? What other barriers can we eliminate? Because what we're seeing is that we need to lower the threshold for success for startups on the continent. And essentially, that's how you create a thriving SME sector. We started with 5 employees. Today, we employ 500 people, you know, in a span of 3 years. Chances are maybe in another 5 years, we'll employ thousands of people. How do you create more Twiggers across the continent? Because in essence, that's what then starts crystallizing the 1.2 million jobs a month.
So Nadim, I think the question that Peter's ended on is a question for you. How do we create more Twiggers? Those that have the ability to move from 5 to 500 jobs in a space of 3 years. And I know that you've got quite a view on creating the linkages that allow companies like Twigger to break out of the national market into the regional market and into the global market. The question to you is, what more can organizations like the IFC, the World Bank Group broadly do to make sure that this is not just an example that we're using here, but we wake up a few years from now and there are multiple Peters sitting on the stage talking about the African and MENA success story?
So we are talking about a monumental problem, and the way to sort it out is not through any one agency, whether it's private enterprise or government. It has to be a partnership. And the most critical part of it is somebody needs to translate the vision of the local government in place with the dynamism and the enterprise of the entrepreneur and convert that into a reality. Any one of them will struggle. The reason we have succeeded, for example, in Malawi is IFC came around and we started doing some work about 4 or 5 years ago. And soon we realized that it was not just an investor. Unlike a private equity or a hedge fund, they were not just an investor. IFC gave us the wherewithal to deal with issues which we as a privately owned company would have struggled with. We wouldn't have the bandwidth, nor would we have the expertise in the overall skill set that IFC possesses. So things like water systems that we are using, solar power, irrigation, outgrower farming, smallholders. Just 2 weeks ago, I was with the IFC team in Malawi. we've now got 3,000 farmers, of which at least 52% are women, to work with us on our project. And where IFC is coming in is not just to help us with the finance. We've already done that bit ourselves.
Yep.
What IFC is doing now is upskilling the farmers into not just growing the plant, because we've given the plant to the farmer. Normally, 50% is the mortality rate. So if you give 100 plants to a farmer, because of the lack of skills and the knowledge, 50% of the plants die. That's money down the drain. IFC has come in to teach them the skills, irrigation system, how to use their expertise, how to get the fertilizer at the right time, how to treat the plant.
Yep.
All these things we wouldn't have the bandwidth to do. We were doing it in a small way. The fact that we are doing it with 3,000 farmers overnight is because of the support from IFC. So as I said, it has to be a combination of both private and public partnership, and then only it will happen. And the real transformation will come, as I said earlier, when we start getting $2 for our coffee rather than 1 cent. That's the real one. Yeah?
All right, so we're going to have to begin to wrap this conversation. I'd really want to wrap it up in a very fun and interesting way. Now, my panelists, if you notice, there are cameras at the back of the room. Those are my media colleagues, and they are desperately looking for a headline that they're going to be using on the 7 p.m. news tonight.
Can I just add one more line to this?
Yes.
That what we are talking about is reality, and products made in Africa. We have Kericho Gold made in Kenya, is getting a much better retail price than what Harrods in London is selling for. So per bag, we are getting 17 pence, and you can buy a bag in Harrods for about 11 pence. So you can make a product world class with the finest packaging in Africa.
So that definitely sounds like a fantastic headline, but I'm not going to allow you to get away with it. But thank you for making a very good point. So we need to get a headline for the news today at 7 p.m. Now remember, it is just a little bit of text that goes underneath your name when your face comes on screen. It cannot be an executive summary. It cannot be a story. It is just a sentence. And the sentence has to start with job creation and economic transformation. And then you complete the sentence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what generally happens at this point is that they all start looking away from me because they don't want me to choose them first. All right, so I'm going to, Nadim, because you were cheeky enough to do a plug, I'm going to start off with you. Job creation and economic transformation, that's how your sentence starts, and we're going live. Your strap line, please.
It is no longer a matter of if and when. It has to be done, and it has to be done now. Or we'll keep talking about products as a commodity and never as a finished form.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are the titles that scroll up at the end of the movie, but I think it's a really good point. Can we give him a round of applause on that? Thank you very much, Nadim. Really hitting the point of urgency. Rita, this is your moment of being a journalist. We've got a live hit right now. You need to start off your sentence with job creation and economic transformation. Over to you.
Job creation and economic transformation in Africa begins with making invisible opportunities visible to young people.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rita Roy, can we give her a round of applause? I have a sneaky feeling that this one's going to be really good because you were looking away from me for such a long time. All right, Minister. Job creation and economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the stage at the World Bank.
The future of job creation and economic transformation in Africa rests with the small and micro, enterprises.
Enterprise. Round of applause.
What we need...
Okay.
What we need is we give these people the space, and governments need to get out of their way.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. So that's what we call a live hit. So he's out in the market reporting for us. Thank you so much. So, Minister, I'm going to be kind. I'm going to give you the last word. So let me come to Peter. Peter, job creation and economic transformation.
So job creation and economic transformation in Africa can be unlocked by enabling entrepreneurship.
By enabling entrepreneurship. Let's give Peter and John a round of applause, please. In fact, that was the closest to a strapline that we've had so far. We've had a lot of reports coming through so far. Final word, taking us home as the news begins to wrap this evening, job creation and economic transformation.
Job creation and economic transformation in Africa and in Egypt requires continuing the ambitious economic reform program in a very inclusive manner with a lot of focus on youth and women.
With a lot of focus on youth and women. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up this conversation, suffice to say that the messaging has been clear. We need a mindset shift. We need to rethink our partnerships. We need to rethink the way that public and the private sector are working together. We need to rethink the tools from financing instruments that we are using in the market. And if the IFC and the World Bank Group broadly are going to be the de-risking machine that we have aspired to be, then this mindset shift is a non-negotiable. Thank you so much for making the time to join us. It's been a fantastic conversation.
Hi, and welcome back to World Bank Live from the annual meetings. We're about halfway through our show for today so far, and we have seen a history of the annual meetings. We tuned into the plenary session where we heard speeches from President David Malpass and new Managing Director of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva. And we've heard from entrepreneurs and government officials, representatives, how they're creating jobs and contributing to economic transformation in their countries. You can watch replays of the events right here at World Bank Live and keep up with everything happening on our blog. Keep talking using the hashtag WBG meetings and keep up with the conversation. But first, we're going to check out some interviews from earlier this week, so stay tuned.
Thank you, Pepsi. I'm Valerie Hickey, coming to you live from Washington, D.C., here in the middle of the World Bank Group's annual meetings. This is the time of the year when we bring together some of the smartest people to tackle some of the thorniest problems we deal with. Today's World Food Day, but tonight 820 million people are going to go to bed hungry. Another almost 900 million people are overweight and obese. These are questions that we need answered. This is all happening at a time when climate change is threatening to put another 100 million people back into poverty after a decade of getting out of poverty and building a path closer to the middle class. So what we do here at the bank this week is we talk to everybody to find ideas, and I'm delighted to be joined by two really special women who've been putting ideas into action. So I'm joined by two women entrepreneurs, Shiro Waweru Waitaka and Maheen Adamji. So Shiro, let me start with you. You are the CEO and co-founder of Fun Kids. What is Fun Kids?
Thank you. Lovely to be here today. Fun Kids is the first innovative children's brand out of Africa. We're celebrating 10 years this year. We focus on furniture, education, nutrition for children, and it's amazing that we've never had a brand from Africa for children and for the world before.
And this is a brand where you're selling to children?
So we're selling to children, to parents, to society. What we've realized is, of course, we all know children are shaped from the ages of 0. And if we don't influence them positively from those ages, then we have a problem. And what we realized in Kenya is that a lot of the equipment, accessories, furniture for kids wasn't up to scratch. For some reason, children seem to be ignored or forgotten. And we realized the need to actually create from Kenya. But when I say from Kenya and for the world, it's because we also need children in Dublin, in Australia, in Washington, D.C., to see children in Africa in a different way, to go away from the usually portrayed media images of children in Africa being dirty, malnutritioned. They like being naughty, like any other child anywhere.
They have the same ideas and ambition, and
they like
pushing
it,
exactly.
They like color, they like to be loved. We need to change what's my children look like me. It's okay, right? And it's okay to be different. And unless we start teaching this from an early age, we'll always have the issues we have in life, I believe. So Fun Kids is a positive children's brand from Kenya and for the world.
That's fabulous.
Thank you.
And Maheen, what about Dot and Line, to which you're the co-founder?
So Dot and Line builds scalable learning centers. These centers are built using world-class programs that have been built in-house by our team and also built by some of the brightest minds in Pakistan. What's wonderful, I think, about Dot and Line is that our micro-entrepreneurs, these programs are taught by highly educated women in Pakistan who set up these scalable centers from within their homes for children in their communities.
So both of you are clearly very animated by the issue of children and giving children an opportunity to learn and to be seen as people in their own rights with their own dreams and ambitions. So why take the route of being an entrepreneur? Why not go into public service? Why not become a teacher? Why an entrepreneur, Shiro?
I stumbled onto entrepreneurship, but maybe it was out of a frustration. If I remember being in school, being a creative was something that was not seen highly of. And I'm a creative through and through. Now, I realize there's other children like me, other adults like me, who probably had their dreams put in a box and thrown away because it wasn't the thing to do. We were not allowed to express ourselves. So if we don't start with children, like I said, a lot of the issues I find is because it wasn't done when we were kids. We've been having discussions this whole week about women empowerment. Right. And some of the problems we have is because as girls, women didn't get empowered. You need to start earlier. Sometimes I feel like we're jumping on a moving train. It's almost too late. But if we do it from when they're younger, if a girl is allowed to see she can be and dream whatever she wants to be, right. A boy the same. Start breaking the stereotype. When they're younger, then they will grow up to be that. But if for as long as we ignore and wait for them to turn 18, then I think we have a problem. So literally, as an entrepreneur, I do influence policy, so I don't need to have gone into that. As an entrepreneur, I do influence what happens to children. So I am a teacher. I teach. It's not your typical teacher, but I do teach. And I do love what we do because of the impact it has on the smallest child. And you find many adults come to us saying, I wish I had this.
I bet. Maheen, what about you? Did you share the same frustrations when you were growing up, that as a woman you didn't have the same opportunities and you wanted to change things in Pakistan?
Absolutely, but I think I also, like Shiru said, stumbled upon entrepreneurship. It wasn't this intentional choice that I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to build this business, but it was really born out of a space of seeing this gap. And for me, it was my daughter that inspired me. It was seeing a gap which I wanted to fill for her, which was to give her access to the best education that she could have. And that really stems from a belief that children are innately curious, they're innately full of potential, they're just incredible human beings, and all they need from us is just access to the right tools, to the right teacher, maybe somebody who encourages them, and they're able to fulfill their full potential. So it's really, at Dot and Line we hold this belief core to the education, the curriculum that we build, the products that we build, that children, you give them something and they can really then fulfill their true potential. It's just the tools that need to be given over to them.
So Shira, where do you go from here? You've got your brand, it's an African brand, a Kenyan brand for the world. What's next? Where are you going to be in 10 years? And where do you think some of these kids who are now seeing that a Kenyan brand can be as important, can portray a message of hope and life and light, where is it going to be in 10 years?
I think the question is, where won't it be in 10 years? I really want to see children saying, Fun Kids changed my life. I want to see adults saying, Fun Kids changed the world, because a lot of the problems we have, a lot of the fights, conflicts, I feel sometimes almost like child play. When they say sorry, they forgive each other, and it doesn't matter where you're from in the world, children play with each other. Right. They really do. Right. And I hope we can then change this bad energy that's in the world that adults seem to have, the mistakes we make, and start looking at it from the innocence of a child, literally. Let's change the script. Let's go back to when we were kids, when we loved life and
have
we loved
each other. Have that sense of joy and innocence and excitement.
Almost innocence without everything else that life brings. Yeah. So I see Fun Kids being a most positive influence in children, adults, society in 10 years.
Maheen, what about you? What do you see as the big challenges for Dot and Line, for broader entrepreneurship, for women, for kids? What do you see as sort of things that you have to overcome in the next 10 years?
So, I think for Pakistan, let's start there. So I think for Pakistan, building a business like this requires an organizational structure. There is an absence of a fintech solution for payments, for example. There are volatile macroeconomic conditions that really influence our day-to-day business. As a woman, I think the challenges are very different. In fact, not only am I a woman entrepreneur, but Dot and Line, in a sense, all the teachers who work with us are micro-entrepreneurs in their own communities. And I feel that for women, what we've seen through Dot and Line is really empowering them to own their story.
So what's
and
the
to
difference?
Own their narrative.
Why is it harder, do you think, for women?
I think it's a question of, as a woman, you're balancing not just work, but there are other responsibilities, other facets to your life. And you can either use them as your fuel, or you can use them as hindrances.
As your excuse.
And I think as women, we can own our stories. We can own being a businesswoman and a mother, a leader and a homemaker and a caretaker. And I think owning that and allowing it to feed into your creativity, into your, into your business acumen is really the key that could lead to success. So I think for women entrepreneurs, it's really a question of owning and accepting your whole self.
It's nice, that idea of turning an obstacle into an opportunity.
Yeah, and I think for children, I think I started off saying earlier on that they are just innately exceptional and full of potential.
Yes.
So it's just a question of giving them an accessible, world-class opportunity and giving it to them at a price point which is affordable.
Right.
And technology really makes that accessibility possible. It brings accountability, it brings transparency, and it helps take, whether it's learning or anything creative, it helps bring that and really spread it and be pervasive.
Well, and this is part of what we're doing here when we've brought, with cameras, with technology, the world to watch two amazing women like you talk about what you do. Shiro, as you talk to these people, we have lots and lots of people listening right now, providing comments hopefully, and you're going to be talking to the thousands of people here live in person in Washington, D.C. What would you tell a young woman who wants to be an entrepreneur, who wants to be somebody who makes that world a better place, who brings that spirit of innocence and potential that all children have? What would you say she should do? What's your advice?
I would say put away the stories about what everybody else has done. Find your story. What's your pain point? You know where the shoe is pinching, you or your community. People talk about purpose. There's no better business than the one that's actually solving a need. Solve for your need where you are. Kenya, Pakistan, America are different. We've got different problems, some are the same, but start a business to solve the problem where you are and believe in yourself. There will be the voices from others, the naysayers. There'll be the voices in your head.
Right.
But just put them on mute, literally. Put them on mute and use your heart and your mind and your soul. And fear will be there, but don't let it cripple you. That's my honest advice.
So how do you ladies deal with something we talk a lot about here at the World Bank, which is imposter syndrome? We live in a world where women aren't always, from kids, we're told we can't do it, we shouldn't do it. And then as women, we try and run the world, but often that little voice in our head tells us we're imposters. How do you deal with it? Maheen, how do you first deal with the imposter syndrome? Do you have it at all? Maybe you don't.
I don't have it anymore, but there are always, I think there are baby steps. And I think, maybe there's that grand vision, but if you take small steps of just every day pushing yourself, stepping out of your comfort zone, you have this voice in your head saying, maybe I can't do it, but you choose to do it. And I think those little steps build up to a larger sense of confidence and a larger sense of being, really. And that would be possibly my advice to somebody starting off, that maybe, today that end goal might seem impossible, but take that first step. Go out and do something. And then another door will open, and then another door will open. And eventually you'll find that path. And it's important to really also be open to iteration and changing and molding as you grow. Again, maybe another very important lesson learned as an entrepreneur. You may start off with an idea, but you learn from your customers, you learn from the market, you learn, and be open to criticism and use that to iterate and really mold and find that, that space that you need to be in.
Shiro, have you found the importance of adaptation and change and being responsive, whether it's to the market or your customers or the problem?
Most definitely. I keep laughing and everybody says you must have a business plan. What they don't tell you is that you must have a business plan that can change. I mean, today I left Nairobi on Sunday. Probably when I get back, something will have happened from a policy point of view in the country or globally. And if I'm not able to move or change, and I really like quotes, and it says, move, you're not a tree, right? You can move and adjust your sails, literally. And then to the whole thing of what do I have to do, I surround myself with a tribe or a pack of women who can call me out without emotion, and they'll be like, you're off track. And I need them, they're my compass, right? And we've just had our athlete, Eliud, do the under 2 hour marathon. I mean, he is like insane. And right now we're saying, you must surround yourself with the pace setters like he did.
Right.
A tribe of women, a tribe of friends who want you to win, literally. And even before I speak,
push you to win.
They push you and they walk with you, and because you will get tired. Entrepreneurship is lonely.
I bet.
It's frustrating. You cry, but they're there and they help. But they want you to win. And I mean, for me, what he did on Saturday is so symbolic to entrepreneurship. He says you train hard,
right?
But he didn't do that by himself. And even when he does the real marathons, he still has them.
Yeah, it takes a village.
It takes a village, literally, we say, right? So if you don't have a pack of friends or family, a tribe of women who want you to win, you're not going to win.
And what about mentors? Maheen, have you had mentors? Have you had people who have helped push you that you've learned from over the years?
I think not maybe in the space that I operate in, but I love that Shiro has spoken about that tribe of women. And for me, that's come through in my partnership. I work with one of my closest friends, and it's really been women supporting other women and encouraging one another to, step out of that mold, step out of your comfort zone, excel. So I love that part. I think it really, really comes down to finding that group of people, because no battle, no idea can really take root and grow. Maybe an entrepreneur comes up with the idea, but eventually you hire, you build, you convert other people to believing in that mission and growing that company with you. And without them, there would be no dotted line.
No, it's clear to me that without inspiration like you two ladies, and without your humility to say that you didn't do it alone, none of us can do anything alone, that it takes a tribe, man or woman, boy or girl, we all have to work in teams, we're social animals.
Absolutely.
Ladies, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you everybody for listening in. Please do stay with us. We're going to have lots more from our Global Voices interview series. We're going to have panels starting later. Please do join us, send comments in, and thank you so much for joining.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our Global Voices interview series. We're coming to you live from our World Bank headquarters in Washington, D.C., where we're at the start of our 2019 annual meetings. Now, we've got thousands of development professionals and global thought leaders that are all convening here right now to talk about how they can solve some of the world's most pressing development issues. Issues that stem from topics such as inclusive growth, human capital, jobs, and the future of the rural space. I'm Srimati Sridhar with the World Bank Group, and I'm delighted to be joined with my guest for today, Patricia Gishinga of the Mediae Company. Patricia, welcome.
Thank you very much.
And before we get started, I want to give a shout out to those of you that are joining us online. Thanks so much for being here with us, and use the comment space below. Share with us your questions and comments throughout the conversation. So with that, Patricia, let's get started. I know you've had a busy day today. You were part of the panel for our Future of the Rural Space event. So let's keep that conversation going. I wanted to talk to you more about the rural space in particular. Now, more and more people are moving to urban spaces. So what does that mean for the rural space? And when you think about careers in agriculture and farming, how do you think that affects today's youth?
Okay, yes, we do have a lot of youth moving into the urban cities, which is not a good thing, because the reason they live in the rural space is because they don't have anything to do. So even if you're encouraging them to farm, they usually say, I have no land to farm.
Right.
So that's already an issue. And one way of stemming that is by, getting the parents, the people who own this land, and getting them to lease the land to the young people in order for them to be able to farm. Remember, they're going to do differently. And if you look at like East Africa, where I'm coming from, the average age of a farmer is 60.
Wow.
So, a 60-year-old, he's not doing much. He's not going to do anything to do with mechanization. So again, we really need to encourage the youth to go back. And we can only do this first by giving them access to land. And second, giving them access to finance. Because you need the finance in order to do anything.
Of course.
Yeah.
So this is a good tie-in to your production company in particular. Tell us more about that, and also about a couple of your shows. We've got Shamba Shape Up and Don't Lose the Plot. So can you tell us more about that?
Yes. So the media company generally just looks at how the media can be used to support education and development. And we do this by having television programs, radio, and also mobile now. So one of the main shows we produce is called Shamba Shape Up. It's an East Africa reality makeover show.
Okay.
So we go into smallholder farms, we ask them, what are your problems? And then we come in with experts. And these experts are from commercial companies, such as maybe the seed company, the fertilizer company, could be a solar company. And we also have development and also research organizations that help us on content such as nutrition, climate change, financial inclusion.
Yeah.
So that's what we do. And this show goes out just before the growing season.
Okay.
So that is from March to September, and we cover things according to how the planting season is. So when it's planting time, we're talking about you need to test your soil. You need to think about what you're going to plant. You need to buy a certified seed. You need to buy fertilizer, and then we continue that until to where it's harvesting. And when it comes to harvesting, how do you manage your post-harvest losses, because again, a lot of food is being lost through that because of just the handling. So that's, Shamba Shape Up. It has an audience of about 8 million people in East Africa. It's filmed in 2 languages, English and Swahili.
Okay.
So that's essentially, and it has been going on for the last 10 years. And it was through us looking at Shamba Shape Up, visiting all these farms, trying to shape them up, we realized that the young people are really not engaged in farming. So a lot of them would be in the family farm, but really not consulted, doing nothing.
Right.
So we then decided we needed to do something with the youth. So we thought, why not do a reality competition show and call it Don't Lose the Plot?
I like
it.
So
essentially it's 4 young farmers, 2 from Kenya, 2 from Tanzania, each given 1 acre side by side.
Okay.
They're given all the help they need, all the expert advice, and they're told to farm it for the next 9 months, and whoever makes the most money in the most sustainable way wins an equivalent of $10,000. Either into their own plot or into their family plots.
Oh, that's a great incentive. So we were talking about this earlier, but I think an incredible part of the show, and I think it was Shamba Shape Up, is that 69% of your viewership comes from women. So do you think, in a way, it's also boosting women's own empowerment? They watch the show and they feel empowered, to also take part and create some change.
Yes, for us, the gender issue is a very big thing because women are the drivers of all these incentives, especially when it comes to in Africa. Women are the ones who are doing all the labor. They're the ones planting, and the men only come in when it's time for harvesting, which is really unfair because you've invested all the work. So, for us, that empowering the woman is an essential thing.
Yeah.
So we've done that through the show, and to our surprise, more and more women started watching. More and more women started SMSing, wanting to know more information.
Wow.
More and more women started joining the call center to get more information, to be able to access the markets. So for us, it's been really encouraging, and that has also stemmed for us to also start thinking about the issues of women, such as nutrition, such as financial inclusion, because again, this is a sector of the gender that's left behind when it comes to, financial inclusion. So again, we are partnering with a lot of partners in the financial sector trying to empower women. So creating women-led loans, so just little small things that, women can be able to participate in the agricultural space and make a living out of it.
But that's great that a show can touch upon so many of these different areas. So what seems clear to me is that the power of edutainment is real here. So in your words, how do you think edutainment can help drive change socially?
All right. For me, I think there are 4 things. First, you educate people.
Right.
So, and the easiest and most efficient way of doing it is using mass media, TV, radio, SMS.
Right.
So once you educate people, then they know the value of using the right seed, using fertilizer, using pesticides where applicable. So then once you educate people, they see the value of getting into these inputs. So inputs would be the second thing. And once they know, okay, I need a good seed in order to get a good yield.
Right.
The other thing is access to finance. You need to be able to help them be able to access that fertilizer, that seed. So, giving them input loan. So just before planting, so they, you give them instead of giving them the money, they can go to an agro dealer and get the inputs.
Right.
And then after that is markets, guaranteed markets. If you guarantee farmers a market, then everybody's going to be happy. So for me, those are the 4 key things: education, inputs, access to finance, and then a ready market.
Okay.
With a good price.
All right. Well, folks, you heard that. So tell me, how did you get into this field? What inspired you, and what are some of your biggest takeaways after spending a decade doing this?
Okay, I grew up on a farm. Both my parents were farmers. I remember, and they did all sorts of farming. So they did a lot of mixed farming. It was when they learned something new, they got into it. So we had dairy, we had poultry, we had piggery. They exported flowers. But the one thing I remember is they didn't have any information. So we would drive from town to town to meet another farmer who knew something, who would teach them, and for them to come and replicate it. And it used to happen like every weekend was driving to, Machakos or driving to Nakuru just to meet another farmer who was doing it to show them. So for me, I remember even at a young age, I always felt, why can't we just get this information from somewhere?
Yeah.
So, fast forward, I went to school, I did communications, and I thought, why not do something that actually helps people, not just pure entertainment, but just look for some education onto it. And I was fortunate enough to join media, and we were doing drama series that had social messaging.
Right.
And it was in that we started weaving in some agricultural messaging and just trying to see what are people thinking about. And the response we got was amazing. There was always people asking things, and that's how Shamba Shape Up was born. From that piece of research, we decided we needed to do something for this audience.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, I have to come to our last question. It's been a great conversation. Yeah. So to end this, can you tell me what message do you have for today's youth when it comes to the rural space?
Okay. For me, for the youth is fast connectivity. Use of your mobile is the biggest thing, the greatest thing you will have.
Yeah.
And you can access any information that you need from your mobile. So, and I also want to encourage the youth to know that farming can be done as a business, and you can make money from it. If you're using technology, using the right seed, the right inputs, it is possible to actually make money out of it. That would be my message to the youth.
So listen up, guys. You can make money from rural livelihoods, right?
Yes.
So with that brings us to the end of our conversation. Thank you so much for watching with us online. Thank you so much, Patricia, for joining us. It's really been a pleasure. And folks, keep watching this space. We'll be back with so much more as this week continues. We'll see you soon.
Hi, and welcome back to World Bank Live from the annual meetings. Please keep tweeting and following along with the conversation using the hashtag WBG meetings. And if you're here at the World Bank, stop by and say hi. Right here in the atrium, please check out the digital media zone. We have a picture of yourself. You can, in our photo area, and test your knowledge at the Who Wants to Be a Development Genius Trivia Challenge. But now we're going to continue with our Global Voices interview series to get some insight from another dynamic guest. Coming up is a conversation about the role of the private sector in driving economic recovery and growth in fragile and conflict-affected areas. So stay tuned.
Thanks, Nate. We're back doing more Global Voices interview series. Friends, one of the things I love about being able to sit in this chair during our annual meetings is that I get to pull back the curtain and share with you all at home a few of the fantastic people who come here, the decision makers, the change makers who come help us think through the sticky problems of development and getting that poverty number down to zero. I'm delighted to be joined this afternoon by Aline Sarah. She's the CEO and co-founder of Netakalam.
Great
Aline,
to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us. What's Netakalam?
So Netakalam, which means we speak in Arabic, is a social enterprise whose goal is to provide an income to refugees regardless of their location through the gig economy by hiring them as online tutors, teachers, and translators.
So there's a lot of words in there I'm going to unpack a little bit. What's a social enterprise?
A social enterprise it's a business, it's an enterprise that can be for-profit or non-profit, but at its core has impact. So it has a self-generating revenue model that's within the DNA baked into doing good
So
while
it's
getting
not
that
just
revenue.
about making money?
No, absolutely not. In fact, a social enterprise could be a nonprofit. It's more about having that sustainable revenue model, but that revenue model could be made by doing impact.
And what about a gig economy?
So the gig economy is this whole new, the Uber, the non-full employment, but more of an access to an income with more, flexibility in the work. It's an interesting topic because it can be very controversial, but in the refugee context, we're seeing the gig economy as a lifeline, actually.
And is it very helpful for refugees when stability is clearly not something they have?
Yeah, absolutely. Stability, identity, having a status within a country. We were born in Lebanon, which is where I'm originally from, and Lebanon, we hear about the refugee crisis in Europe, sometimes even here in the US, but Lebanon has about 1.5 million Syrian refugees in it.
Which is almost a quarter of the population?
Exactly.
It's amazing.
And Lebanon itself didn't have a civil war too long ago. So the idea was that Syrian refugees will not be easily given a work permit, but they can work in this new phenomenon of the online economy, the internet freelance economy, and that's how Netakalam came to life. So how do we make sure that we're not taking jobs away from the local populations, but also not leaving those who are cut off from the local labor market to complete despair and completely cut off from income.
So it's a lovely win-win. You don't end up with people who are stuck in poverty who've already come not by their own choice, but because of what's happening at home.
Exactly.
But you have local communities that you can't afford to displace, you can't afford to make them an unwelcoming constituency.
Yep, the host countries are bearing a lot of burden as well, so it's really important to also be mindful when we're coming in to support refugees of what that means in the local context. And what's interesting is that while the refugees working for us will get an income through the gig economy, they will actually most likely spend it in the local economy,
of course.
which is good.
Right,
yeah.
So it's from the virtual world to the real world.
Yes.
So it's helping everybody out. But tell me, Aline, you're obviously humanitarian. But you're also now working in the private sector. You're an entrepreneur. How do those two worlds collide? Do they clash, or are they very complementary?
It's a bumpy road. We're very, very focused on the impact, but we do see a value to having a bit of a business mindset when we're approaching such problems, such themes. So I think what we're really trying to do, and I think it is still very, very new. We're still very much like a humanitarian organization, but we're also seeing that there's a commercial opportunity that, if played right, can bring potential profits, but also bring tremendous impact. So it's, we're still learning. It's been a lot of back and forths about our identity. But I'm hopeful that, as we grow, we can stay close to our goal, but also
and to your roots.
Yes, yeah.
And who's your customer base?
So we started originally just offering Arabic classes, and it was one-on-one individuals. So many of our users were people who are in the humanitarian space, journalists, students who are studying Arabic. But we've added other services in other languages. So we also do formal partnerships with universities. In fact,
incredible.
GW right here reached out to us, was one of the first universities to bring us to their classrooms. So Natakalem is used as a complement to the classroom. So if you're studying Arabic and you need to practice, you can practice with refugees through Skype. That gives them an income and also gives you practice and also creates, changes the narrative around refugees, because you get to know them.
And to see them as people, not a statistic.
Absolutely. And finally, we've launched translation services. That's another type of work that we saw was an opportunity for for people who are remotely located but have the language skills. So we do actually provide language services that are translation of documents and all types of websites, etc. And most of those customers are NGOs and more private sector companies.
How did you come up with the idea? It's incredible.
Well, I came up with the idea, so I mentioned I'm from Lebanon. Mm-hmm. I worked in Lebanon and I was in the Middle East during the Arab uprisings, and I was a journalist. My focus was on human rights, and I have a background in conflict resolution and peace building. And for me, seeing the situation, having reported on the Syrians in Syria who came while they're fleeing, and seeing the situation of them coming to Lebanon, and with really no hope on the horizon. I mean, you've gone through so much, you've lost everything. You're looking at your country that, look at what's happening today. It's still not done. And so for me, it was, how can we just cut these individuals off from any type of hope on the horizon? Especially, I saw myself in them. I mean, I'm Lebanese. It could have been me today. And what if it was my parents?
Right, of course.
Because my parents
30 years
left
ago.
Lebanon during the Civil War, but they were welcome. We're an example of immigrants. We could have been refugees, and my father, became a doctor, and we give back to the U.S. and to Lebanon. It's both our homes. But so for me, it was just, we can't just abandon these individuals. And I was also concerned for Lebanon's stability, because we've had our own civil war, and what do? You just leave these individuals with no way to survive. So I was conscious of, how we need to make sure the Lebanese don't lose their jobs, and I was also conscious of how important it is to support the population of displaced persons, and acknowledge that there is an incredible human capital that's at risk of being lost.
Right.
So we do focus mostly on the middle class community of refugees, and so I was thinking of that, and I was actually myself looking for ways to practice Arabic from New York City, because I had just graduated from my master's in New York. And I wanted to practice Arabic, but the classes in New York were very expensive and not very flexible. And I had dreamed of going to Damascus to work on my Arabic many years ago, but with the war, it's obviously impossible. So then it was just this combination of, I can't go to Damascus, but Damascus can come to me. I can get affordable language practice and
disrupt the traditional way of getting language classes and do something good in the process.
Exactly. So that was the originating idea. Yeah.
And do you see this as something you would grow into other places, with other refugee communities, with other language groups?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've already expanded. Our second language was Persian with Iranian and Afghan refugees.
Wow.
Then we launched Spanish, looking at the Venezuelan situation, and then also Central America, and most recently French with Francophone Africa. But we're very strategic in our language additions. We want to make sure we understand the populations we're serving, understand the market, also the demand for those languages.
So bring in that private sector mindset, supply and demand. How do we make this something that isn't charitable? It's useful for both sides.
Exactly.
So you're a young woman, a young entrepreneur.
Yes.
Has that been difficult in this line of work? Another bumpy road, or is it relatively plain sailing?
I'll be completely honest. I actually think that I've been very fortunate because being a woman has actually been in our favor as a startup lately, because there's a significant push to support and fund women entrepreneurs. So our first, one of the first competitions we participated in was a World Bank Women Entrepreneurs competition. So I think that our team has been strategic in actually looking for funding and support in areas that we know we will get that type of recognition. I haven't gone to traditional VCs. I know for now that we're not necessarily the type of project or leaders that they will necessarily want to endorse.
Why do you think that?
It's funny, I was just talking about this on our panel. The work we're doing is new. We're running almost humanitarian / protracted crises type of work in a commercial opportunity space.
Disrupting what does exist as an economy, this sort of translation economy.
And I think that although there's a lot of hype around impact investing and social entrepreneurship, it's still a young space.
Absolutely.
There's been a lot of talk. The action doesn't always follow through. So we actually had no very high expectations. When we launched Natakallam, we had very low capital costs, so that because of everything is online, and we bootstrapped and we launched, and actually we're already generating revenue without,
After how many years?
No, I mean, we had revenue the minute we came to life.
Incredible.
Because we actually happened accidentally, actually. So we were part of this World Bank competition, and to qualify, we had to go from the idea phase, so we were just an idea, to piloting.
Right.
And when we piloted, it was in 2015. It happened to be right around the time that the photo of Ilan Kurdi went viral, the young Syrian who was washed
boy who
on
was,
the...
yes.
So I
Horrible
had just been
tragedy.
asking friends to share our website. We were still in the pilot phase.
Right.
And then our website actually went viral within that week. So unexpectedly, people were signing up for Arabic classes, and we were still, figuring things out. So from that very moment, we had payments set up as part of the pilot. So we actually had an accelerated, formalized launch and registration process because our pilot was actually had gone public, I guess, so which was exciting. So what's interesting is I would also say that timing plays a big role in the success of startups as well.
I bet. So what do you think is next for somebody like you? You've come from journalism to entrepreneurialism. Are those two threads that you want to continue on in your career?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think whatever I end up doing, for me, I have to give back. I think I've been very privileged my whole life, and I think that there's a lot of, a lot of help needed out there and a lot of crises to try and alleviate. I think, we're on a healthy, steady growth right now. I think we're at an inflection point at Natakallam, so we've been growing steadily, and I think speaking of scale, we're kind of at that point where we're seeing much larger opportunities coming our way. So now it's about figuring out how to
manage growth. One of the things that entrepreneurs and businessmen and
Scale.
women are always worried about.
Not even
how
growth,
do you do
it's
that?
the scale.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So where do you see Natakallam in the next 5 years? How are you going to manage that scale?
Well, I mean, I think it is a win-win situation. Solution,
Right.
win-win situation. I would love for any organization that provides language learning services to their staff or needs translation services to consider Natakallam. It'd be a dream for every university in this country to offer language practice to their students that is at the same time a livelihood to refugees, a way to build bridges, because we have never needed to build bridges as much as today.
And make it clear that these people are people.
Yes.
They're not charity cases, they're not troublemakers.
Nope.
These are people like you and me who just through no fault of their own are in a horrible situation.
And we have climate change ahead, so we could all be climate refugees.
Exactly.
So I think it's really important to change the narrative, to find ways to make sure that what some leaders might be saying is actually countered, because it's not true. It's scapegoatism. Is that a word?
It's a word now. Let's do it.
Using refugees as a scapegoat is a really unfortunate matter.
What do you hear from the refugees you work with? What's their reaction to suddenly finding that they have a path to dignified work, to actually being useful again?
Well, it's funny. Last time we did a survey, the language tutors and translators, because I must say the word refugee, unfortunately, has become loaded, and I'm always using it carefully, even though, of course, it's, you know, refugee standing for also the different IDPs, asylum seekers.
Yes.
But also, unfortunately, there's a bit of a load around that word today. But these professionals who work for us have told us that beyond the income, it's this access to the world through their computer screen.
Right.
And
is it that connectivity?
The connectivity
and
the
from isolation
of being like, this is who the Syrian people are. Not what you're seeing in the news, not what our leaders might be saying. This has been, you know, one of the things I think they cherish the most, having their voices heard directly from the source, not from the media.
And that must speak to you as a former journalist who understands how important it is to let other people's voices be heard, not have everything interpreted.
Yes,
and
absolutely, yep.
Interesting. What about, in terms of being an entrepreneur, one of the things we find when we talk to particularly a lot of young entrepreneurs is how important mentorship has been, and how important sort of whether it's family or friends or other networks have been to their success.
Yes.
What about for you? Have you had a mentor?
Well, it's funny. I would say we operated without significant mentorship in our first year, because I don't think my co-founder and I realized what we were doing. You know, we were just kind of following, you know, things were growing, but, you know, we're still trying this out. But I would say I underestimated the importance of mentorship early on. And today I have quite a few mentors and coaches that are helping me. I think I was also able to, you know, we were able to grow because I also have lots of support in my family and my, you know, my friends and my network. So that was definitely helpful. But getting someone who is, you know, as young entrepreneurs, it's a roller coaster. And, you know, I would add that we're not only entrepreneurs, we're social entrepreneurs. We're working with populations who've gone through trauma, waking up every morning to the news, just I wonder, like, what is the point of what I'm doing when I'm seeing such forces against us? But
and
then
you can't
it also
measure success just by your bottom line.
Exactly. So, but I think coaching is critical, and you know, I'm very thankful to all those who've mentored, coached, and supported us and believed in us, because none of where we are today would be possible without all the different elements, whether it's the incredible dedication of our refugee tutors, or whether it's the partners who believed in us, whether it's the philanthropists and funds or competitions we've won, because that's how we've been also growing. And of course, you know, family, friends.
So what would you say if a young girl came up to you today from Lebanon, or one of the many refugees you work with, and says, I want to be like you when I grow up, Aline? What advice would you give them? What do you think they should do to realize their ambitions?
So if we're talking about entrepreneurship and launching a social enterprise or launching an enterprise, I would reckon that there's a bit of hype around this, and I'm a very pragmatic person. I believe that we should use the resources that are out there first and partner with existing organizations and find what can be done maybe within them. I actually didn't know what social entrepreneurship meant when I launched Natakallam. But of course, it's true that there was nothing similar to what we're doing, but our very launch was thanks to partnering with a local NGO. So finding what is out there, finding what might be missing within those existing organizations. I think that launching from zero a whole enterprise is a very tough endeavor, and you might be able to get bigger impact by also latching onto what's already there. But of course, if you do find, if you have an idea, if you studied the market, you've studied the needs, and you find that there is a need for this, by all means, go for it. But I think sometimes there's not enough actually understanding of what's out there already, and people glorify the entrepreneurship journey and the entrepreneur's life, and there is ups and downs, and I am definitely someone who was able to get to this with Natakallam because of the fact that I come from a stable background and family, and I've been privileged throughout my whole life, so I think that.
Would you do it again, knowing now how difficult it is, but how rewarding it can be, and how much you can disrupt a whole existing economy and bring benefits to everybody? Would you do it again?
Well, if I'm convinced that there's a potential and that it's needed, yes, probably, because if the impact is there, it is of course, rewarding and very encouraging. Even if you're only helping, 100, 200 people, that's still something, right? So
even helping one person, I think, is a good thing. If we all just reached out and helped one person, the world would be a lot better off. Aline, thank you so very much. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much for watching. Stay tuned. Continue to provide us your comments online. We love to hear back from you as well. I hope you're enjoying all of these Global Voices series. And stay tuned. We're going to be back with more change makers, more decision makers very soon.
Young farmers from Kenya and Tanzania have been chosen to put their farming skills to the ultimate test. Leah, the smart businesswoman, a 28-year-old from Nyahururu. Leah juggles running her own fashion business, being a mom and managing a farm. Will her multitasking and business knowledge be enough to steal the crown? Issa, the hustler, a 26-year-old farmer from Meru, Arusha. There's no doubt that this guy knows his way around a farm. He grew up working on his family's farm in Arusha. Will he be able to master the business side of farming fast enough, or will his interest in gambling distract his focus? Winrose, the quiet one, a 24-year-old from Meru, Arusha. Don't mistake Winrose's quietness for weakness. This girl has got staying power and focus. But will she be competitive enough to go that extra mile? Kenneth, the student. Despite being the youngest, there is no denying that this 19-year-old is an academic superhero. He is full of creative ideas, wisdom, and hope. But will his forward thinking and positive attitude be enough to trump the more experienced farmers? Over the next 9 months, these four will take to the battlefield for a challenge of a lifetime. Each farmer is given 1 acre of land to call their own. They have 9 months to turn their acre into a successful farm. At the end, the farmer with the most profitable and sustainable farm walks away with a monumental prize. The stakes are high and the clock is ticking. Who will be our farming hero?
How much your agribusiness will cost and how much profit you make? Wonder no more. Simply visit our website www.don'tlosetheplot.tv. Click on Budget Mkononi and you will see how profitable your business can be. With Budget Mkononi, you can build personalized budgets on a range of commodities in a quick and easy manner. The tool also has farming tips. So, use Budget Mkononi to budget anytime and anywhere.
Imagine that your local hospital only had an emergency room. That would help patients who need urgent treatment. But what about those who need long-term care? This is how the world has been responding to refugee crisis, focusing on the emergency so that refugees can survive. It's a good approach if the crisis doesn't last too long. The reality is, more than half of today's refugees are displaced for over 4 years. And as violent conflict surges, close to 10 million people are now in exile for over 5 years, the highest since the end of the Cold War. We need to think differently. Take a look at this map. This shows the top 10 countries hosting refugees. Notice anything? Every country other than Germany is a developing country. In fact, About 85% of refugees today are hosted in low and middle income countries. These governments are already struggling to deliver the services that local communities need, like education and economic opportunities, especially for women. When refugees arrive, they are stretched even more. This is a development challenge. So, what's the solution? Right now, refugees often don't have the right to work, open bank accounts, or start businesses. If they could, they'd be able to support themselves instead of waiting for aid. That's one way to help refugees regain their dignity. It's also more cost-effective in the long term. Women make up almost half of all refugees, and 52% of refugees are under the age of 18. If we could help women and children to realize their full potential, imagine what they could do. For this to work, governments need to be in the driver's seat, because the right policies matter. We need to bring investments to host communities too. Improving local services and including refugees may be a more efficient way to provide services for all, which can help host countries prosper even after the crisis is over. And the international community needs a better system for responsibility sharing. We are all in this together. Imagine a long-term response to help refugees and host communities thrive together can help build a more stable world that's better for everyone.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to World Bank Live from the annual meetings. You can keep up with everything that's happening here at the annual meetings and join the conversation using the hashtag WBGmeetings. Our next Global Voices interview is about road safety, the serious challenge to development from fatalities and injuries, and some innovative ways to tackle the problem. It'll be a fascinating conversation, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to our Global Voices interview series. We're coming to you live from our World Bank headquarters in Washington, D.C., where it is the 2019 annual meetings. I'm Srimati Sridhar with the World Bank Group, and we are so excited to have you here with us. We hope you've been enjoying the last 2 days of our program. I'm delighted to be with my next guest, Piyush Tiwari, who is the founder and CEO of Save Life Foundation. We're going to get to that in just a minute, but first, a quick welcome to those of you that are joining us online right now. Thanks so much for being here with us, and use the comment space below and ask your questions and comments throughout the conversation. So with that, let's get started. Piyush, welcome. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
So let's get started and talk about road safety. So now, what I found amazing was that road accidents cause more than 1 million deaths each year. Now that's quite a statistic. So tell me, what inspired you to start Save Life Foundation, and what does it aim to do?
Yeah, so when I started Save Life Foundation, I was not aware of the scale of the problem. I got exposed to it because it came home. On 5th April 2007, my little cousin Shivam, who was on his way back from school, when he was hit by a car.
Oh my God.
And as he struggled to get up, the car driver tried to flee the scene, and in the process ran over him once again,
oh my God,
very critically injuring him. And he lay on the road for about 40-45 minutes asking people for help. And while I understand that about a few hundred people stopped to see what was going on, nobody really stepped forward to do anything to save his life. Nobody called the police, nobody called an ambulance, nobody took him to a hospital, and he bled to death on the side of the road. And that really became unacceptable to me, that how can we allow someone to just die like that?
Of course.
And without even making a basic attempt at saving their life. And that's really what inspired me to do something about it. Of course, when I researched the issue, I discovered the pandemic proportions of the issue. 1 million deaths, 10 million injuries, majority of them concentrated in the developing world, and I'm from India, so we lead with about 15% of the global death toll. So that's really what started Save Life, and it's been now 11 years.
That's great. Wow, what a story. So, India has the most number of road accidents in the world. So tell us, considering Save Life is based in India and you do your work there, what are you doing there specifically to help improve road safety?
Yeah. When I started Save Life, there was very little conversation happening in India on the issue back in 2007. There was literally no data or institutions that were really taking ownership for the issue. So the first challenge really was to understand the depth of the problem and what was causing it. We knew that about 50% of those who were dying in road crashes died despite having treatable injuries, like my cousin.
Right.
But about the preventive aspects, there was mostly stuff that was coming from the West. That it could be drinking and driving, it could be overspeeding, it could be XYZ things. But there was no local data to really back that up. So what we really focused on to begin with was how do we collect that data? So we used India's Right to Information Act to start collecting data from the states. Really understood what was going on with the problem, and very soon realized that just like in many other developing countries, in India as well, the challenge was that while there was missing action on the ground, the bigger challenge was that the framework under which road safety should be viewed by a government or from a policy lens was almost entirely missing. And that's how we really started our work in this space. And the first thing, as I said, was to collect the evidence, understand what's going on, and then start building a case for better policy and better laws to deal with the issue. So in the past decade or so, we've been able to deliver in India a Good Samaritan law that insulates bystanders and passers-by from any kind of legal and procedural hassles if they help an injured person on the road.
Right.
A comprehensive road safety law that actually addresses gaps that were causing preventable deaths in the first place. I mean, issues ranging from poor licensing procedures to bad engineering practices, no scientific investigation of crashes, and so on and so forth. So a lot of that got addressed in the legal framework. But I think the most important thing that we did, and that we encourage others, now other NGOs and countries and states to do, is that we really picked up a stretch of road which was a tough road to deal with, a high fatality stretch of road, and set a very audacious target for ourselves, which is, that we will cut deaths to and bring them down to near zero levels in a 5-year period.
Okay.
And so we picked up the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, which was suffering, some of the highest levels of deaths in India, and really worked to reduce those deaths. So in 3 years, we've been able to bring it down by 54%. It's been a pretty drastic drop. And we're really hoping that can be replicated now. So net, really a combination of policy and on-ground interventions is really the way forward to deal with this crisis.
That's amazing. I know that's great because we were speaking about it earlier, but your TED Talk that you delivered in 2012, when I was listening to that, what really struck me was the story that you were sharing about an Air Force officer that was on the side of the road for 45 minutes and nobody thought to stop and see if he was okay. And unfortunately, by the time someone did, it was too late. And so I think that speaks so much to the importance of road safety because it's such a global issue as well. And the thing is that traffic accidents also affect the poor greatly and also very disproportionately. So, I mean, what are some basic things we can do to help improve road safety? I mean, is it as simple as, if you see someone, you stop and help them, right? So,
absolutely, you're spot on. One of the biggest contributors to poverty in India is road crashes. We've had 1 million deaths in the past decade in road crashes in India, over 1 million deaths, well over 1 million. And 50% of those who were killed and 50% of those who were injured, which is about 10 million people in this period of time, came from extremely vulnerable economic backgrounds. These were pedestrians, cyclists who were out on the road to earn a living, and were, in many cases, literally feeding their families on a day-to-day basis. And just as they were about to, kind of cross over, they get shot in the foot. And their family goes back into poverty because of this issue.
Right.
So road crashes are a huge contributor to poverty across the developing world, especially in India. And some of the things that we can do to really prevent it is to first realize that it is a development issue. It's a socioeconomic issue, and to try and build political will around this very key issue. But when it comes down to practical things that one should do, as you rightly said, if you see an injured person on the road, absolutely, definitely, helping them.
Right.
But also, demanding safer roads, better engineered roads. In many cases, especially I see this in India all the time and in many other developing countries, because we're not used to pothole-free roads, when we see a smooth road, we think it's a really good road.
Yes.
But the challenge is that really good road may actually have very conflicting infrastructure that could lead to even more severe deaths and injuries. You could have exposed concrete structures, drop-offs, gaps in the median. There are hundreds of problems, right? So demanding safer roads and not merely smooth roads is a very critical part of this process.
Absolutely.
The second piece is the aspect of enforcement. Investing in police enforcement, ensuring that a vehicle is treated as a weapon because it can and does kill.
Right.
And therefore, regulating and enforcing certain standards is very, very critical. And finally, it comes down to human behavior, right? And, again, a lot of jokes about how people drive in India, but there is a fundamental reason behind that, and that is that traditionally, the licensing and training system has been fractured, and that has led to a lot of poorly trained drivers getting on the roads, in many cases completely untrained drivers getting on the roads, and so really tackling that piece as well.
Right.
So I think it's a combination of individual action combined with system action is what can really save lives on our roads going forward.
Absolutely. So, I mean, working with road accidents, working road safety, it can, I imagine it can get dreary, you know, it can get overwhelming, you know, dealing with these issues. So, how do you stay inspired? What gives you hope to do the work that you do and to fight for this cause?
Yeah, I want to tell you a short story.
Yeah.
When I started Save Life, we were not very clear how we wanted to go about it because you know there was one person trying to really figure out you know how to address the issue. So what I did was that I was able to convince the police to allow them to train their personnel in basic life-saving skills. This was important because ambulances were still quite sparse in India, and so police was taking a lot of victims to hospital, but all they would do is dump the victim in the car and take, you know, transport them. They would not really do anything to save their lives. So it took about 9 months to convince them, but I did manage to convince them. And so on 23rd of March 2009, we trained the first batch of police personnel in life-saving skills.
That's great.
And then we did that every weekend going forward. On 4th of June 2009, I got a fax from a senior Delhi police officer saying that a police team was responding to a case of a motorcyclist having been run over by a truck on a busy road in Delhi. And they picked up the victim who was not, who had you know, difficulty breathing and was choking on his own blood at that time. And before entering the trauma center, they were able to revive that individual using the skills that we had taught them.
That's amazing.
You know, so what gives me really hope is these lives that we're being able to save, right? On the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, which saw 151 deaths in just 94 kilometers a year. We've been able to bring it down to well under 70 this year.
Right.
So I think what gives us hope is that this is a solvable problem.
Yes.
And we can solve it in a finite amount of time. It's not something that will require an entire lifetime.
Absolutely.
And that's really something that gives me hope. What else gives me hope is that is how people join you in supporting you. When I started, it was one person. Now we have nearly a 40-person team, sitting out of Delhi and Bombay. We have massive amount of support coming from all over, including the bank here. That gave us tremendous amount of technical support when we were advocating for a comprehensive road safety law. So, that's the other thing, right? That when you try and do something, a lot of people join you, and I think that really gives me energy and hope that we can solve this problem.
That's great. Yeah. Well, on that inspiring note, Piyush, thank you so much for joining us to talk about road safety and how we can prevent road accidents, not just in India, but globally. It's been a great conversation.
Thanks a lot. My pleasure.
And thank you for joining us online. And stick around. We've got a lot more great conversations coming up. See you soon.
Prosperity, like peace, must be therefore be viewed as indivisible. And even from the narrowest considerations of self-interest, each of us must be concerned with the economic development of the world as a whole. For we shall prosper individually only as we prosper collectively. Born out of devastation, built to meet great challenges.
At the Munich Security Conference, I met with generals and defense ministers who understand very clearly the link between development and peace and security.
Today's challenges and tomorrow's.
Aid agencies are voicing their alarm at the humanitarian impact of the fighting.
Ebola virus that has spread across West Africa.
Their families are among the thousands on the move in a desperate search for food and water.
And together, we can work to contain threats that don't stop at borders.
The size, timeliness, and innovative nature of your support have been truly unprecedented.
We are also changing the energy mix to encourage renewables, to look at energy conservation.
For everyone to have opportunities.
So moving women from a vulnerable group to actually seeing them as economic change agents.
But millions of girls are raising their voice and they are speaking. Through raising our books and our pens, we can achieve our goals.
We have seen how corruption flourishes in the dark. We must recognize this link between good economic performance and open governance.
We need better governance. We deserve better. The rise of civil society in Africa is very important because everybody should be accountable.
A voice for reason, evidence, a voice for smart policy and hard choices.
We are global, but we are also local. And that link of local-global is something that is for everybody. It is a public good.
The World Bank was really the one who wanted to take the risk, not just to look at extreme poverty, but to link extreme poverty with fragility and armed conflict, and being ready to work there with us. And that's quite remarkable.
To rise to new challenges and adapt to a changing world, to break new ground and push frontiers.
The World Bank Group has continuously evolved with a changing world. It was originally a reconstruction bank, became a lending bank, into a knowledge bank, a solutions bank.
For nearly 60 years, we've worked together to help the world's poorest countries. Today, the capital markets have joined us in this important effort.
Without markets, you're not going to create jobs.
Because it's about creating markets, working with our colleagues in the World Bank and the government to unlock new opportunities.
The global economic crisis has shown that multilateralism matters. The developing world is part of the solution both today and for the future.
It's not charity, it's about investing in everyone's future. There are no borders today, so if you don't invest in their future, yours may not look so rosy tomorrow.
What's clear to me is that the evolving world needs a strong World Bank Group
to respond to new needs which have already appeared, and it will certainly be called upon again and again to respond to needs which we cannot yet foresee.
Let us all join together on this great journey. Let us reaffirm
our commitment to the institutions that have brought us this far. Let us reaffirm our commitment to strengthening them for the venture that lies ahead.
Energy, a huge problem in Africa.
Natumia kuni. Na hizo kuni tulikuwa tunatapika sana nini kuitafuta.
It was so hard using the bucket and using the rope to pull the water and then pouring in so many buckets so that we could water our shamba.
Most poor farmers, main problem they have is actually accessing energy.
But energy is abundant here, It's all around. You just need to know where to look. Sometimes in unexpected places. Innovative African companies, small, local, are rethinking how to meet the continent's energy needs. They best know the problems, the local resources, the potential solutions.
Solar pumps,
solar water heating systems,
biogas for institutions.
Waste. Amos Nguru has grand plans for it. Schools, hospitals, and other institutions. He's scaling up biogas to power their kitchens and run their lights. He wants us all to reimagine the meaning of waste.
When you look at sustainable energy, this is energy that can be made with a lot of materials that most of the times we look at them as waste.
Cow manure from a local farm becomes cooking and heating gas for this boarding school. Slurry from the biodigester fertilizes the fruits and vegetables the students eat. In a public school in a Nairobi slum, latrines power the security light.
We are endowed with great resources that are able to transform our economies and to transform our lives.
Kickstart's business is making farmers more productive. To do so, they tap all types of energy close at hand. After making their name in human-powered water pumps, Kickstart plans to irrigate Africa with low-cost solar pumps.
We believe that capturing the solar energy, we are able to increase the capacity of our farmers, because the solar panel enables the farmer to be irrigating farm while actually can go to the market and be doing other things, be selling his product while his farm is being irrigated. That is the whole idea.
Yeah, since I got the solar pump, my farm has improved. I've been able to grow kales, tomatoes, pumpkins, enough the people around to come. It has made my work easier.
From the rooftops, Solimplex Africa is turning up the heat, churning out solar thermal heaters to make hot water for homes and businesses alike.
Firstly, it helps users save money. It does help us protect the environment. We have many boarding schools and institutions within the region that are still using firewood to heat water. The uptake of solar water heating systems is expected to grow tremendously over the next few years.
Local, small scale, distributed, sustainable, rethought. Welcome to Africa's new green economy. But these companies need help tapping into the growing clean tech market. Help they get from CIC, the Climate Innovation Center. CIC helps with
policy,
business coaching,
information,
networking also,
course funding, and that's where a company like CIC comes in.
Kenya Climate Innovation Center is an initiative by the World Bank with the sole purpose of trying to help entrepreneurs, innovators within clean tech to develop innovative solutions that will mitigate or adapt to climate change.
You work with the CIC, you are respected more, you are accepted better.
Climate change is also an opportunity, especially so for the private sector.
So all these people are looking for alternative sources of energy to empower them, power agriculture, they'll be able to power their own industry at a very minimum cost.
We are going to come up with some technology that are going to change the way we think and the way we do things.
The future for sustainable energy in Africa is bright.
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the live coverage of the 2019 World Bank Group IMF Annual Meetings. I'm Zubaida Robinson. Every year, we have hundreds of attendees and speakers who come from different parts of the world. In our Global Voices interview series, we get to sit down and talk to dynamic individuals creating a difference in their communities. This next guest is a marine biologist. In just a few minutes, we will learn more about blue whales and protecting our oceans. Stay tuned.
We're coming to you live from the World Bank's annual meetings here in Washington, D.C. I'm Valerie Hickey, and I'm delighted this afternoon to be joined by yet another one of the incredible people who comes here to tell us exactly what they're doing to make the world a better place and give us some ideas that we can share with the world so that we can try and solve this problem of poverty. I'm joined by Asha DeVos, who's the founder and CEO of Ocean Swell. Asha, welcome. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
What is Ocean Swell?
Well, Ocean Swell is Sri Lanka's first marine conservation research and education nonprofit. So we focus a lot on addressing marine conservation problems through research. We work, our flagship species is the blue whale, this amazing population of blue whales that are non-migratory, that live all their lives in the northern Indian Ocean, nice warm waters out there. We work with sperm whales, we work with in shark fisheries. So we do a range of research that can help to support some of the conservation concerns we have. And then on the other side, we do education work to bring marine conservation to Sri Lanka, because when I started off at the age of 18, people were like, what are you going to do? What does a marine biologist do?
But Sri Lanka's an island. How is this not something that's in your blood?
It's amazing, but you know, I think typically countries like Sri Lanka have looked at the ocean as a space of extraction. So, you know, it's an economic space. You go, you fish, you come home. But it's never been this space of recreation or protection. And I think the recreation aspect is definitely a Western concept. And the protection concept was just, I guess, maybe we just didn't think about it in that sense. So, yeah, so it was quite a surprise. I think when I was telling people, oh, I want to be a marine biologist, everyone was like, oh, interesting, what are you going to do? And I'm like, I have a job for life. This is an island, you know? Right. But yeah, but it's really nice to see how it's grown and how more people want to be marine biologists.
So why did you want to be a marine biologist?
I think my earliest influences were, you know, I wanted to be an adventurous scientist as a kid, looking at National Geographic magazines.
And you are a National Geographic Young Explorer.
I am an explorer, so yeah, it's very exciting. So it's kind of like full circle. But it's you know, it's that inspiration of the thought that I could go anywhere, places that no one else would go, and see things that no one else would see. I fell in love with the ocean. I was exposed to a lot of interesting people. One of them was Sir Arthur C. Clarke, who moved to Sri Lanka to actually dive the wrecks around the country, and he sort of lived the end of his life in Sri Lanka. And he used to tell me stories about the ocean and about these amazing creatures he would see, and he would always leave me hanging off the end of my seat.
And did you grow up by the sea? Were you living on the coast at this stage?
Well, I mean, most people in Sri Lanka do live by the coast because it's small enough. But I didn't grow up actually like in a beach-going family though. My dad's work, he's an architect but also a monument conservator, so he restored World Heritage sites, some right in the center of the country. So I think we were just brought up with a lot of curiosity and a lot of freedom, a lot of conservation, different kinds, and just that sense of exploration, and that it was okay to sort of forge your own path, you know. So I mean, my parents just said, do what you love and you'll do it well. I mean, I don't think they knew fully well what a marine biologist did, but it was that freedom that they gave me through those words that I think allowed me to
It's the best advice I ever got. If you love what you do, you won't work a day in your life.
Exactly.
So tell me about Ocean Swell. So when you decided to set this up in 2015, why an NGO? Why not go work with some sort of marine conservation organization and join them? Why set up your own institution?
So that's a really good question. I think the thing for me is I didn't want to feel constrained in any space. I'm very experimental in my approach. I want to try things out and make sure that I'm kind of pushing all the boundaries and I'm not settling. So I couldn't sit in academia because I find academia can be quite constraining. So that was out for me. And even though I'm a researcher and I'm very passionate about like good quality science and stuff like that. So I think it just came to the point where for me to move forward, I had to create my own space. And so that's why I set up Ocean Swell. I always say building a nonprofit wasn't my dream, but it's a means to an end. It allows me to actually kind of, one of the things we want to do is nurture that next generation of ocean heroes and bring in a more diverse group of people into the marine conservation conversation. And so for me to be able to do that, I need to make sure that I have a space, an ecosystem that can help to kind of build up those spaces and build capacity and just that excitement around the oceans. And so I feel like Ocean Swell allows me to do that.
And have you met many future Ashas? Are there many more now than there were? Do you think you're beginning to nurture that new generation?
Absolutely. I mean, when I started, like I said, people just didn't know what I was going to do with myself. And today there's more students than ever before wanting to go into marine biology and marine conservation in Sri Lanka, but also around the region, And I always say, 70% of our coastlines are in the developing world, but there's very, very little representation from that part of the world. And to see this shift, and it's all down to relatability, So suddenly there's a character who's in this field. And I mean, when I was growing up, looking at National Geographic magazines, there was nobody who looked like me, I had the good fortune of parents who just didn't allow me to believe that was a sort of something that was going to stop me, right? But in this day and age, I think there is a certain need to see yourself in someone else, and that kind of drives it. And I think that's sort of been kind of what I've been able to do is just being very relatable. I say my superpowers are visibility and vulnerability, so I make sure that people know what it's like to do what I do and experience it, but then I also try to create as many opportunities as possible for people to at least get a taste of what it's like to do marine conservation.
Right. So you are a National Geographic explorer.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So
sounds like something all of us wanted to be when we were kids, and you've done it.
So I did definitely, so the way it used to happen with National Geographic was they'd have this like secret ballot system, and suddenly you get this email and it would say, congratulations, we've picked you as a National Geographic explorer, here's some money to go with this honor, right? And then my first reaction, and I'm not even joking, was to delete the email because I thought that was spam. Obviously someone's giving me free money, they're calling me a National Geographic explorer. I was like, this cannot be, right?
It makes
exactly.
Sense.
Thank you. And then like a week later, I get an email from the person who ran the program, and she's like,
did you read this?
Yeah, did you get this email? I was like, oh, undelete? I'm like, yes. And so, so basically, certainly at the time when I was named, the whole thing was that they searched around the world for people they thought were creating change. People who are exciting, adventurers, explorers, conservationists, storytellers, who they felt could have an impact into the future, and they just invested in us. And I think that's really what it is, an investment also for the planet.
And do you like being called an explorer?
Yeah, I love it. I think that's, it's this sort of sense of endlessness, this sort of like there's so much more that we can do and
go
see.
where no one has gone before.
Yes, and that's sort of the dream. And I'm really happy to be able to live that dream that I had when I was a kid. And I want people to know that I'm not special in any way. It's just that I worked hard, and I think anyone can achieve that dream if they just don't give up,
And it's important to dream.
Absolutely.
What's your dream for Ocean Swell?
My dream for the ocean, let's say, and Ocean Swell is, like I said, a means to the end.
Yes.
I want everyone on the planet to talk about the ocean at least once a day. That's my big audacious goal. I want people to gossip about the oceans. I want you to pick up one of these magazines and not have to talk about celebrities, but like what's happening in the ocean right now, And that's sort of what I think. And I feel that, Ocean Swell is a small organization. It's born and brought up and built in Sri Lanka, and that's intentional. I want people to know that you can live anywhere in the world and have ripple effects across the globe. You don't have to leave your backyard to create change. And that's really important to me. That messaging is very, very important to me. And yeah, I want Ocean Swell to drive that movement where everyone's just whispering to each other about like what happened in the ocean today, you know, and something nice, not always the negative stuff that we hear about.
No, and it is amazing. You know, I've been fortunate enough sometimes to be in an ocean space with people who've never seen the ocean before. And it's something that is incredible to see, that sense of size, that sense of scale, the sense of joy you can inspire in people.
Absolutely.
It's an amazing space.
It's such an amazing space. I mean, I feel that sense of joy, and I spend so much time, right? I go out on the ocean. I've been out on, in fact, on whale watching boats, and I'd often be the most excited person on the boat. And you have all these tourists who turn around and be like, is this your first whale? And I'm like, no, this is what I do for a living. They're like, what? And I'm like, no, but you don't understand. Every time I see these creatures, I have these questions that run through my head. And this thought that like, wow, we get to live side by side on the planet with the largest animal that ever lived, right? Like, let that sink in for a moment, you know? It's pretty amazing.
And how are blue whales doing?
So globally, you know, they're trying to make a bit of a comeback. In some parts, they're doing a little bit better than others. Some parts, like in Sri Lanka, for example, you know, until I started working with them about 11 years ago, we didn't really know much about them. Most people in Sri Lanka didn't know we had whales in our waters before I started working on them. So that's how, you know, we're very inward-facing, and life always ended at the shoreline. That's that typical, always, right? And so now we're trying to come up with population estimates. There's a big, you know, threat. Like in Sri Lanka, the biggest threat we face is that they get hit by ships and get killed. And that's one of the big threats that we're trying to address at Ocean Swell.
How do you address that?
So actually, we've done the research, and everything we do, it's science-based, and that's really important to us. And then we come up with recommendations, and we take it to the government for policy change. And so what we found is that actually that 90% of the ships that travel through the southern coast of Sri Lanka, which is the main artery through the Indian Ocean, are actually bypassing Sri Lanka. So the suggestion is that if that shipping lane is shifted just 20 kilometers offshore, we'll be able to reduce risk of lethal ship strike by like something like 80%.
Wow.
Right? So it's significant. And then 10% of the vessels that come in near shore, they can slow down over certain areas, and that will have an improved impact as well. But as with all conservation problems, it's not just about looking at a single species or a single ecosystem. We try to look at it holistically.
The entire space.
So by shifting shipping lanes, we're also creating safer spaces for the whale watching boats, also our small scale fisheries, because they are very dependent on those near shore waters.
Of course.
And also you can reduce ship-based pollution to coastal populations.
So it sounds simple. Let's just get the boats to move 20 kilometers this way. Can it happen overnight? Is it really that simple?
No, I mean, I've been working on this problem for 7 years now. We've dealt with pushback. You know, sometimes people don't fully understand. They'll think it'll be economically detrimental to the country, which it won't, because these vessels are not coming into the country anyways. So that's why we're saying whatever's not coming into the country, let's shift offshore. So it's been a constant, like, you know, there's been pushback. We've responded with more science, and we're still in that process. It's not going to happen overnight, I can tell you that. But what we do know is that the International Maritime Organization and the World Shipping Council, which are the two bodies that sort of govern the shipping lanes and govern the big ships that we see on the oceans, they've come forward and they're in support of this, and a lot of the ships are voluntarily shifting offshore. So we're seeing a shift in the mindset of the shipping industry. So now we're still working on the government to try to enact that change.
So it's often about just bringing out the data and saying, look, here's the impact.
Yeah.
There may be winners or losers, but here's the scale of the win, here's the scale, scale of the loss.
And it's also just being open to constant conversation.
Right.
Like I said, it's been 7 years I've been working on this. I'm still having those same conversations. But that's what conservation is. It's long term, it's persistent. You can't just give up because you're not seeing the result you want. You have to work for that result.
And isn't it about partnership? Do you find that that's important in the work you do?
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, we cannot leave out any of the stakeholders. We cannot pretend that they're not important to the conversation. That's why we have conversations. Like, you know, when they come to us with questions, we respond either through science or through some kind of way that it makes it clear. Because if we're not doing that, if we're not willing to, and if we just shut down everybody else, we're not going to have any success.
So in terms of conversation, you're a head of an NGO. You're a National Geographic explorer.
Yeah.
But you're also a young leader in the World Economic Forum.
Yes.
Is that a space, talking about economics, talking about global growth, that you think is important to inject issues on conservation into?
I think so. I think definitely there's a lot more space at the World Economic Forum to have conversations about conservation, but it's a pretty powerful platform as well. So we are hoping to sort of extend our conversations through that network in the near future.
So you studied in the UK, you studied in Australia. You could have gone anywhere and done anything. Clearly you're an incredible young woman. What made you go home again? Why did you want to go home and make a difference there and not take some wonderful, glorious job in Europe or the US and stay over here?
I think the question is what made me leave Sri Lanka in the first place. And that was purely because I couldn't study marine biology in Sri Lanka. So from the moment I left, I kept saying, I'm coming back. And everyone's assumption was that I wouldn't, because they were like, well, you'll go abroad and study and then you won't want to come back. And I was like, no, I want to come back and serve my country. Because I feel a large part of who I am is where I come from. I think Sri Lanka is an incredible country with immense potential. And it's beautiful and the food is great and the people are amazing. And there's no reason for me to ever want to leave. Right. And I think the reason I went to all these different universities, I studied in different places, was because I was trying to grow my opportunity. I wanted to make sure that when I moved back, I didn't stagnate. And I always say I wanted to make sure that people knew where to find me, wherever I was in the world. And that was the point when I knew I could move home and everything would be fine. So for me, and a lot of people have said, why would you leave the US or whatever? There's no place like home. And I can tell you, when I permanently moved back 4 years ago, it's the happiest I've been. And I'm a happy person in general. I make friends easily, but moving back home, I knew that's where I had to be. My project was already running there, and I know I can give 100% of myself to making sure that my country rises and grows in the marine conservation space. And that to me is the most incredible honor I could ever have.
Does technology help in that? Does it help you stay connected? Does it help the work?
Absolutely. I mean, technology is so important to the stuff we do. Everything from being connected, for sure. I can talk to classrooms across the world. I do live feeds when I'm on the water because I want people to be excited and see the dolphins when I see them. Right. That's what I want to bring. So I use social media a lot. I use media a lot. That's very important to me. But also, in our research, we use drones because they're an amazing tool that can give us really great perspective on what's happening, because we are looking at the whale watching industry and how the whales and the boats are interacting with each other, and it gives you an amazing view of what's actually going on. And so technology is a very important tool, and it's a very, very useful tool for us to actually start answering some of the big questions. And it's getting increasingly accessible and affordable, which makes it very, very useful for us.
And do you use technology to keep learning yourself, or how do you keep up with all of the changes? Because this is a field that is changing constantly. Yeah. There's other people like you in other countries who are making incredible finds and finding solutions through sticky problems.
Yep.
How do you keep up to date with all of that?
So I'm really fortunate because I feel like I'm well integrated in a lot of these different communities. As I use social media on Twitter or whatever, I have great conversations with people. I learn from people all the time. I do online courses as well because I'm very interested in sort of new techniques or new methods or new sort of ways of looking at things and addressing issues. So technology is very important to me. I'm like I said, I use social media, so that allows me to really connect with people on the ground and to share the stories of people doing amazing stuff. I love celebrating the work of my friends, and then I usually have them come in as collaborators, and then they come in. And so the model at Oceanswell is where we have we'll team up with people outside Sri Lanka with expertise. We'll bring them in to train our local students so we can create sustainability, and it's not a parachute model of people coming in and leaving. And so we have this long-term solution.
Build the expertise at home.
Exactly, capacity build. Otherwise we can't save our oceans. We need more people on the ground, more locals taking care of the oceans and knowing they can be part of the solution and not just part of the problem.
So you're not just happy, you're hopeful.
My name Asha means hope. So I was born hopeful.
Doesn't get better than that. Yeah. Asha, thank you so very much for joining us today. It really is one of the pleasures I have is to get to talk to some of these incredible people, especially women that I could look up to and see doing incredible work at home. Thank you, everybody. Stay tuned. We're going to have more great Global Voices interviews.
Thank you, Val and Asha, for an inspiring discussion on marine conservation. I want to take a minute and thank you all for watching our live coverage of the World Bank Group IMF annual meetings. You can watch the replays of the events on World Bank Live and the replay of our daily broadcast on YouTube. We have more Global Voices interviews coming up. In the meantime, get inspired with these videos.
Our world was at its lowest levels in the history of humanity. We understood the threat climate change posed, how conflict and violence could undo all we had made, how corruption hurt the poorest, how the young needed jobs, and how women were still left behind. We tried, but it wasn't enough, or fast enough, so the oceans rose and deserts expanded. The hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, fires, storms were devastating. Governments collapsed. Millions were without work. The poor suffered the most, and then the wars over resources intensified.
This could be our future, but we chose a better path. Our ideas transform the future and change people's lives. We don't wait for the fighting to end to help those in need, and make sure disease doesn't escape the borders of conflict. We help people rebuild their lives, creating jobs of the future, and empowering women to fulfill their potential. Making sure those with disabilities were not ignored or excluded. And when it comes to climate change, we face it head on, with new ideas, by giving hope to those it displaces. And building resilience through climate-smart agriculture. We are building strong, capable institutions accountable to the people. We are adopting renewable energy as quickly as possible, working alongside the private sector, and using technology to change the game. With new ideas, we can change the storyline and create new skilled jobs. Helping girls get the education they want.
If we can improve the education and skills of all women in Zambia, then the sky is the limit.
Don't stop. Keep building. Keep banding together. Keep working with new partners, across borders, across disciplines, and attacking these challenges creatively. We are rising to these challenges.
Let future generations say, given the challenges, they did their best, and so we can do better.
Meet Anna. She was born just this morning. Anna's parents are thinking about her future. Will she survive as an infant? How will she do in school? Will she grow up in an environment that supports health and learning? These questions will shape the lives of Anna, her generation, her country, and our world. So it's not too early to start asking. To explore the answers, the World Bank created the Human Capital Index. The index looks at health and education data for Anna's country and calculates how much her generation may fall short of achieving their full potential. It does this by combining 5 carefully selected indicators of health and education, chosen because global research has linked them directly to productivity. The math is simple but powerful. Child survival, school enrollment, quality of learning, healthy growth, and adult survival all enter into the Human Capital Index. The index then calculates a single value between 0 and 1, based on how much each indicator contributes to productivity as an adult. What does all this mean? Survival. Will Anna live long enough to begin school? School. If Anna starts school, how long will she stay? Will she learn to read and write fluently? Will she become confident in math, science, and problem solving? Will she be prepared for university? Health. From her earliest days, will Anna grow up in a healthy and safe environment? Will she receive the food, health care, and family support she needs to grow strong and smart? For each country, the Human Capital Index tells us a story about what the future of Anna's generation will be compared to what it could be. For example, let's say Anna's country has an index value of 0.7. This means as they grow up, the productivity of her generation in the workforce will be 70% of what it could be if they had benefited from complete education and good health. It is saying something more than just education and health are important. It is saying that business as usual is costing Anna's country 30% of its income in the long run. Nurturing Anna's human capital and that of all children will fuel the prosperity of their generation and of the global economy. That is why building human capital is a project for the world.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2019 World Bank Group IMF Annual Meetings. I'm Zubaida Robinson. If you want to stay on top of what's happening here, you'll find our live blog right below this page. Check it out so you don't miss a bit. Let's continue with our Global Voices interview series. There's a lot of interest on this next topic. Up next is a conversation on how technology can spur economic transformation and entrepreneurship. Stick around, you don't want to miss this.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Global Voices interview series of the World Bank Group. My name is Frank Bagidi and we are here live streaming from the World Bank Group's headquarters in Washington, D.C. during one of the busiest times of the year for us, the annual meetings 2019. Thousands of development professionals and global leaders are gathering here this week to share their knowledge, their insights, and their views on some of the world's most pressing issues, such as inclusive growth, resilience and adaptation, and disruptive technologies. I am thrilled to be joined today by Peter Njonjo, co-founder and CEO of Twiga Foods, a B2B platform, marketplace platform based in Kenya. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you so much.
It's great to have you here.
No, it is a pleasure to be here.
And I am also thrilled to welcome each and every one of you who are there members of our online community. Please feel free to share your questions, remarks, and comments in the comment section of this video. So Peter, let's get right into it.
Thank you.
You lead what I personally consider to be one of the most innovative and interesting companies in Africa, connecting farmers and vendors through technology. Tell us a little more about how Twiga Food works and what it aims to do.
I think it's easier to describe the company when I start with the problem that we're trying to solve. And the problem that we're trying to solve is the fact that consumers on the continent of Africa spend about 50% of their disposable income on food. It means that if food continues to be expensive, it will start sucking up resources from other sectors of the economy just for people to feed themselves.
Right.
And when you look at that, the source of this inefficiency, it's to do with the retail fragmentation. There's too many retailers whom it becomes very difficult for farmers to have access to the market. Just to give you an example, there's 6.5 million people in Nairobi, 180,000 retailers. So if you're a farmer and you want to sell produce to somebody in Nairobi, it's very, very difficult to do that because of that level of fragmentation. And in markets where we've seen a bit of consolidation on the retail side, there's a lot of efficiency and consumers are spending less on food. In the UK it's about 8.2%. Markets like South Africa is 16%. So what Twiga does is that we use technology to aggregate the retail demand in the informal market, and through that efficient supply chain, supplying lower cost and better quality food to retailers. So that's essentially what we do in a nutshell.
That's quite impressive. And we're talking here about a very complex, supply chain process, especially because you're dealing with fresh products. And the numbers are quite impressive. I mean, we're talking about 17,000 farmers. You were telling me before the start of the interview, more than 4,000 vendors now. How do you make it work?
Well, I think the key thing for us is essentially how we thought about distribution. One thing is that you also have to be cognizant of the level of complexity in navigating urban Africa, traffic jams, high density areas. And one of the things that we've done very well is how we've thought about our last mile distribution. We have our first case of artificial intelligence within the company, where now we have software that tells us, the state of a road. It looks at the clustering of customers. It looks at, for example, what volume are they ordering, what weight is going to them, and that helps us to optimize some of the routes that we have, and even where to set up our distribution centers. So again, it's tailoring solutions that are very, very adapted to the local situation or the local market. And I think that for us is what has been an advantage. So, and that's how we're able to serve 4,000 customers every day through our platform, and essentially source from a very, very wide variety of farmers across Kenya. And we see an opportunity to scale this across the continent.
So first across the region maybe, and then across the continent, or you plan on just going up and up in the fastest way possible?
No, the thing is that you have to be very, very systematic, because every city has its nuances. So you'll find that the distribution challenges are different, the regulatory environment is different. So you have to take all this into account as you're moving into a new city and being very thoughtful about how you plan.
So Peter, what are some of the barriers that companies like yours face to really grow and flourish to their best potential? And what do you think the development community at large, I'm talking about multilateral development banks, donor partners, policymakers, government, what could they do to help lift and remove these barriers?
Well, I think the thing is that the challenge most startups face on the continent is that you have to build intellectual property to solve the problem that you're trying to solve. And the second thing is that you also have to invest in creating the ecosystem that supports your business. And by doing those two things, it makes the barrier to success much, much higher on the African continent. Let me give you an example. When we started out Twiga, we had to buy all our distribution vehicles. Now, the thing is that if somebody is setting up an e-commerce platform in the US, the last thing they will be thinking about is buying vehicles for distribution, because they're able to lease that. And the environment within which they operate offers them that with very low thresholds, even for a startup. So what you find is that, with such barriers on the continent where the cost of starting a business and scaling is very, very high, I think development partners can come in and step up with solutions. For example, I'm a big fan of what I call blended finance structures, where you have development capital coming together with private capital to help solve some of the barriers that entrepreneurs face. Let me give you an example. One of the big success cases that we have, use cases that we have on blended finance, is with IFC. And what they were able to do is put together a guarantee that allows banks now to have a de-risked lending model to farmers who want to scale their production to supply us as Twiga. So, and I think there's an opportunity for more of these types of programs, because it needs to be easier to set up a business on the continent without worrying about all the barriers that you need to overcome.
Thank you, Peter, for giving us a specific example, and especially an example that comes from the World Bank Group. I appreciate that.
No, thank you so much.
Now, you left a very successful Fortune 500 company, and you were at a very high level there to start your own startup and your own company in Kenya. What was your motivation behind this decision that some people may say was quite risky?
Well, the thing is that I started Twiga 5 years ago. The good thing is that, I had my co-founder whom we worked very well in getting the business to where it got to. But I think, there's certain projects that you look at and ask yourself, if I'm sitting here in 20 years and I look back, do I feel like I would have overlooked an opportunity to build a significant legacy? A legacy that will not only impact me as an individual, but maybe would impact hundreds and thousands of people and help them figure out their lives. And I think for me, getting the opportunity to do that and having people around the table who are helping us to do that, for me is a more compelling reason than staying employed in a great multinational. I mean, I love the Coca-Cola company. And I think for me, the most important thing is I think I've been very privileged with the type of exposure that I've been given by the company over the years. And I think if I don't use that knowledge to lift up my community, then it will be a big miss for me.
Okay, so last question for you, Peter. When you think about the young people around the world who may want to start their own startup, what advice would you like to share with them? Or in another way, I could say, what piece of advice you wish you were given when you started your career?
What I would say is that, starting a business is tough. I liken it to jumping out of an aeroplane and hoping on your way down you'll catch a flock of birds that will break your fall. At times you catch the birds, sometimes you don't catch the birds. And I think the most important thing is ensuring that you have a clear purpose in your mind as to why you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. So when the tough days come, you can still have the inspiration to continue moving forward. And I think that's essentially what every entrepreneur has to face in the early days. It's easier to sit back when you've had some measure of success, but I think the early days are very, very tough.
Thank you so much, Peter. I had a great time interviewing you today.
It was a pleasure.
And thank you everyone for joining us today. Please keep watching this space as we will be back with more conversation, more guests, and more exclusive content just for you. You can also watch a host of presentations and World Bank Live examples and series and panel discussions today and tomorrow. Again, my name is Frank Bagidi, and we will be back with more content just for you, so please stay tuned.
Thank you, Frank and Peter, for giving a clear picture on how jobs bring economic growth for countries and a brighter future for citizens. It's the middle of the day here at the World Bank Group IMF Annual Meetings. Again, I am Zubeida Robinson. If you're here at the World Bank, please stop by our digital media zone. We have some props at the Picture Yourself photo area, and if you want to try your luck and participate in our Who Wants to Be a Development Genius challenge. We've had quite a day already today, but more thoughtful discussions are coming. Please stand by and we'll be right back.
We require funding for our expansion, and that's a big challenge for us.
Here is a growing sector, the tech sector. There's a huge need for talent, particularly female talent, because there's so few women in the sector.
त्यस्तोमा मेरो आफ्नो ब्रान्डलाई लन्चिङ गर्ने इन्ट्रेस्ट छ भनौँ न न्युयोर्क त्यस्तो ठाउँमा
Decades ago, Pensri was suffering. Bangkok's air was a powerful cocktail of sulfur, carbon monoxide, and lead. Breathing in fumes by the side of the road made her sick, but selling food to truckers was the only way she could make a living. A half a world away, a similar story.
Yo tenía asma, en los cuales mi mamá y mi familia tenían que llevarme corriendo a urgencia.
Pollution. It makes bad economic sense. And it kills. The poor suffer most, forced by poverty to live in dirty areas with less access to medical care. But now, both Bangkok and Santiago are well on the road to recovery. Bangkok is battling pollution in many different ways, including converting to cleaner four-stroke engines for the city's ubiquitous motorbikes. Santiago has adopted similar measures. Although both cities still struggle with pollution and congestion, they are reaping the benefits of investing in a cleaner environment.
Siento que cada año va a ir disminuyendo la cantidad de niños que ingresan por urgencia con enfermedades respiratorias.
ป้าแข็งแรงดีจ้ะไม่มีเจ็บไม่มีไข้
For centuries, our teaching methods have remained largely the same.
Education is about expanding minds, encouraging creativity, solving problems, and contributing as individuals, team members, and leaders.
Equipped with the ability to understand the news and the economy, an open-minded, environmentally responsible generation could truly change the world.
In the future, we need kids to be able to think critically.
We need innovators, risk-takers, problem solvers.
How is one person supposed to cater to the different learning needs of all the different students?
Students' skills be teased out, developed, and tailored to.
Rather than adversaries, I see tradition and innovation as allies in education.
Imagine bouncing back and forth between the real world and the virtual world, filled with an insatiable zeal for knowledge that is new, egalitarian, and individually curated.
Our aim should be forming people who are creative, reflective, and adaptable.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you our future. Our future. future. Attention people, y'all get ready. This is for everybody. Try to catch up, we are ahead. Let me introduce to you. Try to catch up, we are ahead. That future hit. Are you ready? That future hit. Do you believe in magic? Here it's automatic. La la la, ooh. Amazing how it's happening. Look here, mom, we made it. La 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 la, ooh. That future. That future. That future. That future. Are you ready? Future hit. Future. That future. That future. That future.
Here's a question. How many humans have ever lived? What's the total number of people who've ever been born? The answer is about 100 billion, and right now there are 7 billion people alive on Earth. That means 7% of the people who've ever lived are alive today. But wait, how in the world do we know how many people there are in the world? That's where demography comes in, the statistical study of human populations. And be warned, this stuff gets complicated pretty quickly. Here's the basic idea. If you know the population in one year, and you understand how it changes, you can estimate what it will be in subsequent years. Let's suppose we want to know a country's current population, but we only have data from 5 years ago. To estimate the population now, we take the old population, calculate the births and add them, calculate the deaths and subtract them, add all the immigrants, and then subtract all the emigrants. If we have these numbers and they're reliable, our estimate should be good. In 1958, when the UN projected today's population, they were out by less than 5%. Pretty impressive. How many other 50-year projections are that good? That's demography at work. We try to get data on population counts, births, deaths, and migration every few years from censuses and other national sources. In reality, all these sources have errors and missing data. This is a real problem in Africa right now, where only a few countries have complete official records on births and deaths. This is where statisticians at institutions like the World Bank and UN come in. They help countries improve their data and make it usable for others. To explore further, you can download 50 years of country-by-country population data from the World Development Indicators online. Oh, and how do we know how many people have ever lived on Earth? We just run the process backwards.
Okay, work with me here. Ending extreme poverty worldwide will take some $4 trillion a year. Development aid is only $330 million. Another $1 trillion comes from remittances, philanthropy, and some other sources. So we're short. About $3 trillion a year short. Seems like a really big problem. Developing countries are a $12 trillion market opportunity. Opportunities in everything, actually. Hey, challenge! Just found your opportunity. So besides investors, who would it help? These people, to live a healthy life. This man, in getting a good income. Or give this woman a chance to create something incredible. And everyone else, in developing and developed countries alike. It's not just about getting private sector money into development. It's a process about when to use it, when to use public money, insurance, guarantees, or some combination that best fits. Not to replace development aid, but complement it. The World Bank Group and other development banks have the expertise to help private finance tap into developing markets, not just to invest in infrastructure projects, but in people. We call it maximizing finance for development. A little wonky, we know. And while developing countries are doing their part, it's just not going to be enough. That's why we need to rethink financing development, so this little one has a healthy life. And this woman can disrupt an industry with her product idea. And this youth, her big idea can change the world. In the end, we get strong markets and strong communities. And all of us get a world of opportunities. To learn more, check us out online.
Imagine that your local hospital only had an emergency room. That would help patients who need urgent treatment. But what about those who need long-term care? This is how the world has been responding to refugee crisis, focusing on the emergency so that refugees can survive. It's a good approach if the crisis doesn't last too long. The reality is, more than half of today's refugees are displaced for over 4 years. And as violent conflict surges, close to 10 million people are now in exile for over 5 years, the highest since the end of the Cold War. We need to think differently. Take a look at this map. This shows the top 10 countries hosting refugees. Notice anything? Every country other than Germany is a developing country. In fact, about 85% of refugees today are hosted in low and middle income countries. These governments are already struggling to deliver the services that local communities need, like education and economic opportunities, especially for women. When refugees arrive, they are stretched even more. This is a development challenge. So, what's the solution? Right now, refugees often don't have the right to work, open bank accounts, or start businesses. If they could, they'd be able to support themselves instead of waiting for aid. That's one way to help refugees regain their dignity. It's also more cost-effective in the long term. Women make up almost half of all refugees, and 52% of refugees are under the age of 18. If we could help women and children to realize their full potential, imagine what they could do. For this to work, governments need to be in the driver's seat, because the right policies matter. We need to bring investments to host communities too. Improving local services and including refugees may be a more efficient way to provide services for all, which can help host countries prosper even after the crisis is over. And the international community needs a better system for responsibility sharing. We are all in this together. Imagine a long-term response to help refugees and host communities thrive together can help build a more stable world that's better for everyone.
We require
Welcome back. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the live broadcast of the World Bank Group IMF Annual Meetings. Continue engaging with us online with the hashtag WBG Meetings. Now it's time to go to our next Global Voices interview. In this next conversation, we will hear about empowering people in communities to pull themselves out of poverty. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, friends. It's Valerie Hickey again, live to you from Washington, D.C., where all the fun and the hard work is happening for us to try and find a way to end poverty. It's what we at the World Bank do every day, and it's what many of our guests are doing every day themselves in the field. And I'm delighted we have Molly Melching with us. Molly, you're the founder of an NGO in Senegal called Tostan.
That's right.
What does Tostan do?
Tostan is a non-governmental organization, and we have been working for 28 years in educating girls and women mostly, but also men, but who most live in remote, resource-poor communities in 5 West African countries: Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, the Gambia, Mali, and Senegal, and mostly with people who've never been to school or who dropped out early. And the education program we do is holistic, it's empowering. It is always in national languages so that everybody can be part of the program. And so we work in 22 national languages in this program, which lasts for 3 years.
Because inclusion matters. And
Exactly.
That's why you're here at the bank. We just launched a report this week called Inclusion Matters in Africa. If you want to follow it, friends, it's hashtag Inclusion Matters. We would love to hear from you. We want to include you. You were here speaking about Inclusion Matters. Why do you think inclusion does matter? Have you seen it make a difference?
Well, of course, the fact that we do our program in national languages is so important because people need information desperately. They really need information, but in their own language, because if they start to learn French, which is the official language, it will take them a very long time. This is very difficult for rural women who've never been to school, but who need information in order to go on and do income generating activities and to be in leadership positions in their own community. But through our program, they have gone on to be leaders at the district level and even at the national level.
And you've seen this happen in 28 years. You've seen a generation
Oh
of,
my
as you said,
goodness.
particularly women,
Thousands
when they're
of
now
women.
educated in this way.
Thousands of women who have gone on to become leaders, but in their own language. They're very eloquent, and they can defend their human rights. They can advocate for their priorities
right.
and realities, their needs in the community at all levels.
And this must be so important. One of the issues we often face is that in too many of the countries and communities we work in, we're not hearing all the voices. We're particularly not hearing from women. We're particularly not hearing from young people.
Right.
So is this one of the ways you see that we all need to be better at making sure people can communicate where they're most comfortable, not where we're most comfortable?
Absolutely. We always open 2 classes in each community, and these classes run 3 times a week for 2 or 3 hours, and we always open the class for both youth. There's a class for youth so that they can discuss the issues that are dear to their hearts.
Yep.
And discuss freely and openly, but we also always open a class for adults. Because if you don't do that, there is a disconnect between generations, and then they meet together. But then what's exciting is they reach out then to the entire community and they share the decisions that they think are important to make in order to achieve well-being for their community. And the exciting thing about our program is we always start by asking the community, what do you want for tomorrow? What is your vision? Where would you like to be in 5 years? And we try to support them to achieve those goals, but giving them the information and the skills they need to be able to achieve that on their own and lead their own development and then sustain it after, for example, the facilitator and the team from Toast On has left. Of course, I'm not in the villages. I am in the international office, but I think I'm most proud of the fact that now in every country we're in, it is an African team from that country that manages everything. And the international office, which is in Dakar, is where we support them and get funds for them to do the program and also help with the audits so that people see that everything is done in the right way.
So communities helping each other. It's doing what we should all be doing, which is doing ourselves out of a job in some ways as international organizations.
Exactly, but it's needed so badly because the education scores are fairly low still. And so this education in national languages, but particularly because we do human rights education. And this human rights education made a huge difference when we put it in the program. We had done the program for almost 8 years, this holistic 3-year program. When we included human rights education in our program, and by that I mean simple human rights principles,
not the conference terms, not the UN language,
not the
but
academic.
the real life. Yeah.
For example, everybody has the right to be free from all forms of violence.
Right.
And of course, for inclusion, the most important human right that people talk about and that made a huge difference in the communities is the human right to be free from all forms of discrimination.
Yes, of course.
And there are many cases of that. Just for example, the women were not participating in the village meetings. They were not elected as leaders. They were not even confident about being elected. But they said, we don't know what we could run on as a platform. But with human rights, they do have a platform for health and education, for work, for income generating activities, for their land rights. And all that is something that helps to lead to their inclusion. And the men, because we work with them from the very beginning, and also with the religious leaders, we do a lot of religious leader training. It's really important. And they understand that the human rights principles really align with their deeper values and their religious values. So they're on board, and they're really almost at the forefront of leading this movement for ending discrimination, ending practices that can harm girls and women, because that leads to their exclusion also.
I can imagine. And it must be incredible for, after 28 years in many of these communities, that there are now young women entering the program who see women in leadership positions.
This
so has
is
the conversation
so important.
changed?
Modeling and having women who have never gone to school and who were in the household and never dreamed of being out and being public figures, leading discussions on ending female genital cutting, for example. These women are standing up and ending child marriage.
It's incredible.
And they're reaching out not only to their own village, but our strategy at Tostan is for them themselves to reach out to the other interconnected communities where they intermarry, their relatives, the people that matter to them, to talk to them and get them on board. And they're really building a movement for human rights, for ending FGC, for ending child marriage, for ending violence against girls and women. And it's just, it's so exciting to be part of all of that and supporting the African teams who themselves really don't have that high in education, but through the program, they always talk about, we went through the Tostan University because we do democracy, we do human rights, problem solving, health and hygiene and literacy, project implementation, leadership, how to do a feasibility study, so that they can sustain their...
All the aspects of being a fully rounded, dignified, included person.
Right. I mean, and so many projects unfortunately go in with just a solo silo approach, and only treat one aspect, and really people are holistic.
Yes.
And again, we're working on the SDGs because all of these areas correspond to all of the SDGs. So people are excited now. They're learning about the SDGs and they're saying,
how it applies to me.
Yes, and they understand and they're proud because they are working on all these areas already, particularly with the human rights learning that they have done and are applying now in their communities.
Thank you, Molly. You talked about the importance of modeling. It's clearly you're someone who models everything we should be thinking about when we're doing development. It is about inclusion. It is about the whole person, and it's about every person in every community. Thank you so much for joining us. Friends, thank you so much. Continue to stay tuned. We've got some exciting guests coming up in our Global Voices series. We're going to take you behind the curtain on some other fascinating people just like Molly, who every day are making a difference and who every day are helping to end poverty.
welcome back to our annual meetings live show. I'm Zubaida Robinson, and we are now turning to the topic of women's entrepreneurship. If you care about this issue, you don't want to miss our next event, Unleashing the Potential of Women Entrepreneurship through Finance and Markets. I want to encourage everyone to comment, send in questions, and share this on social media with the hashtag #EmpowerWomen. But first, we're going to hear from two women experts when it comes to women entrepreneurship. Orica Balmas is the Operations Officer for Women Entrepreneur Finance Initiative, also known as WIFI. And Jessica Schnabel is the Global Head of IFC's Banking on Women. Welcome, Orica and Jessica.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks. So this is going to go to Orica. Women in developing countries face greater struggles than men in obtaining finance, right?
Yeah.
What does this mean for women entrepreneurs and the countries they live in?
Thank you. First, thank you for having us here. It's a great opportunity to be speaking about this event and meeting some of extraordinary entrepreneurs that will be on stage today. In developing countries, opening a business is one of the greatest tools for women to increase their income, to support their families and their communities. And yet they face a lot of cultural barriers, finance barriers, access to markets, and which stops them from increasing their opportunities and growing their businesses. When it comes to access to finance, when women are trying to get a loan, the cards are stacked against them. They generally have, fewer women have bank accounts, and even when they have bank accounts, they still struggle with accessing a loan. They don't have access to collateral, land, which in many countries is registered with men. They don't have as much experience interacting with bank lending officers, and they also need a little bit more training and confidence and an ability to develop business plans. What happens in real life for real women is that they start businesses with fewer resources, which means they have smaller businesses, and when they want to grow their businesses, they struggle to, they hesitate to implement their ideas, and they forfeit some of the business opportunities that stops them from growing and hiring new people and accomplishing their potential.
Wow. That's really fascinating. Now, over to you, Jessica. What does research tell us about gender financing gaps?
Thanks for the question. Research tells us that the gaps are large and lasting, unfortunately. But research and experience in the Banking on Women business also tells us that the opportunities are large and lasting. At IFC, we know that investing in women as entrepreneurs, as leaders, as community members, leads to prosperity for economies and for financial institutions. So I mentioned the gaps are large and lasting, and they are. Even though women run or own about a third of small and medium-sized enterprises in emerging markets, access to financial services, valuable financial services, is one of their biggest constraints to growth. So big, in fact, that we estimate a $1.5 trillion credit gap for women-owned small and medium-sized companies in emerging markets. And unfortunately, it doesn't stop there. Women also lag behind in terms of access to digital assets. Not only the use and access to the internet and mobile technology. So that's a real constraint to growth. Lastly, I think in that early stage, as you mentioned, really in business formation and startup, women are facing a really important challenge. For instance, when you look at private equity financiers, those that finance those first few years of business, in venture capital in emerging markets, women are receiving $7 out of every $100 of private equity funding that's going to companies. So that's a real constraint. Now, there is some good news.
Okay.
And the good news is that financing women's entrepreneurship and financing women more broadly is a real source of growth and prosperity for financial institutions and fintechs. In the Banking on Women business, we have financed and provided expertise to over 93 financial institutions in over 50 countries. $2.5 billion of financing for local financial institutions to grow their business with women. And through that experience over the past 9 years or so, we've learned a few things, such as women customers bring deposit growth, asset growth, balance sheet stability and better asset quality to financial institutions that serve them. So we know that banking on women business is smart economics.
Well said. And that, but also there's work to be done when you mentioned the 1.5 trillion. That is a huge number, Jessica.
Yes, it is.
And so this is over to you, Orica. What is being done now to unleash the potential of women entrepreneurs?
So I wanted to speak about one initiative that is quite exciting for all of us. It's called the Women Entrepreneurship Finance Initiative. It's a unique partnership between 14 governments and 6 implementing partners that are multilateral development banks. And the initiative took a broad approach, tried to tackle the multiple barriers and challenges that women face. We're looking at access to finance, which includes working with banks, which is similar to what Jessica has done through IFC's Banking on Women project, trying to get more banks to increase their lending and their focus on new financial services and expanded financial services for women. Also looking at the early stage equity investments for women entrepreneurs and helping them grow their businesses for incubators and accelerators and getting them to be investment ready for new venture capital funds. We're also working with new type of partners like insurance companies to expand their women access to financial, to insurance products, which is something that most women entrepreneurs do not have access to, and it's something very new for them. So we're very excited to see some interesting programs along in these areas. WIFI is also focusing on increasing women's access to markets. This is something extremely important for women in developing countries, helping them create linkages along different value chains, but also connecting them to public procurement. Public procurements are very large market opportunities for small and medium enterprises, and women have a very small percentage of those procurements. Also trying to link women to corporates, to large companies that are sourcing the goods from developing countries. And in addition, WIFI is also trying to link everything together and have a focus on building an ecosystems, working with regulatory agencies to improve the regulatory environments that negatively affect women entrepreneurs. And also we're having a focus on improving data around women, trying to get better data to be able to make policy decisions and to help our private sector partners make better decisions about how to access women entrepreneurs, how to tailor their products to what women actually need. And we also trying to have a number of rigorous impact evaluations, which is something very important to WIFI. We want to know what works and what doesn't, so that we can learn, adapt, and scale these projects at the global stage.
Thanks, Orica. It sounds like WIFI has a multifaceted strategy going, and I love that it touches on pretty much all of the things: access to markets, partnerships, data, which is really huge. Now I'm going to turn over to you, Jessica. There's another initiative supporting women entrepreneurs. Can you tell us about it?
I'd be happy to. If you can't tell already, partnerships are so important to what we do. We cannot close the financing gap, we can't close the skills gap, and we can't close the access gap without partnerships. And the partnership that I'd like to highlight right now is the WEOF partnership, Women Entrepreneurs Opportunity Facility. It's a joint partnership between IFC Banking on Women and Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women. When we launched it together in 2014, it was really the first of its kind. And we set out together a goal that had 3 parts. First, we wanted to finance women. Second, we wanted to develop skills and capacity to empower women's business growth. And third, we wanted to crowd in other investors and really prove the commercial viability of investing in women. And we've done so. 5 years into this partnership, we've just launched a progress report, and that was published and publicly available for everyone. We've seen tremendous growth in the program. For example, through the WEOF partnership, IFC has financed, $1.5 billion in banks and financial institutions, specifically targeted at loans to women-owned SMEs. We've financed more than 50,000 women-led businesses in emerging markets through the WEOF partnership. And last but not least, I think that one of the things the We Off partnership has both allowed and pushed us to do is innovate. And through that partnership, we've innovated in trade finance, really getting finance to women-owned companies for import and export finance for their growth. Second, we're pushing the boundaries in capital markets. We launched the first ever gender bond in the market, issued by a private sector bank, a client of IFC, that is used exclusively to finance women-owned enterprises from that bank. We've done so with Bank of Guarantee Bank, we've done so with Bank Auda in Thailand, and we're looking to do more. So really that partnership has led to innovation.
I like that. I'm really curious about the gender bonds, and maybe we'll hear more about it from the event. Now, this is to both of you, right? What will we hear about at today's event? You go first, or shall I?
I am very excited to see today one of the beneficiaries of WeFi. It's a woman entrepreneur called Mahina Meji, and she is the founder of a company called Dot Online in Pakistan. Dot Online has received an equity investment from a private equity fund in Pakistan, which is supported by WeFi, and it's a great example of how a woman entrepreneur saw a problem in the country and decided to move ahead and find a solution that is different and providing something that is really exciting for both customers and for her employees. She is developing an online tool to be able to help women that are highly skilled but are not really able to find opportunities to work in the Pakistani market, and they serve as tutors for Pakistani children. In Pakistan, the level of education is not, for many parents, is not satisfactory, and being able to access this type of private education opportunities is something that is really exciting. Dot Online has about 200 employees and women that are providing the services, and with support from this investment, they're planning on going to 10,000 tutors that will be providing services throughout the country. So this is very exciting for us.
What about you, Jessica? Last word.
Oh, well, I'm excited to hear this. And for me, I really want to hear from Chiru Waweru Waitaka. She is the co-founder and leader of a company called Fun Kids. They make furniture for children in Kenya. But not only that, they are empowering children. They're training them in engineering, robotics, and manufacturing technology. So not only is she running a really interesting business, she's going to talk about her journey, and it's just one more proof that shows us that investing in women has spillover effects into the economy and the community at large.
Nice to hear. These women are smart, these women are empowering others, and above all, they are inspiring all of us. Well, thank you, Orica and Jessica, for this very, very great background on the event. And stay tuned for the Unleashing the Potential of Women Entrepreneurs Through Finance and Markets.
For our expansion, and that's a big challenge for us.
Here is a growing sector, the tech sector. There's a huge need for talent, particularly female talent, because there's so few women in the sector.
त्यस्तोमा मेरो आफ्नो ब्रान्डलाई लन्चिङ गर्ने इन्ट्रेस्ट छ भनौँ न न्युयोर्क त्यस्तो ठाउँमा
and gentlemen, how are we doing? What a crowd. It's great to see you all with us this afternoon to focus on this key topic, unleashing the potential of women entrepreneurs. My name is Julie Gishuru. It's an honor to guide this session this afternoon. You're going to have a great panel, and you have 3 Ignite speakers who will be speaking to you. I look forward to that. But first, let me set some context. A short while ago, a man called Eliud Kipchoge, how many know that name? From Kenya, proved to us that the impossible is indeed possible. He runs sub 2 for the marathon. Why do I mention that? It's because we have a real challenge ahead of us, an intense challenge. But anything is possible. As we go into conversations, as we prepare for the discussions that are coming up, let me root this in reality. We're saying we need to unleash the potential of women entrepreneurs. I want to challenge that a little bit and say women entrepreneurs all over the world are unleashing their own potential. In the hardest of circumstances, they're running businesses and getting by. In some very fragile situations, women are keeping their families together, feeding their children and sending them to get the best kind of education they can possibly afford for them. They're managing their homes and they're managing their communities. They are planning, they are surviving against all odds. So the question is, how can we play a role and unleash the potential we have to significantly transform their situations, because they're already doing incredible things. And so today we're talking about how we do this through access to finance, through markets. I'm very excited about the speakers today and the panel coming up, but first and foremost, I have asked World Bank Group President David Malpass to make some remarks. So let's give him a warm round of applause, please, as he comes up to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, good. I may stand up here. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon and very warm welcome. Is this? We're here today to discuss how to create more opportunities for women entrepreneurs, allowing women to participate fully in society and the economy is a global imperative, one that the World Bank is working on every day. We're fortunate to be joined by 3 distinguished panelists who will share their insights and perspectives. We'll be sitting up here in a couple of minutes. We'll also hear first from inspiring entrepreneurs who are working to take their venture to the next level. So before we get to that, I'd like to share a little bit of the World Bank's perspective on this. Starting a growing business is one of the most powerful tools for women to overcome poverty. Yet in most countries, women face legal, financial, and cultural barriers that stifle entrepreneurial success. Women entrepreneurs struggle to have access to capital. They struggle to have access to goods and services. They face legal obstacles, and the World Bank works through the Women, Business, and the Law report to find the average economy gives women only 3/4 of the legal rights of men. We need better laws and regulatory reforms. That becomes a very important piece of the puzzle, and it's a core part of the World Bank's work in developing countries. A few years ago, the World Bank Group piloted a project in Cote d'Ivoire that led to a series of reforms that resulted in a revised family code that ensures that husbands and wives will have more equal say to manage household assets. Barriers to entry is a very real problem facing women and the poor, and one of the hopeful signs going on in development is the lowering of transaction costs, which gives more access then to people that are entering the market, including new women entrepreneurs. I'd like to highlight two key partnerships that we'll hear more about today. The first is the Women Entrepreneurs Opportunity Facility, WEOF. 5 years ago, IFC, the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group, and Goldman Sachs created this facility building on the success of Goldman's 10,000 Women Initiative and the IFC's Banking on Women program. That effort is bearing fruit. IFC's investments through WEOF in developing country financial institutions are strengthening businesses and creating jobs in challenging markets around the world. And I'm pleased to tell you that one of our speakers today from Kenya is a graduate of Goldman's 10,000 Women Initiative and is a client of a WEOF partner bank. The second initiative that I want to mention is the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, WEFI, which is based at the World Bank. It takes a broad ecosystems approach, including access to markets, networks, technology, and tackling laws and business practices that keep women from thriving in business. WEFI is a partnership between 14 governments, including the United States, which delivered the first important commitment. These governments contributed over $350 million. WEFI works with 6 multilateral development banks, the World Bank Group being one, as well as working with the private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders. WEFI is the first fund that addresses the systemic barriers to women entrepreneurs in developing countries by linking policy, legal, and regulatory reforms with public and private investments. And over 2 financing rounds, nearly $250 million has been allocated to implementing partners related to WEFI. The program aims to help 115,000 women-owned small and medium-sized enterprises. Entrepreneurs make enormous sacrifices in pursuing their dreams, turning their ideas into scalable ventures, and taking them to the next growth stage. For women in developing countries, the challenge is even greater. We also know that women entrepreneurs have a major impact on their communities, not only in socioeconomic terms, but also as change agents and sources of inspiration. Success begets success. So I'm very happy to give the floor to 3 inspiring women who will share with you their journey of entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, David. You may take your seat. And for those of you who are not aware, this really is an important agenda for the World Bank. I think the Partnership Forum started earlier this week with a focus on empowering women, and I just want to congratulate the World Bank and partners who are taking this seriously. In terms of economic growth and transformation, it is absolutely critical that we focus on women empowerment. Time, ladies and gentlemen, for me to introduce our Ignite speakers and to welcome them up to take the stage. Maheen Adamji is the founder of Dot and Line in Pakistan. Do come up, Maheen, please. A tech-enabled education startup in maths tutoring, an investee of an IFC WEFI-supported VC fund. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Thank you. Shiro Waweru Waithaka is the co-founder and CEO of Fun Kids Kenya, a furniture manufacturing business, part of Goldman's 10,000 Women Initiative, as mentioned earlier by David. Round of applause, please, for Shiro. And Dina El Shanoufi is the Chief Investment Officer of Flat6 Labs, a VC-funded accelerator, an IFC and WeFi investee, working across the MENA region, investing with a gender lens. A round of applause for her, please. Ladies, I hand over to you. I believe we start with Maheen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maheen Adamji, and I'm a co-founder of Dot and Line in Pakistan. To understand who I am and what we do, you have to know where I come from. I come from a long line of entrepreneurs. Both my grandfathers contributed to the industrial and economic growth of my country. Yet, when my mother, a young 17-year-old, was married, she didn't get the same opportunities, and her ambition was restricted to the home. On the day of the birth of my twin sister and on the day of my birth and my twin sister and my birth, my mother decided things would be different for us. She raised 4 strong-willed girls, each with a conviction that just one generation ago would be considered unacceptable. I went on to attend university in the UK, graduated from the London School of Economics, and pursued journalism. I even won an award highlighting education in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Karachi. I thought I had found my calling, but everything changed with the birth of my daughter. For my daughter, I wanted the best education, but I struggled to find one that checked all the boxes. And I wasn't alone in that struggle. There are 28 million school-going children in Pakistan. And after spending 7 years in school, more than half of them cannot read at the 2nd grade level. Their numeracy skills are also at the 2nd grade level. The system is broken. With that in mind, my partner and friend Lena and I quit our jobs and converted my parents' garage into an experimental learning lab. We had a vision. We wanted to spark curiosity in children. We wanted to take information from textbooks and connect them with the wider world. We wanted to bring world-class learning to our doorstep. Our workshops took flight, and with that our message to the Pakistani parent reimagining education. But beyond the small groups of early adopters, many still found us too far or simply unaffordable. That is when Dot and Line was born. Dot and Line builds scalable learning environments with specially built programs. These programs in English and math are written by some of the brightest minds in our country. With the help of Spring Accelerator, we gained access to a panel of experts with funding from DFID, and then with seed investment from a VFI-backed VC investor, we were able to take an idea and form a fully functioning organization. That, by the way, is my partner attending the conference at Spring. But more importantly, are all the women who are our teachers. These women are fighting their own societal battles, going through a rigorous recruitment vetting and a training process. They're able to set up a Dot and Line center in the comfort of their home, becoming micro-entrepreneurs and teachers in their communities. These women are software engineers, bankers, doctors, but they're also mothers, wives, and caretakers. Their struggle resonated with me. As a mother of 2, I was once advised when I was on a trip to raise funding not to bring up my then 3-month-old. They said it would deter early investors. But my friend and partner pushed me to bring my whole self to the table. And that sentiment became the mantra of Dot and Line. a beautiful community of women emerged who not only encourage one another to own their narrative, but rise to find meaning and purpose in their lives. Today, Dotted Line runs over 200 centers in 3 of the largest cities in Pakistan. We boost student learning outcomes in just 4 short months. Our vision is to grow to 10,000 centers in 4 years and then take our learning modules online so that even those in small towns can learn and grow with the rest of us. The struggles have been many. In a cash-based economy and in the absence of a fintech solution, it's difficult to scale a business such as this. Couple that with the reluctance of investors to enter a market with seemingly volatile macroeconomic conditions. But then there is our dream. With the population in Pakistan of mostly under 25 years, at Dotted Line we believe the next great scientist or inventor, the next great artist or leader is living amongst us. It is our responsibility to give them the tools by which they can fulfill their full potential. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shiro Wawero Waithaka from Kenya, and I've not run a marathon yet, but that's okay. I am the CEO and founder of a company called Fun Kids. My earliest memory being a creative and having resilience is from the age of 9. That's me. I grew up on a farm. My parents very clear about the need to work hard and would be kicked out of the house by 4 or 5 in the morning and come back when the duties, not chores, but duties are done. In my free time, I would create, I would dream, I would make crafts, and I would win competitions. I absolutely love creativity. A few years after being 9, I'm sort of like 12, maybe. Okay, I lie, I'm older. I still create, I still color, I still paint. I was born to create. After high school in Kenya, I was fortunate to go and study interior architecture at the Glasgow School of Art. I worked extremely hard, graduated in interior architecture, and then went back home and founded a very successful business called Amber Africa. That wasn't enough. While expecting our firstborn son, Kihara, and soon after his sister, Nyokabi, I started looking around for things for them, beds, clothes, books, and I was disappointed. None of them were made in Kenya. None of them reflected my children or reflected me. We are the fastest growing continent, largest number of children and youth. How do we not have a brand for children from Kenya and for the world? I decided to do something about it. With the birth of our children, brand Fun Kids was born. Brand Fun Kids was born to change the narrative. Children deserve better. Children deserve to be children. Children like color. They like pushing boundaries. But this is not always the case. Majority of the schools in Kenya, parents have to buy their own furniture, many of whom can't afford it. This, good people, is a real picture of the situation. If they're lucky, they sit on a stone, bare earth, and sometimes in water. It is beyond heartbreaking. There needs to be another word for it. This is not okay. We must change this. Brand Fun Kids from Kenya is changing this. These are some of the products we make. As we scaled our business, we were struggling. But that's what entrepreneurs in developing markets do. We're resilient. After the launch of our brand, Fun Kids, the furniture, we decided to start an educational program for children like me, like you, like your kids, called Kids Go Tech, where we teach children how to innovate, how to work machines, robots, from basic principles. This is our STEAM project. We call it STEAM and not STEM because we add the A for the arts. This, so far, has had an impact on 1,500 children and youth in Kenya. We have been bootstrapping. 5 years into the business, we went asking for money. Banks wouldn't give us money. Not because our business wasn't viable. We're the fastest growing continent, largest number of children and youth, almost a no-brainer business. But because as a woman, they did not believe I could manufacture or even understand machines, that I had a dream and a vision to be one of the largest children's brands in the world. They did not believe me. This became a struggle. But thanks to Way of Women Economic Opportunities Facility by Goldman Sachs and the IFC, we got a loan. I was able to scale. I bought state-of-the-art equipment. Thank you again. We are now able to compete globally. This has been my joy. 2018, the government of Kenya issued a ban on logging. That meant my primary raw material did not exist. This is fantastic for the environment. We really need to protect it, not only in Kenya, but I think around the world. This month, we've started the largest tree planting campaign as a country, and I 100% applaud our government. However, this hit me. This hit our business. Again, our resilience. We got up, and we're now using a circular economy model that is sustainable. We're using waste from big companies like yours, shipping pallets, broken furniture, and converting it all into dignified furniture for children because they deserve better. We didn't stop there. Women smallholder farmers can't afford to cut away their waste. We're now collecting it from the farms, compacting it, and for the first time in Kenya, with assistance of the Ministry of Environment, we have made the first sustainable building boards using agricultural waste. I can breathe again. The cloud and fogs from my eyes have lifted. I have a smile. I'm about to do my 159. Brand Fun Kids is scaling. I now understand how diamonds are formed under immense pressure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dina Shanufi, and I'm the Chief Investment Officer at Flat 6 Labs. As I stand here, I could still hear my mother say, "Well, of course, you're your father's daughter," often with an eye roll. Guilty as charged. In every way, my father, may his soul rest in peace, is my role model. He built himself from very humble beginnings to become one of Egypt's leading gynecologists. He never tired of wanting and achieving more. But most importantly for me, he was just the best father a girl can ask for. In a society which, well, maybe just chooses to burden females way less than men, my father disagreed. He treated me exactly as he did my elder brother. Same expectations, career aspirations, and even demands. However, it was my mother, a doctor herself, juggling an academic career and a private practice, all while being a beautiful mother, wife, and daughter, that showed me how to do it. But I had a different calling than theirs. From a very young age, I just fell in love with numbers. So I pursued a career in asset management, and I thought I hit the jackpot. Numbers day in, day out, minimal human interactions, and progressing very fast. And I absolutely hated it. I made what seemed like paper returns for entities I never met in institutions I only related to through Bloomberg. Something else nagged at me. We launched Flat Six Labs in October 2011 in Cairo, and it quickly grew to 5 more countries, covering Cairo, covering Saudi, UAE, Bahrain, Tunisia, Lebanon, and soon others. Over the past 8 years, we've invested in over 230 companies as their institutional co-founders. We have supported more than 1,000 entrepreneurs and helped create more than 2,300 high-impact jobs, all while creating returns of 20%. Flat Six Labs was created out of both a need and an opportunity, exactly like the startups we invest alongside in, a grassroots movement of talented young entrepreneurs with exceptional tech talents. They're all globally connected and surrounded by an abundance of opportunities. They needed the funding, but to really succeed, they needed our accelerator program, the mentorship, the industry experts, the showcasing, and a lot of hand-holding. They also all simply just needed someone to believe in them. Those needs are the same across the region. Perhaps our biggest validation came in December 2016, when the IFC invested in our Egypt fund as our lead and anchor investor. It was IFC's first such investment globally. To only confirm their conviction, both the IFC and the WeFi just recently invested alongside us again in Tunisia to promote bright females. Perhaps there's no bigger opportunity as supporting bright females. Today, in my part of the world, less than 10% of startups are launched by female founders. Our future generations the economies would basically double once we fix that disparity. At Flat Six Labs, we've launched female founder workshops where we showcase successful females to an all-female audience. And you immediately see a light bulb switch on because they suddenly realize that they too can. Flat Six Labs is a pure return-centric organization. However, invariably, we have a much bigger impact because day in, day out, we're help creating companies that improve lives one way or the other. Just like Dua, the founder of Shafet, does. Dua was a young cancer patient. She struggled to find her medication. She decides to create a solution for herself and others. So she builds an app that connects all chronic disease patients with pharmacies to get their medication delivered to their doorsteps. In under 18 months, Dua has created a network of over 800 pharmacies spread all over Egypt and fulfilling more than 5,000 orders on a weekly basis and growing exponentially. This by no means is an easy feat in Egypt. And there are many more success stories just like that. It took Flat Six Labs 5 years to create its first 50 investments. Today, we do more than 50 a year. But we still need more, a lot more, because after all, I'm still my father's daughter. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much, ladies. Very inspiring stories. You may take your seats at the front. And, you know, Shiro says to us, I've run my 159. I've run it. But, you know, running 159 is not about the individual. It's about the team. It's about the trainers and the pacemakers and the supporters cheering somebody on. And I think that's where our panel session takes us. Who are the critical stakeholders and partners? What is their role in supporting us to achieve the impossible. Let me welcome the panel to come back up. David, please do come back up, and you will have a seat right here on the front seat. I want to welcome Ivanka Trump, advisor to the US President, to come up and take a seat. You can give her a round of applause. Go ahead. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs, please do come up and take a seat as well, right next to Ivanka. And Anna Botin from Santander, thank you. And David, over to you.
Thank you very much. And maybe one more round of applause for the presenters. Thank you very much. That was inspiring. Well, all three of you have been so very involved in these efforts, and people value it. It's working, and we see a big change. So my job is to moderate you, but mostly I want to listen to all of you on what's worked, where do you want to go, where do you see opportunities for the initiative. So if I may I start with Ivanka and come this way. How did you get involved in WeFi in the beginning, and where do you see it go? Where would you like to see it go, and what inspired you from these presentations?
Thank you, David, and thank you to all of your colleagues here at the World Bank for the exceptional work that's being done on a broader range of issues, but specifically what we're talking about right now, which is women's economic empowerment. So David asked me a question that he very much knows the answer to. It was the earliest days of the Trump administration, and I was talking with David's predecessor about the gap that existed for women entrepreneurs in the developing world. There had been a pretty robust ecosystem of microfinance that had developed over the decade prior. But for women who had started a business, created a business, and had shown proof of concept, there was very little capital for them to scale and grow. So how could we create a vehicle that could address the needs of small and medium-sized businesses and their access to capital, their access to markets and mentorship and networks? This is where I call David Malpass. And we started having a conversation in his role then at Treasury around what that would look like and how we could structure it. And WeFi was born. So we are very excited to hear from two of WeFi's recipients. Their incredible stories of what can happen when women are given the opportunity to realize their dreams and their potentials. And we know that access to capital is far harder for women than men. In 70% of the developing world, women face inadequate access to capital and really an inability to access institutions altogether. So WeFi has aimed to really solve for this problem, and alongside, at its launch, 14 other countries. It was launched, and 2 years later, it is in 29 countries. $2.6 billion has been mobilized for entrepreneurs such as yourself, and we are really proud of its work. And it is a critical pillar of an initiative I'll tell you about after my friends have had the opportunity to speak, but our WGDP initiative, in which the second pillar relates to promoting women entrepreneur success in the developing world with a specific focus on access to capital. So WeFi is one of the great success stories of WGDP.
Super, that's great. So we'll create a foundation of where we are now, and then the second round will go to where you want to go, where we can go with these kinds of activities. David, I know Goldman Sachs has been very involved in 10,000 Women and has created a platform. How'd that come about, and what are you happy with? What would you like to see done with it?
Sure, thank you. I'm really very pleased to be here and to spend a couple of minutes, both with Ivanka and Anna, talking about this topic. It's such an important topic. And Goldman Sachs' interest in this topic really goes back to research that we did 20 years ago. There was a female partner of the firm, a woman named Kathy Mitsui, who wrote a research report in 1999 called Womenomics that really identified in Japan, just in that society, that there was so much economic potential if we could unleash the power of women. And over the course of the decade that followed, there were other research reports really looking at opportunities, both in the more developed world and the developing world, to unleash the power of women to drive more economic growth. Seeing that, and particularly taking an interest in the emerging economies, we established in 2008 the 10,000 Women program, with a goal at first to provide education, business education, that helped women that were running SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises in these developing economies, to expand their businesses. And the program met with enormous success. 70% of those businesses saw immediate growth in revenues, the immediate addition of employees and additional hiring. And so, with that, we really went to reach that goal. And in 5 years, we were able to get 10,000 women through that program. But then, to the point of next step in listening to them, the next question was access to capital. And we can come back to that, but that really was the base of the program and how it got started.
That's super. One of the hard parts for women in developing countries is that first step, because the barriers to entry are high in terms of the bank doesn't lend to women, or the bank doesn't lend to new businesses. So that's in part why there need to be these bridges. Anna Botín, you work in this every day. Can you share insights? What countries have really been able to move forward? How do they do it, and how do you help?
So it's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Just a few minutes, because I was listening to the entrepreneurs, and we all have fathers, and Santander has been around for 160 years. I was working at Santander with my father, and one day he asked me to leave the bank, not very politely. And so I set up my own business. I was 38, I was me in Spain, and it was hard. So I was there for 3 years, and then one day my father calls me and says, come back to run Banesto, which was a Spanish bank. And I learned what it was to be a small business run by a woman at the other side of the table. I understood the enormous power for good, if we did things right, that banks could have. So he asked me to decide in like 2 seconds, because otherwise I would have not gone back and I would have stayed with my company. But I realized that being at Santander, we have 140 million customers. I learned today at another panel that's double JP Morgan. My customers are a bit poorer than JP Morgan's, but they're getting richer. And so this is important, because I learned what it was to be on the other side of the table. I was Spanish. I was not in a developing country. And I was not just, I'm sorry to say this, not any woman. And it was hard. So I was determined when I came back to do something about it. And so, what's relevant here is our microfinance program. Over the years, we've helped about 1 million people, of which 70% roughly are women. We've dispersed 1.7 billion in loans, about 500. And it works. And there's many things that are specific to women. Women sometimes don't dare to go into our offices, so we've designed special offices. Everything happens on the mobile. So we're now combining mobile with actual people from the communities that help the women and the entrepreneurs do the business. We can now approve a loan in 10 minutes on the mobile. So there's all sorts of things that we've learned about how to make it easier for women. But actually, we don't say no to the men, by the way, so we're not against the men. We just need an extra help for the women.
Fabulous. And before we go on, I want to take note of Stephanie van Friedberg. She's the Chief Operating Officer of IFC, which was very involved in these, in some of these businesses, and grows and tries to help partner and expand one type of businesses, financial services businesses that are so important. Ivanka,
sorry, but I forgot to say that the IFC is a wonderful partner.
Okay.
And a wonderful partner to Goldman Sachs.
And Goldman.
Mine was a leading question. That's what we call it. So if I could lead Ivanka, WGDP. So is that the next round, and what will it do to expand the effort?
Thank you, David. Well, we had launched under this administration a series of important initiatives, WeFi being the first, but followed up with an initiative around access to finance at OPIC called 2X, which not only did we take up thinking about our development assistance through a gender lens, but we encouraged the other G7 countries to do so as well in Canada last year. So we launched a series of initiatives, those are just two, and realized we wanted to step back and think holistically about how we could create in the United States government the first all-of-government approach to women's economic empowerment in the developing world. We set an ambitious target, one in which I have no doubt that we will meet, of empowering 50 million women by 2025 through three specific pillars. The first is vocational education and job training. And that's not purely teaming up with the private sector and skilling people for jobs that those private sector actors are willing to create in the economy. That's one component of it, and we rely very heavily on the private sector to create that job opportunity. The other component is taking the existing work women are doing and bringing technology and productivity techniques to bear to make their work more efficient, to enable them to access markets. So sometimes it's the same work that they've been doing for 100 years, but we can help them achieve greater success through productivity gains. So that's pillar one. Pillar two relates to access to capital for women entrepreneurs. We all know about the gender credit gap that exists all over the world. And so with this pillar, we're seeking to bridge that. And number three, which you touched on, David, in your opening remarks, is foundational to the sustained success of pillar 1 and 2. And that is ensuring a legal environment that's conducive to women's economic empowerment. So there are many laws and areas that affect this mission, but you have to make a choice. You can go a mile wide and an inch deep, or you can define parameters and set very specific metrics against which to deliver, and we chose the latter. So we are starting out with 5 laws that we are seeking to have changed around the world. The first is the ability to travel freely. This isn't just driving, it's the ability to get a visa, a passport, travel papers generally. Critically important to be able to realize one's success in the economy and as an entrepreneur. The next is equal property rights for women. In 75 countries, 40% of the world roughly, women have at least one law restricting their ability to own, inherit, or manage property. This must change. The next is equal access to job opportunities. So in 104 markets, 2.7 billion women are prevented on working in the same industries or jobs as men for a variety of reasons. The fourth is access to credit, equal access under the law to credit. And the fifth is equal access to institutions. So this is courts of law, for example, which is so foundational. So we're really taking a look at these 5 laws and seeing how we can leverage the full diplomatic weight, the ability to convene of the US government with partners such as the World Bank, and the terrific work that your team here does on the Women, Business, and the Law report, the Doing Business report, and so many other stakeholders to break down these very real legal, cultural barriers. In some cases, the laws are fine, but when you go into the rural communities, they're not being implemented, and people are unaware of their rights. So we're very, very focused on this third pillar to ensure the success of the first 2.
Thanks. Yeah, we're working hard on it, and as we explain it in countries and try to get buy-in from countries and get them really engaged, one of the things that comes out is the economic value of all of this. Everyone understands when you say it that women are half the population and often producing more than half of the output, and yet often are simply not being counted. They stay in the informal sector, so they're maybe not paying even the low rate of taxes that ought to be on starting businesses. And so that's powerful. And then it also is inspirational within the society itself.
Range of the range, it's estimated that if women were able to participate in global markets equally to men, that would amount to $12 trillion annually. So it's a huge, huge number, and people should be motivated by that. But it's not just an economic issue. That certainly motivates people. It's a social justice issue, of course. It's also a security issue. And we in the United States think about our development assistance through the lens of achieving the goal for countries of self-reliance. And you cannot achieve self-reliance and the ability of a country to become a trading partner if you're not fully realizing the potential of 50% of your population, and in fact have barriers against them to realizing that potential.
That was a big number you gave even for Goldman Sachs. David, are there things that strike you that are happening now? Is it changing? Do you feel it you hire lots of people, you mentor and lead a big organization. What's changing for the better? And in developing countries especially, what do you think?
Well, there's a lot that's changing, but there's still a lot to do. I have to take a moment to mention our partnership with the IFC around our Women's Entrepreneurs Opportunity Facility. And just following on what I had said about 10,000 women and the progress that we made in 2013, listening to the women who had been through the program. Of course, this need, because of the gender gap, made it clear that what can Goldman Sachs do? We can try to be a facilitator as a private enterprise to work and partner and get more capital into these markets, more lending, more credit. And so this facility was established. We now have 5 years of data. We spend a lot of time looking at that data and trying to analyze how it can be most effective. Over $1.5 billion has been deployed. And you can really see how it's making an impact on closing that gap. But the gap's enormous, as Ivanka points out, and there's still a lot of work to be done. In terms of your question and running a global organization like Goldman Sachs today, and I've really tried in the little over a year that I've been the CEO of the organization to make diversity and inclusion one of the pillars of the organization and trying to move it forward. And I think about Goldman Sachs, what Goldman Sachs tries to do around the world with its footprint, and there's nothing more important than our having the highest quality people around the world to try to work and help advance these problems. There is no way we can attract people to our organization unless it is truly diverse, truly open, truly inclusive. We've made a bunch of progress, but we have a lot of progress to make. And I think in the developed world, the need to make this critical. It's been too long. We haven't gone far enough. The need to make it critical and for leaders to stand up and take ownership and advance it is just a necessity. And there's a lot of work to do, candidly, and I'm personally not satisfied.
Yeah, right. And one of the things we work a lot on is data, because in order to understand what the problem is, you need some data. And one of the things that comes out of the data is the importance of girls, that the starting point comes early. We just yesterday issued a report and an index on learning learning poverty, and what we find is that a lot of kids, meaning 50%, 60% in some developing countries, by age 10 still can't read a simple story. So that allows the country to focus, because if it's a girl, it's going to be very hard for her as she goes forward. So we've got a lot more data. They did a lot of work in order to come up with that data, and I think it's going to be helpful. And Ivanka mentioned the Women, Business, and the Law report, which is a World Bank flagship report that really goes into what laws in the countries need to be changed in order to make progress. Anna, I wonder if you could tell us how you help women in your organization, and this idea of can it be taught? Can you mentor? How do you help people come up through the ranks the way these ladies did?
Well, first I have to say we have a lot to do, but I'm actually very proud that the 12 people from Santander that are here today, I think 9 are women, so that's progress. And it's important. It's important that we do have women not just at the lower level, of course, like everybody, but that they can go up in the ranks. And it's not, developing and developed world, something is not working. I give you 2 examples. I was at a meeting in Paris, 100 people, financial organizations globally, 100 people, CEOs. How many women do you think there were, including me? 3. I was in the Nordics. We have a business in the Nordics. We're the biggest consumer lender in the Nordics, and I always meet with our women leaders. And we always have this idea that the Nordic countries, and by the way, they are ahead of many others, same picture as everywhere else. 20% of the senior executives, women, 20. And talking to these women is the same. And I think a lot has to do with culture. So education from the very, very beginning is super important, from giving girls and boys dolls and cars and all the way up. Mentoring is incredibly important. Every single study that I've seen, by the way, this works in developed. Sometimes I get told that I'm from Spain, the Latino countries, the men are more sort of macho, no? Not true. They're the same everywhere. Let me tell you why. Because in every single organization, every country, and this is McKinsey and others, whenever there's a meritocracy, which most companies are, and you put forward job postings, and you see who puts themselves forward, men, sorry, David, tend to be 50, 60% qualified, and that's good. They think they're better, they put themselves forward. Women, unless they're 100% qualified, will not say, I opt for the job. And so, we do need to do more, and that's my message. We do need to give confidence. So I always say the best thing we can do to help women in jobs, entrepreneurs, in government is give them confidence. Because, I shouldn't say this because I'm a woman, but we're much better than what we think in general. And we should be much more confident and speak up. And so what we're trying at Santander is mentoring, for example. That is super important. So all the way from the board. By the way, we have 40% women in our board, but that's relatively easier. The hard thing is we have committed to go to 30% women leaders at Santander. And we want to do this right for the men, too. And so going from 20, which is where we are, to 30, that's a 50% increase. So that's tough. So, I think mentoring is very important and all these other things, but especially give confidence. So from very young all the way up, we believe more in ourselves.
That's really powerful. We have a lot of data on education, and we find that given the same starting point, girls are always doing better than boys at whichever age. So then giving confidence is one of the most important steps. So we can, I don't know if David will, but I'll concede smarter and better to the. Anna,
I have 3 boys, men, 3 men, and one day one of them comes home from school and tells me, I'm the best in my class. And then he says, of the boys.
Of the boys. Anna, can I stay with you for a minute. You've done an incredible amount of work on digital empowerment, and I think it's very important for poor and for new entrants into businesses to be digital because it breaks down the transaction cost. Can you spend a minute for us on that?
So I believe very intensely in the combination of digital with real people. And I want to tell you a story. I mean, as part of our microfinance, when I traveled to Latin America, I tried to not just visit the big corporates, but also the small entrepreneurs. And so just an example, in Brazil, in one of the areas, there's a favela called Paraisópolis. There was a woman called Sandra I visited with a couple of years ago. She had been abandoned by her husband, left her in Brazil with $50,000 in debt. No algorithm would have approved this woman at all. And our agent was able to give her a small loan. She eventually built a business, employs a few people. So I think digital is super, super important. It really makes your impact much, much bigger. So as an example, I was saying before, over 12 years, we've helped 1 million entrepreneurs, mostly in Latin America. Over the next 5 years, we aim to empower 10 million people. Again, about 70% of these will be women, and we have specific programs and networks that help women. And this is because we're putting more focus, we're putting more investment, but also because of digital. So digital does help you have a much bigger effect. And by the way, collaboration, because we work with the IFC and Goldman Sachs on the 10,000 Women Initiative. We have a great program in Brazil now, 215 million, which we're actually going to, and this is a bit bigger, what Ivanka was describing. So this is small companies that want to become bigger. And there's also the network and marketing, and here the IFC and Goldman Sachs are participating, and Goldman gives us a small subsidy. You could give us a bit more, maybe?
Discuss that.
Ivanka, same kinds of questions. What do you think the next stage of this is? You've been to a lot of countries. Any observations from that?
Thank you, David. And I'll just quickly follow up on what Anna was saying about the importance of role models and girls having inspiration and aspiration, and that is achieved through confidence. And so this is a critical circle, but today, hopefully, there are 2 women in space who will inspire millions of women and girls and boys and men around the world, because today NASA had the first ever all-female spacewalk. So it was amazing. These are extraordinary women, extraordinary leaders in STEM, and up next, we'll have a woman on the moon. So it's very exciting. But I think going back to the question about what more needs to be done, well, I think we've talked about a bunch of the issues. We talked about access to capital and credit. We talked about leveling the playing field from a legal perspective so women can fully and freely participate in the economy. But then there are critical elements which we have, of course, in our own hemisphere. And by the way, there's a gender credit deficit in the United States as well as the Western Hemisphere, very much as well. I was just in Latin America and did a 3-country tour where we launched with OPEC and private sector partners a $1 billion fund to help women in our hemisphere access credit. So we're quite excited about that WGDP launch. But women do the vast majority of unpaid care for our children and our adult dependents. Here in the United States, women are the primary breadwinners in 40% of American homes, make up 47% of the American workforce, yet are predominantly responsible for the care of their families. So that creates tremendous challenge in balancing those competing demands and creates really unique barriers that these shouldn't be women's problems, and they aren't, they're family problems, but they disproportionately are borne on the shoulders of women. So we've been taking a very methodical approach to addressing the challenges around access to high-quality, affordable childcare in this country, expanding block grants, the largest expansion in the program's history of money that's being block granted to the states to offset the cost of care, ensuring that women entrepreneurs domestically have access to capital through SBA, and increasing loans to women entrepreneurs and minority entrepreneurs, which have many of the same challenges in terms of accessing credit, and thinking about policies that enable American families to thrive, just generally speaking. So this is not a problem that is relegated to one corner of the world. This is a problem that we're all dealing with in unique ways, and that is why, to really get at this, we need to have convenings like this, because the answers will percolate from a regional, from a local level. And then those can be built upon and amplified. So engaging with NGOs in each of the countries in which we're involved and having them really lead the way is going to be absolutely critical to success, as well as ensuring the excitement and commitment of the private sector. What Goldman Sachs did with 10,000 women is just phenomenal. And Dina Powell, who I think I may have seen sitting right there, was one of my early calls when I first, when the president was first elected, to think, how can we do something like that on a larger scale and leveraging the resources of the government, and is just a tremendous champion for women around the globe. So hi, Dina.
Fabulous. Last word, they're telling me 5 minutes. So David and Anna, final thoughts or next thoughts, projects that you want us to tackle?
I would just say, and it follows on what Ivanka has said, there's public sector effort that the private sector can continue to do a lot. I think we all can use our platforms more effectively on a local micro basis and on a big picture basis. We saw one of the issues here in the United States with respect to capital allocation for women who are looking for venture capital, who are looking for access to capital. We created a program called Launch with GS just a year ago and allocated $500 million to it to get capital here in the United States to women in the venture business and people that were trying to get female-founded, female-funded businesses started. It's just one example, but we all have great platforms. I'd really encourage people in the private sector to take advantage of their platforms, see what they can do, partner with the public sector, and try to make a difference.
So it was called, again, Launch with GS. That stood for?
I'm sorry?
What's the program called?
Launch with GS.
Yeah, I got it. Aptly named. Anna?
So I fully agree. This is not just an issue of developing countries. We actually, in the US, just launched through our regional bank here a program a year ago to help business entrepreneurs. We founded 50 businesses across actually Boston, New York, to start or grow their businesses. So it's clearly something that needs to be done much more of everywhere. I think it's very important to actually make public commitments, because then we're going to have to deliver. So I think every company should make public commitments, everyone, whatever they can do, taking advantage of their footprint, their platform. And I do think collaboration, not just public and private, but also among private entities. As I said, Goldman is, as we have done, yes. By the way, Dina, the 10,000 women, I was running Santander UK, and we actually collaborated in this in a very productive way, helping small companies become bigger, because that's where most of the jobs are created, by the way. Most jobs in most economies are created when small companies become medium, and it's not easy to scale. And the program we put in place there with Goldman and other partners allowed us to fund $500 million of medium-sized companies. So I think collaboration and making public commitments that we can then track, I think that is very, very important, and that would be very helpful.
That's super. Data is important. I want to finish with your comment about confidence for girls and women, but and what I'm also working on is confidence for countries. One of the things is if they've been behind for a while, that there's got to be the idea that with better policies, with more women empowered and included in their economies, with more opportunities, that they can advance. And we do see countries doing that. So these are all critical aspects of getting ahead. And we start with a rule of law that really works for individual countries.
No, I just wanted to say one last thing is that let's not forget there is still men who rule the world, including the private companies. So we need always the men in the room, and I always refuse to go to only women's events because we're all convinced. We need the men because they're the ones that can make things happen. So, and this is super important because that's why our programs are for everybody, but we then try to help especially the women so they, everybody can benefit.
That's super. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, Ivanka and David and Ayana Botin. Thanks.
Can I just ask that we remain seated for just a moment because we're going to invite our Ignite speakers to come up and take a picture with our panelists. Thank you for telling us what's been done. Thank you for telling us what the impact is and looking at the future. And I think Anna reminds us there's a lot of hardware, policy, systemic issues we need to deal with, but there's software as well, and mindset change is important. Thank you all so much. Let's come forward, please, and take a picture. I welcome our Ignite speakers to...
We hope that event unleashed your energy to empower more women entrepreneurs. For those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Zubaida Robinson, and you're watching the live coverage of the World Bank Group IMF Annual Meetings. Continue engaging with us online using the hashtag WBG Meetings. It's almost the end of the day, but don't go away just yet because two global voices are up next. Our next guest will talk about the importance of people having access to sustainable infrastructure and energy across Africa. This is a good one. Stick around, it's going to be a good discussion, and we'll be right back.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Global Voices interview series of the World Bank Group. My name is Frank Bagidi, and we are live streaming here from the headquarters of the World Bank Group during one of the busiest times of the year for us, the Annual Meetings 2019. Thousands of development experts and global leaders are gathering here this week to share their knowledge, their insights, and their ideas to solve some of the world's most challenging issues, including inclusive growth, resilience and adaptation, and of course, new technologies. I am thrilled to be joined today by Dr. Amani Abu-Zaid. Welcome, Dr. Amani.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you.
Are
very happy to be here.
The Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at the African Union Commission. Welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you to all our viewers on online community. Thank you for joining us. I encourage you to share any questions, remarks, and comments you may have in the comment section of this video. Dr. Amani, let's get right into it. Could you tell us a bit more about your position and your portfolio, and what does it entail at the African Union?
As you know, the African Union is the political organization that whose members are all the African nations. So if you're African, so you're the African Union. 55 nations came together to have this union with one purpose in mind, and the purpose is, and the vision is, to integrate our continent, Africa, socially and economically. So my work as a commissioner my work is to make sure that this vision is implemented in the areas and the sectors that I cover. So what is it that I cover in my business? I cover infrastructure, which are the road transport, the railways transport, the air transport, the maritime transport, but also ICT, energy, and tourism. So, and we believe that these sectors are fundamental in order to link and interconnect the continent physically, but also to allow all our people, young and old, to benefit, from socio-economic development, quality of life, and they are enhancers or prerequisites for all other sectors to work. You cannot, of course, run a school without energy, a lamp. You cannot have a hospital without energy. You cannot talk to someone now, as we all do, without connectivity, ICT. And we want to see that all of these things are happening. We want people to move across the continent, to trade across the continent, to come together as one, with one voice in the global arena, and to be competitive globally. And infrastructure, energy, ICT, and tourism allow us to do that.
$100 billion price tag. That's the cost of bridging the internet gap in Africa by 2030. That's according to the new report, the new Broadband for All report that was released yesterday, a joint effort with many organizations, including the World Bank and yours. We were talking about it a bit before the scenes. Can you tell us what will it take to get there, to get to that $100 billion price tag?
Now, let me first say that the African Union initiates and is leading the African strategy for digital transformation. Why? We believe that, as you know, the world is changing thanks to this revolution 4.0, or the digital revolution the world is undergoing. And what is wonderful is that our continent has taken the reins of this revolution and is adapting technology to our needs to improve our lives. So when we invited the mobile for the whole world to share, we are also invented the solar panels with the pay-as-you-go. We are also using the drones to deliver fertilizers and the vaccines. Our own people are bypassing all the traditional paths, for development and jumping right into the 21st century. So we have a fantastic story to tell, thanks to our young people and thanks to the creativity and innovation of all Africans. So we want to make sure that we are all our 55 nations are moving together, are moving fast, getting all the benefits of this technology, harnessing it and making it work for us. And again, we are counting on all our young people to do that. So what is it going to take to have this price tag? This one I am not that worried about. Because now, why? I tell you why. If you have attended any of the sessions that are taking place here in the world this week, each and every one of them talk about Africa or is addressing something Africa. Africa now is the sexiest topic that anybody can have. And our growth rates, 10 of the fastest growing nations in the world are Africans. So everyone is jumping now and trying to find ways to invest in Africa, to work with Africans. It's up to us now to make sure that we have the right investment climate, the right macroeconomic policies to allow these investments to pour and to continue demonstrating our commitment to our strategies, to our vision, and make sure that they are happening. So people are taking us extremely seriously. They know that our continent is rich with its people, rich with ideas, rich with possibilities and opportunities. So they are coming, and we want them to come, and I'm sure that we will get this price tag and even more.
Dr. Amani, beyond broadband connectivity, as you know, the continent is facing many other issues, and you're covering some of them in your large portfolio, from energy access to transport and mobility or infrastructure maintenance. How do you think that achieving broadband connectivity will benefit these other sectors?
It's a mutual benefit. So it's one. But I just giving you an example. The example of solar panels that with pay-as-you-go. We have remote areas, we have rural areas that where there is no energy connectivity. Now we have mini grids, and a mini grid, the private sector would shy, from investing in the sector because of payments.
Right.
Now, using the mobile technology, which, by the way, was invented in the continent, we have solar panels in villages, and a villager can even sell some electricity to his or her neighbor and pay with pay-as-you-go. So this ICT is helping, a new business model that did not exist before. And more importantly, we have a large informal sector on the continent, a huge, more than 70% of our economy is informal. Now, for the very first time, we're having, people are getting into the economy thanks to this financial inclusion, which is allowed or made possible thanks to the technology. And once you have that, you are empowering people. It's not just about the money, empowering people, especially women.
Right.
For the first time, they're having money in their name, even if it's stored in a mobile, they're having something for themselves. I mentioned to you the drones. I mean, when our health systems are being transformed, instead of using, the traditional files and the traditional ways of doing things, now we're using AI. We have in Rwanda, AI is being used also for health, in a remote area. You talk to the app as like you talk to Siri, and the app, kind of direct your health concern to, at least in the first instances, and direct you, to the physician who is needed, and people talk to a physician face to face. So it's new possibilities that never existed before, and the beauty of the things is that the whole world is looking at us because we are the ones coming for the solutions for ourselves. And that's, again, the wonder of our young people, who, despite the tremendous challenges and the high costs, I mean, these things cost much higher in Africa than anywhere else in the world. 3 or 4 times, or sometimes 10 times more than anywhere in the world. Still, they are doing it, and they're doing it beautifully, and really proud of every young woman and man on this continent.
Dr. Amani, your commitment to Africa, as you just said, is undeniable. You've worked for the African Natural Resource Center, you've worked for the African Development Bank, and now you're working for
the 1990
the African
and even before
Union,
that as well.
Right? So a long history of commitment to the continent.
Yes.
When you look back at your career in Africa, what makes you the most proud?
As I said, I started, my commitment and working for Africa, or interest in working in Africa, since 1990.
Right.
Back then, this was not the narrative at all. I mean, look at today, the hopeful Africa, the rising Africa, the dynamic Africa. This was not the narrative in 1990. So when I think that, even if in a very modest way, I was part of this great transformation that happened, in our continent over these 3 decades, and yes, they are 30 years, I feel proud. Not about myself. It's about how wonderful we are, about the commitment of our people, the determination, and the challenges that we overcome. Specifically in my current job, I'm extremely proud that my team, we came up with the first ever, flagship regional project for air transport to open the skies and have one system for the continent. Now we have 31 countries who joined, 750 million people who are, moving freely across the continent thanks to this Open Skies project and many other initiatives that we started. So really proud.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amani, for your insight. I had a great time talking to you today.
Thank you very much, Frank. Always a pleasure to be with you, and I'm looking forward to questions, comments, and to the continued engagement of our young people for Africa.
On social media and beyond. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as we did. Please keep watching this space. We'll be back with more content, more conversation, and more guests in the days to come. Again, my name is Frank Bagidi, and please stay tuned because we have more for you.
Frank and Amani. Now it's time for our last Global Voices interview for the week. And like my colleague Nate said this morning, we may have saved the best for last. Our next guest is the Chief Investment Officer of a Startup Accelerator Program and venture capital fund that invests in entrepreneurs with cutting-edge ideas in the MENA region. Let's welcome Dina El Shanofi and my colleague from the web and social media team, Srimati Sridhar.
And welcome back to our Global Voices interview series. This is our last Global Voices interview for the day, and it's been another busy but exciting week and here at the 2019 annual meetings. I'm Srimati Sridhar with the World Bank Group, and I am really excited to be joined with my next guest, Dina Shanofi, who is the Chief Investment Officer at Flat6 Labs. Now, before we delve a bit deeper into that, a quick welcome to those of you who are joining us online. Please use our comment space below and share with us your questions and your comments throughout the conversation. And with that, Dina, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
I know you've had a busy afternoon. You were just on our panel for how to unleash the potential of women entrepreneurs. So tell us more about your role as Chief Investment Officer at Flat6 Labs and what your company does.
Honest truth?
Yeah.
Complete one?
Yes.
So like the startups, just like the startups we work in, we support. Flat6 Labs is a very lean organization. Everyone does everything there is to help. There's a huge sense of ownership. But in terms of the real job that I do that keeps me busy every single day is genuinely just to support startups. So my biggest role is to how to manage that portfolio, how to pass the know-how to my colleagues that are spread across the region, how to create tools, how to help them fundraise after they graduate from Flat6 Labs, how to help them network and reach corporates that could be their early clients, and how to help them set strategy and go-to-market tactics. So that's our biggest role. And then when I'm not doing that, which is about 80% of the time, then it's to help launch new products and also help launch new funds across the region.
That's great.
Yeah.
And being a successful entrepreneur yourself, what are some attributes that you think make a good entrepreneur?
So there's so many, and they genuinely vary. It's not to avoid the question, but it genuinely varies.
Yeah.
But I think the one thing that cuts across is tenacity and perseverance. It's a very, very uphill battle, being an entrepreneur. In the best of cases, it's still a very difficult life. They're constantly struggling with trying to either educate a market that is new or create a new market, or just find funding for the companies or attract talent to a nascent company that hasn't built the confidence for people to join it. So I think the number one that we always look for is perseverance, tenacity, and entrepreneurs that genuinely are in it for the long haul and have very, very strong belief in their product or service.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, at the beginning of the event earlier, you were talking about how your dad is your inspiration, and that was really, I think, lovely to hear and very also relatable to a lot of us who, credit a lot of our successes to our own upbringings. So what motivates you, to do what you do? And tell us a little bit more about your work specifically in the Middle East, North Africa region.
So I had mentioned I started my career in asset management.
Right.
And you work in asset management and you do a lot of returns, right? And they're immediate. You see a stock up and down, but you still feel so removed from the success. You're so far removed from the success.
Yeah.
With Flat 6 Labs, you're in the epicenter of all the successes that you create. And I don't know if that is what I would say motivates me, but it's what keeps me going.
Right.
Because you're always surrounded by so much positivity, and then that feeds into your work because you always feel like this. You have that energy that allows you to do more, and then that drives you further.
Right.
So I think I'm surrounded. I'm very blessed in that I can leech off all the positivity that comes out of the entrepreneurs that we
And you
invest.
need that to keep going,
and
right?
then that helps you keep going.
Yeah.
So yes, I think really it is just the work we do helps you wake up every single day and you feel that there's something that you're contributing
And there's
towards.
also a certain sense of pride you must feel when you see people around you, right?
Right?
Yeah.
It's a tangible, you see the success.
Yes.
And that's really, really priceless.
And that's a great motivator to keep going.
That is absolutely priceless.
So tell us, what message would you have for women around the world today who want to build their own businesses or have their own dreams to be a self-made entrepreneur? What would you tell them?
I'll tell them what I would initially tell them what I would tell every single other entrepreneur. It's not an easy job. So don't doubt yourself. Don't think it's uneasy because there's something that you're doing wrong. It's uneasy for everyone.
Right.
Access to capital, access to talent, and access to people that would listen is not available, and it's scarce, particularly where I come from.
Right.
And so I would want to tell them not to doubt themselves, and that's really, really the number one thing I would tell them. It is a difficult job.
Yeah.
But the second thing I'd tell them is that they need to believe. So entrepreneurship is a game. It does not substitute a 9-to-5 job. It's a whole different ball game.
Absolutely.
And so they need to know what they're going into. And just love what they do. I think a big part of why I succeeded was not because necessarily I had an end game as much as it is that I loved what I do.
Right.
But keep fighting and look at and mentorship. Seek guidance. A lot of the times females shy away from asking because they feel that could mean that they don't know.
Right.
But you don't know and we don't know, and there are a lot of people that don't know, and the only way you can find out is by asking, seek guidance.
Absolutely.
But if you have something that you believe in, don't wait and pursue it now.
Absolutely. Well, on that very inspiring note, Dina, thank you so much for joining us. It's been such a great conversation. We hope you've been inspired. It's been a really great conversation. Thank you so much for being here with us. And thank you guys so much for joining us. The conversations continue tomorrow, so stay tuned and we will see you then.
Well, thank you, Sri and Dina, for that empowering discussion. Well, Nate, what a week we just had. What are some of your thoughts?
So I think it's pretty easy at the end of the annual meetings every year to just be overwhelmed by the sheer scale and volume and difficulty of the challenges that we see around the world. But hearing all these voices from around the world, I think too it's inspiring to, just hear the sheer volume and scale and brilliance of the ideas to solve them. And it was really special this morning to get to hear about some of the history of the annual meetings and the story behind what we do here, and to be reminded that everything we do is grounded in the ideas and ideals of the Bretton Woods institutions and why they were founded. And so to me that was a really special time.
Pabzi?
Well, I'll keep it short, but my takeaway here is this week has been so inspiring that we need to look at these development challenges with a bigger lens because everything is interconnected. We have to come to terms that there is not one solution in ending poverty and that we have to work together. Yeah.
Nice. And Donnie?
I am just so inspired and humbled by the fact that there are so many people here this week. It's always so exciting every year. Everyone focused on some constructive solution to very complex challenges that across so many different areas, but just the fact that everyone here is hopeful in some way and is working on something to bring a better world forth. I know that may sound a little pie in the sky, but this is how it gets done, and it is very hopeful and exciting and humbling for me to be a part of it.
I like that. And you know, our audience might not be aware, but this is also the first time we did a full day live coverage of the annual meetings, and we did it for 3 days.
3 days.
Oh, so thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you to our live World Bank Live crew. Well, Nate, take it away.
So we hope that these events have inspired you and given you the courage and the energy and some inspiration to continue your work and development, whatever work that may be. It's all very important. That's it for our live broadcast from the annual meetings. But the annual meetings will continue over the weekend. But be sure to tune back in World Bank Live. Check in with us. We'll have a lot more great programming in the weeks and months to come. Thank you.
Thank you.